Hey kids, Jeff Hawkins from Shake Them Ropes here, and for almost 15 years we have been part of Voices of Wrestling. Myself and Chris Novembrino give a review of that week's news, the lazy river of wrestling criticism of that week's WWE and AEW, and then Vader Club, where we watch something from one of our past, or something we may have missed. Smart, snarky, and sometimes serious, but not always. That's us, and if that's your vibe, we'd love to have you listen to Shake Them Ropes every week on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network.
Wrestling Omakase is back, baby. The weekly podcast that takes you across all the top promotions on the entire Japanese wrestling scene, from New Japan to Stardom, Noah, DDT, All Japan, Mari Gold, Dragon Gate, Tokyo Joshi, Sendai Girls, and a whole lot more. I'm John Carroll, a fan of Japanese wrestling for over 20 years, and every week I'm joined by a rotating cast of guest co-hosts as we break down all the top promotions in Japan, men's and women's. Check out Wrestling Omakase right here on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network today.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 263, and this week I am very pleased to be joined by a first-time guest. Hello, Snazzy.
Hello, how you doing?
Actually, I've been better for a number of reasons.
Yeah, why's that?
Well, first of all, I have a headache. Second of all, my baseball team. I don't know if you're a sports person at all, but my baseball team has decided to go from the best team in baseball to the fucking dirt worst in the end of the season, so that's going great. They blew another ninth inning fucking lead, seeming like the fifth in the last week, to Joe Lanza's team of all teams, the Cincinnati Reds. So
I definitely know what an inning is. Yeah.
Are you a sports person at all?
I obviously I'm from the UK, so football / soccer, whatever. I don't know anything about baseball. I'm going to assume, is it the Red Sox?
No, the Reds are. My team. No, my team's the Blue Jays.
Oh, is that? Where's that from?
Toronto.
Oh, okay. You're not Canadian, are you?
No, I'm from New Jersey. I just
okay.
It's the same again.
Team.
I just picked that team. Yeah, I have a lot of wacky sports allegiances. It's not easy. I've had people on Twitter be like, "How did you end up with these teams?" But I'm just, I don't know.
Well, how does the team go from the best to the worst anyway?
I don't. Their bullpen imploded. Basically, so like the pitchers have to come in. Yeah, so the pitchers that have to come in at the end of the game when the starting pitcher is done, they can't do it. They just keep getting destroyed. So you get these really annoying games where the starting pitching is great, and then the relievers that come in and just give up the game. It's very annoying. So yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's probably the most annoying way to lose, I think, in baseball. So
well, and they're the best at losing that way. There you go. There's a silver lining in that.
There you go. But yeah, I don't know. They're gonna blow their lead in the division, it looks like. So it's it was 7 games recently, and now it's 2.5. So yeah, not blowing the title at the end of the Premier League season, I guess. So
is it the World Series soon or something? Is that what it's called?
So the playoffs. So the MLB season ends at the end of September. Yeah. So yeah, then the playoffs start in October. But yeah, I don't know. It's just going very bad after one.
The LA Dodgers is the annoying team, right? The one that everyone hates. Is that?
Yeah, they're my second team. So
Oh, well, they're
like,
really good, right? They got that Japanese guy.
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani. They're not
Yeah.
that great this year, actually. I mean, they're still.
Okay.
I think they're still in the like. Okay, for them, they're not like everybody thought they were going to be unstoppable forever, and they've looked very mortal this year. So, but yeah, I don't know. I guess even they got tired of winning. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that was only the second reason you weren't feeling great. Was there a third one?
I don't know. There's a lot of like really annoying wrestling talk lately. I feel like
Oh,
a lot of
don't
it.
get me started.
A lot of it I can't really talk about because a lot of it was in the Voice of Wrestling Slack, and we're not supposed to talk about what we talk about in there. It's like a rule.
Is it
But, like,
about fun in wrestling? Maybe.
No, well,
Okay.
it's about some of that and about like New Japan AEW, and I don't know. It's like
no.
everybody like I don't know because it's Forbidden Door season, right? So that topic comes up a lot lately.
I can't wait for that topic, by the way.
I can't. I mean, it's like it's I don't know. I'm just really, really, really tired of like all. It's partially my fault because I'm very bad at not engaging. Like that's not a skill I've ever been good at. I'm just like, I'm the type of person like my mother always said I should have been a lawyer. Like she's
you like poking. Yeah,
I love arguing. I love debating, but like I don't know. I just at some point I need to pull. Once it's like getting this annoying, I really have to pull back because it's like it's starting to like actually piss me off. So anyway, how have you been doing here? You didn't. Who's your sports? Do you have a soccer team or anything?
Well, I grew up as a Chelsea fan just because it was my.
That's my Premier League team.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you just pick the best teams? LA. Okay, not the Blue Jays.
No. Well, the Dodgers. Yeah, the Dodgers are not my main baseball team. So okay, I guess I'll very quickly try to explain my stupid sports allegiances.
Yeah.
So in hockey, I was a New York Rangers fan, and I had to work because this all kind of ties together, which is very weird and stupid. Mm-hmm. So I was a Rangers fan growing up, which is like the one local team I actually like. Then I had a job in in my like early 20s where I could not watch the Rangers anymore because I was doing a lot of night shifts.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like I had to pick a West Coast team to watch and be able to actually watch their games, right? Because they're on at like 10 o'clock or 10:30 when I will get home from work. So I picked the LA Kings. So that became my second team. And when I picked the LA Kings, they were fucking awful. So, and they somehow, like they were in the middle of a rebuild. They were really, really, really bad. And somehow like I got in on the ground floor and then watched them win 2 cups. Now, one of them against my other team, the Rangers. So that was a weird one, but it was kind of cool to see them go from nothing to like,
you were a real one from day one.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, not really, but sort of. But then it's like, so I started following so many Kings fans and almost every Kings fan on Twitter is a Dodgers fan too. So I kind of it was like I was following the Dodgers by osmosis, basically. So that's sort of how the Dodgers became my second baseball team too. And I will say I care way less about the Dodgers than I care about the Kings in hockey. So like they're kind of my fake second baseball team. Like this actually also came up in the Voice of Wrestling Slack. It's like, you care about a sports team if their loss like actually pisses you off. And like the Rangers losing pisses me off. The Kings losing pisses me off. The Blue Jays losing pisses me off. I wouldn't really say the Dodgers losing pisses me off. So okay. I don't particularly care. Now, why Chelsea? I don't know really. Everyone I know in real life when I was like first getting into like Premier League soccer in the 2010s was a Manchester United fan.
Yep.
And I don't know. I was just like, who do you guys hate? Chelsea? That's the team for me.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how it turned into. Because all these people, first of all, I feel like, this is back when Manchester United was like actually good, not a fucking joke.
Yeah, the Alex Ferguson days, yeah.
Yeah. Not a joke that gets eliminated in the second round of the fucking, what the hell's that thing called again? The Carbello Cup or whatever.
Yeah.
They got eliminated by like a fucking band of like what, 4th league nobodies this past week or something.
Wait, did that happen? I don't follow football anymore. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, they lost this week to a team of like, I think it's fourth league nobodies, I believe. Like the goalkeeper said, "Oh, I feel really." The funniest quote was the goalkeeper of that team saying he felt really torn about it because he's a Manchester United fan. Thought that was really funny. He was like, "Yes, you just put your team out in the second round of the League Cup."
I just looked it up. Grimsby Town.
Yes, Grimsby.
Grimsby. Oh my god, they are in the gutter.
Yeah. So, but when I was when I was getting into Premier League soccer, they were like the the fucking cat's pajamas or whatever, and
Yeah.
it annoyed me because all my friends, it's like, okay, almost all my friends are Yankees fans, and that's fine because I live in fucking New York, and I know people from New York and New Jersey. These are the only people to me that are actually allowed to be Yankees fans, right? They're not just front running. That's the local team. If you're already a Yankees fan, why the fuck were you picking Manchester United in Premier League soccer?
You just want to be hated, yeah.
Yeah, in like the late 2000s, early 2010s, you're picking Manchester United. Now it's backfired on them spectacularly now, so that is funny. But yeah, that's pretty much all there is to Chelsea. And I like the color blue, clearly.
I love.
But yeah, it was like, so it was like, who do you people hate? Chelsea? Okay, that's my team. They annoyed the piss out of me.
I couldn't even pick Grimsby out in a map. I actually don't know where it is. That is crazy. It's also interesting how you picked your non-local teams, because I follow basketball as well, but obviously I'm not American. So the way I picked my teams was just who are my favorite players. So it was Luka Doncic for the Mavs. Let's not talk about what happened after that. And then Nikola Jokic for the Nuggets. So I just picked those teams, and now I just follow them. Yeah. It sucks because they're on the West Coast. They're in the Western Conference, so all of the games are like 2 or 3 a.m. So it's impossible to follow. But I should
the Blue Jays.
Pistons.
The Blue Jays, I don't even remember why. I just kind of always liked them as a kid. There's something about this little bird or something that I was into. And I just didn't want to be a Yankee fan. I fucking... I guess most New Yorkers who don't want to be a Yankee... Or at the time I was living in I grew up in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Most people who didn't want to be Yankee fans would be Mets fans. And I don't really have anything against the Mets. I just never felt an affinity for them. I just really didn't want to be a Yankee fan. Like, all my friends and family are Yankee fans. There's something about it where... I don't know. Like... it really turned me off.
It sounds like being a Mets fan disgusts you, to be honest. You sound disgusted by that. Yeah. Oh, Yankees.
It's just I don't know. It's like, I don't want to cheer for the fucking...
But even I know about that meme. Like, I'm not American, but I know, the Yankees are like the team that everyone hates.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, so I just wasn't. I mean, to me, I had the one pass to cheer for them if I wanted to, because again, I am a local that grew up here. Yeah. I didn't want to do it. So I ended up a Blue Jays fan, and it's been nothing but pain mostly. They usually just blow it in the dumbest way possible, like they're in the process of doing this year. And I got to go watch them in person at Yankee Stadium this weekend, so that'll be fun. In the middle of their worst stretch of the season, so
maybe they'll surprise you. They get an upset victory. Who are they against?
The Yankees.
Oh yeah, that's that's not going to go well.
But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I assume you can't talk about any of the takes that are. Can you maybe give us a glimpse? What's one take that's really gotten you upset? You came into this podcast, you weren't feeling it. What was the one take? You don't even have to say who it was.
The pro wrestling take, you mean?
Yeah, pro wrestling.
I don't know. It's just, again, I'm not saying anything that's exclusive to the Slack, because we're not allowed to say what people said in the Slack. So this is just a general thing I've seen over and over again. It's like, people will point out to you that bigger companies always bully smaller companies in partnerships. And that is true. I mean, that's very much true. That's a thing that always happens. The bigger company always takes advantage of the smaller company. I just don't remember... Like, okay, you want to compare it to... Here's a great comparison, actually, I think. New Japan and DDT in the 2010s. New Japan, threw their weight around DDT. They were complete assholes with them. They stole their wrestlers. They beat them at every opportunity. But I don't remember anybody telling the DDT fans... Like, if a DDT fan said on Twitter, like, hey, this sucks, I think New Japan's really annoying in this relationship, and they suck. I don't remember New Japan fans or anybody else telling them that they were not, allowed to feel that way, or, that they are idiots, or they don't understand how the world works, or
is this about Takeshita? Maybe.
Yeah, well, a lot of, in general. I'm just saying about the relationship in general. Sure. I don't remember anybody saying that to DDT fans at the time. You're an asshole and you shouldn't feel this way. Now we somehow have. It feels like AEW fans never stop moralizing and grandstanding about New Japan, and if any New Japan fans even give the slightest hint of being annoyed, it just feels like they immediately get talked down to and just immediately get scolded about it. And it got to a point where, and I talked about this on the podcast before, when New Japan fans were mad that Takeshita, and I'm talking about Japanese New Japan fans now, tweeting in Japanese in reply to the Japanese Twitter account, got mad that Takeshita won the G1 because they don't see him as a New Japan guy, they see him as an AEW guy. They were like American or Western or whatever AEW fans replying to them in English, basically telling them, what assholes they were for not appreciating Takeshita. And I'm just like, we've really gotten to the point where like they're like even harassing Japanese fans now. It's like really insane to me that we've reached that point.
So I'm not on disclaimer. I'm not on social media, so I kind of like. I think. Well, I guess if Discord is social media, then that's the only sort of discourse I see. But I feel like those fans are probably like a really small segment, like the ones harassing. Like you have to be kind of insane to do that, right? To like tweet a Japanese fan saying like, you don't deserve, why are you feeling that way? That seems kind of crazy. Yeah. I hope that's not like representative of like most AEW fans, which probably don't even actually have New Japan on their radar. Like a lot of the AEW fans I talk to, at least.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it's worse. I don't know. I think
there's some AEW fans who just don't. I'm sure there's plenty of AEW fans who just don't really care.
Yeah,
and that's fine. But like, yeah, the ones who just like get very like grandstandy and like they get very angry at the idea that like other promotions fans might resent them for
people are like they're allowed to like love their own promotions, right?
Yeah, right. It's just very weird to me the reaction. So yeah, I don't know. And it's like if you basically say you don't like the way it's going, people act like you're saying like you're calling for Tony Khan to be executed. I don't know. It's just very...
Yeah, I saw that discourse because a lot of the New Japan fans were actually blaming Gedo, but then Tony Khan put out his presser thing. I don't know if he briefed Fightful or what happened there, but yeah.
It's probably. I mean, who else? He probably texted Sean Ross staff. Who else is he getting that from?
Yeah, but it's like, maybe... why does he feel the need to do that? So like, I don't know if he was getting attacked by New Japan fans because like he wouldn't do it for no reason. I feel like so it feels like something led him to doing that. But yeah, it's just a bit toxic between both fan bases, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It is what it is. I just don't, and it gets really annoying, like seeing the AEW people either say the New Japan people aren't saying things that they're saying, like why you guys blame Gedo? It's like, well, all they fucking do, every New Japan fan I see, all they do is say like Gedo should be killed, like that kind of thing, and it's like, so clearly they do blame Gedo, and then like there's, I don't know, it's just they get really, really, really like I said, like very like scoldy and very like moral grandstanding if you just say, hey, I don't like that, like your promotion like stripped my mind for parts over the last 6 years. So it's just very like, okay. So I don't know. It's very exhausting. And I'm happy that Forbidden Door is over so we can think about it a little bit less. But of course, Takeshita's a G1 winner, so it's still going to probably keep coming up more than ever. But what are you gonna do?
They kind of botched that one, didn't they?
They sure did.
So like, I'm in it. Well, I guess full confession. I am an AEW fan. I was there live at Forbidden Door. So with Takeshita though, like I'm first and foremost a DDT fan, and like Takeshita is a really good bully. Like he's like, that's what his moveset lends himself to. He's just really good at being, a dickhead. Right, he is actually the best at that. I don't know why they booked him as a babyface. It was so weird. He is not good at like limb selling and garnering sympathy. That's not what he does best. And he's probably one of my two favorite wrestlers, like him and Suri. So I just thought they botched his booking, to be honest, and that didn't help his reaction in final.
The whole thing felt very like too many cooks to me. Like, because if you, I don't know if you've watched, so they do these little pre-G1 vignettes, right? They release them mostly on their YouTube channel, and Takeshita's, they're very short, they're like a minute long at most. And Takeshita's was like all about him. It like showed him at this airport. So the idea is he flew in, he just got back, came over from America, and he's basically said something like, I'm gonna beat all your favorites, that's what I'm here to do, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like that's how they were presenting him at the start of the tournament,
which is awesome.
Yeah, which that would have probably worked. As the tournament went on, his presentation got weirder and weirder until the point where it became this weird, he's trying to unite all of wrestling thing, and he's doing the limb selling that we talked about, and it's like, I don't know, it just didn't work at all, and it felt like it was all over the place. So I don't know if I have no inside knowledge to know that was like Tony Khan that wanted to present it that way. I've actually heard the real interloper might have been TV Asahi, that like that is a rumor that's floating around certain
What, Tony
places.
Khan told him to book it? There's no way.
No. That TV Asahi told the network.
The network,
Yeah. So the TV Asahi wanted New Japan to present Takeshi as a babyface because he has.
I could see that.
Yeah, because he's a Japanese guy and he has a good look, and like, you know, they wanted him to be presented a certain way. That's a rumor I've heard. I'm not saying that's definitely true, but that is a rumor I heard. It would explain some of the weirdness that, you know, they were initially putting him as a heel, and then eventually by the end he was coming off like a babyface.
You know what's even funny? I'm gonna go on.
I was just gonna say, and it didn't help either that I thought he had a really underwhelming G1, especially compared to last year. But that's a, you know, from a match quality standpoint. But.
I'm his, like I said, I'm probably his number one fan. I fucking love Takeshi, but I thought his G1 this year was also weaker. And I don't know if it was because of like the role he tried to play, like as a babyface. I find it even funnier that they chose to do this when Suri is like having the most unique heel run of like all time as the outsider, coming in and beating the promotion stars. Like they literally have the blueprint inside the exact same company, Bushiroad, and they still didn't take the hint. I think that's even funnier.
Well, I think it's pretty clear sometimes that the people in New Japan do not watch Stardom.
Yes,
but
exactly,
that's a different topic, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, because you think you should like fucking take some notes at this point, but you know,
yeah.
they don't want to be taking notes from a Joshi promotion, I'm sure. So.
No. Well, we're going to talk about Forbidden Door because I hope our
yeah.
I hope our love of Japanese wrestling can bring us together despite our disagreements on AEW.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. So I want to do Peter Pan first, and then we'll do Forbidden Door. But like, I didn't hate that show or anything. There were like 3 matches I really liked.
Yeah.
I don't know. There were 2 matches I really hated, and then a bunch of other stuff I thought was just there. So maybe we'll disagree about the 2 matches that I really hated.
Maybe.
I just think, I think especially, I don't think anyone listening, and I know I think you're a listener anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone listening will be surprised by one of the 2 matches I hated.
Let me guess, MJF Hangman.
Oh, how did you guess? But it's like the show is such old news at this point that I don't even think I'll cause any ripples or anything. We'll probably get through it pretty quick. So okay, I didn't even mention this until just now. But so Snazzy came on here for those listening at the last second to replace Paul, who was supposed to be on. Paul from the Emerald Flow show. He unfortunately fell ill, and he said his throat was like completely closed. So obviously you can't do a podcast if you can't talk. So I greatly appreciate Snazzy coming on. And the reason why I held this topic back a week was because Paul was at Forbidden Door and he wanted to talk about it, you know, from the live perspective. Now, you also happen to be at Forbidden Door, and you could
That's a weird coincidence, yeah.
It's a weird coincidence. But yeah, that's why the topic got held back a week. It's a great thing that it did, because it took me so fucking long to get through this show, which again is like where I'm at with AEW. Like I probably watched this show in like fucking, you know, I don't know, 70-minute chunks over the course of like 3 or 4 days, because I was just not. It's kind of where I'm at with AEW in general. So I'm not a weekly TV viewer. I'm not a big fan, obviously. So it took me forever to get through it. But yeah, if it wasn't for Paul requesting it, I probably wasn't going to cover it, even with the New Japan tie-in, because the card didn't look interesting to me. And like, it's fucking barely a New Japan crossover show at this point anyway. I mean, it's like, you know, there were like 4 New Japan wrestlers on the entire main card. So
yeah, Tony Khan really likes doing those dates in the UK, and I'm not really sure why, because the travel is fucking awful. Like, all the trains aren't working, stuff like that. He could pick literally any other weekend, but he really likes the bank holiday weekend.
So it's not even convenient for you guys?
No, the travel is kind of awful, but it's because it's the Monday's a bank holiday, so everyone has work off, that he thinks it's good, but it's not. So he always does that weekend, and Wembley was booked by Coldplay. So he couldn't do Wembley, so he just like, oh fuck it, let's do Forbidden Door and move all into Texas, right? So
that makes sense.
So I think he just, you know, all of the dates, and then, you know, G1 and 5-star happening, so just kind of all fucked up. All because he really wants this weekend, I think.
I mean, the G1 excuse only goes so far though, when you have like Desperado on commentary.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I was surprised I saw him in the pre-show. I didn't know he was on the pre-show.
They flew Yu Uemura over and put him in the pre-show. I mean, I don't know. Like, the G1 shit is kind of stupid. I don't think that's... There's a lot going on behind the scenes right now between New Japan and AEW from everything I've heard. And it wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being the last Forbidden Door, honestly. But even if it's not, I think this is like, even if they move it back to the same dates next year, I think this is going to be the standard going forward. Is you're going to see a few New Japan people, one or maybe two Stardom people, a couple CMLL people. It'll mostly just be an AEW pay-per-view that has the lion mark slapped on it still for like legacy reasons. But I think it has more to do with how little respect Tony has for the current state of New Japan, which I'm not even saying entirely as a criticism of Tony. I mean, the current state of New Japan is not good. He's him saying that is sort of like the, we're all looking for the guy who did this meme. But
is that the reason why you say he doesn't have respect, because of the comments he made about Evil? Or
well, no, I'm just saying, like, because I just think the way he's booked these shows, that like he could have had more New Japan people on the show if he wanted. There were more in the pre-show, so there were people in the building that he didn't book on his main card. So I just think he doesn't think that highly of their current roster or their current situation, and that's why he'd rather book something closer to a normal paper. Like, once he was just willing to do Swerve versus Ospreay for the AEW World Title as the main event last year, which was not something they ever did on the first two shows. That to me opened the floodgates. Like, once you're willing to just do AEW guy versus AEW guy as the main event at Forbidden Door, at this point, what happened this year was just the next logical step.
Do you listen to any Social Suplex podcasts?
No, not really.
Okay, so one of them, ONR, I think they spoke about how Swerve was meant to go against Yota Tsuji on that pay-per-view.
That's what Tony Khan said in a presser.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He said he considered doing that match, but then decided to do Ospreay instead.
Yeah, so I think they maybe got talked out of that because of how Tsuji was at that point. I don't even remember if he was just breaking out, or when was it? It was like,
so 2024. He already would have.
June 2024.
Yeah, he would have already been pretty established at that point.
He just won the New Japan Cup and faced Naito. Is that right?
Yeah, a few months earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why they pulled out of that, but yeah.
Yeah, I just think once you do that, you're basically already making the decision to go a certain direction with the pay-per-view. So from now on, this is what I expect it to be from now on, if they even continue it. I think it'll be mostly an AEW pay-per-view with like a few outside people for legacy reasons. But I guess we'll see. I don't know. Maybe next year it'll be back to something closer. You want to just talk about the fucking show? We're basically talking about it now. So
I feel like if we get over the AEW stuff, I think we'll have a great time, John. So let's get out of the way.
Let's get out of the way. Let's go through Forbidden Door real quick. I mean, there's a lot of matches I don't have that much to say about anyway. So this was held over a week ago at this point, August 24th at the O2 Arena. They announced an attendance of 18,992. WrestleTix had it at 17,615. Doesn't really matter. They had a ton of people there.
I think it was the largest wrestling audience in that arena.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah. What did you? So I didn't see the pre-show at all. This was already a show I didn't really want to watch, so I wasn't going to watch the pre-show. What I assume you were in the building for the pre-show stuff. So
yes, I was. Let me open up the card. Oh yeah, I just remember being surprised El Desperado was there, because I think they must have announced it on the day, and I just didn't kind of check my phone, or I wasn't really tuned in. Yeah,
the pre-show matches. The pre-show matches were announced really late. They had actually already said before that the Desperado would be there as part of the Japanese announce crew, which was kind of a big deal because they had never flown the Japanese announce crew to the venue before. I found it very funny that they finally did that for this show of all shows compared to the past three Forbidden Doors. But because there were a lot of complaints from the Japanese fans of New Japan about this show. And I think they might have been trying to, try to act like they were being proactive about some of them.
Well, El Desperado likes AEW, right? Or did I just make that up?
Yes. Yeah. He used to do the Japanese commentary for the TV before they cut it off. But yeah, I believe he did the commentary last year too, but they used to do it remotely. So that was one of the things that the Japanese that the Japanese fans complained about, is having to pay basically the equivalent of $50. I think it was like 5,500 yen actually, and for a show with remote commentary. On top of the fact that it aired at 2 a.m. Japan time, and Then you have the fact that there's almost no New Japan people on the show. They were not happy with this show. I will say, if you went to the New Japan World Twitter account, you would see a lot of Japanese fans complaining under like every tweet would be like they would get roasted all over again every time they tried to promote the show. They'd be like, "Is this really a New Japan show? Why are you talking about it?" So that kind of thing.
Yeah. I actually don't have any notes about this pre-show. I was just looking at the card. I was like, I guess it was Michael Oku's like AEW first AEW appearance. I think he's from Rev Pro, so I think he's just appeared on Ring of Honor before that. So he was super over because obviously he's a UK guy. So that was fun. There was this really crazy bump he did actually. Did you didn't watch the pre-show, right? No. So he does this Fosbury flop. Yeah. But when he was doing it, he got like shoulder tackled by one of the Gates of Agony, Toa Leona, I think it was. And he just literally went flying over the top rope and just landed on his neck on the outside. So he's a very good bumper, and that was quite a gnarly spot. But apart from that, no, not really much on this pre-show. I guess the War Dogs were there and they challenged, for the trios titles, which was a fun 10-minute match, but nothing more than that.
The opening video I thought of this pay-per-view made it really clear how ridiculous the show is now. It's like there's all this stuff about how the wrestling world is coming together. New Japan, CMLL, Stardom. And then they start hyping the individual matches, and every match at the end is just AEW person versus AEW.
I think they just need to drop the branding. After there's so many New Japan wrestlers, quote unquote, in AEW, like Okada and all that. I mean, just drop the branding, and you can just have New Japan wrestlers, Stardom wrestlers, CMLL wrestlers on any of your shows, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's a successful show for them still. Maybe that's why they don't want to get rid of it. But it's really absurd at this point. Yeah. The opener: Adam Copeland and Christian Cage defeating the Matriarchy, Kill Switch, and Kip Sabian in 1346. So again, I have not watched AEW Weekly TV since March, so a lot of the storyline stuff is lost on me, although I have friends that watch it and I ask them stuff, and sometimes they're just like, I don't know why this happened either. In this case, so much of this match, well, first of all, I know why is this man still called Kill Switch if he hates Christian now?
Why is he still he came back from injury. He was like gone a long time due to serious injury.
He came back like the Wednesday before to replace. Yeah. So that I knew. I just don't know why. Like, why would he not go back to his old name? Because didn't he get that name in the first place?
Yeah, I don't know why. They're like holding off like the babyface turn, like where he's going to be called Luchasaurus again. I don't know why they're holding off so long. They did this before as well. I don't know. I mean,
now it makes no sense because we're turning babyface on a babyface.
This whole thing sucks. Okay, I don't like the Adam Copeland stuff. So I was actually out buying Tim a beer during this match. Like I don't care about Adam Copeland or Christian Cage. I think the whole singing thing is fucking cringy. I have to mute my stream every time they sing his song.
It's really bad. That was literally one of my notes. I just put, God, the singing of Cope's theme is so fucking dorky.
I did not partake in that. I really like Christian Cage though. I think he's performing pretty well, and I think he's being kind of smart about this turn. Like I'm sure maybe Adam Copeland would have wanted Christian Cage to go full nostalgia, but Christian's sort of like keeping a lot of the act that's keeping him over on purpose. So I think he's being smart about this.
That was probably my favorite part, was him at the end, like being like, I don't want to hug you, bro. That was funny.
Yeah.
But so much of this match was based around Kip and the dinosaur, who I guess isn't a dinosaur anymore, having issues. And I was like, I don't know why these guys are having issues, and the announcer's not really explaining it for me. So that
I couldn't explain it either, sorry.
Yeah. So that really hurt my interest in this match. I was just like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't really care what's going on here. And then this match felt like 13. I can't believe it went less than 14 minutes. It felt way longer to me watching it. 2 1/4. I've seen worse, but this was like my
lowest rated match on the show. I mean, I went 2.5, but 2.5 basically means I don't care. So.
The TNT title match, Kyle Fletcher defeated Hiromu Takahashi in 15:27. So did you watch it broadcast back, or you just saw it live?
I haven't. I just saw it live.
Okay, so there was this whole moment at the start of this match that I thought was like, okay, this is not like the perfect metaphor for this partnership now. They cut to the Japanese broadcasters at ringside. So they show them at ringside during the intros of this match. It's clear they wanted to cut to the audio of them the way you'd see them do sometimes, or what WWE used to do when they would cut to the announcers. But they don't do it at first. Like, they can't do it. Like, there's some kind of technical problem. So we're just staring at them. and they're not being told to talk yet, so they're just staring at the camera. Then it cuts to the Japanese announcers for their audio for maybe like a quarter of a second, and immediately cuts away and cuts them off. I was like, if that doesn't fucking sum it up at this point, I don't know what does. Like that, what a fucking moment.
That must have got the fans tweeting the Japanese fans.
Well, they wouldn't know because they're
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was really fucking funny. I did note here at least the Strong ring announcer guy had some work again finally. So because of course with the Strong show stopping, he hasn't had any work. But they flew him all the way to the UK to announce
does he do any New Japan announcing?
Just
Is it only Strong? Oh.
Yeah, because he lives in LA. So he's like also in like a band or something. I forget his name. He's not their normal announcer. But yeah, Walker Stewart was also here, which was cool. I mean, he's a great announcer.
He's
a
awesome.
Lot better. Yeah, a lot better than the AEW people. There was like really weird camera work at the start of this match. So one guy was sort of walking around one of the ring posts, just staying in this long moving shot back, like going back and forth. It was making me like kind of dizzy. Honestly, I was like, what is this camera? I've never really seen that and do that before. I don't know if that's a thing they do on TV all the time now that I just don't know because I don't watch the TV, but it was really, really weird. But yeah, this
sounds like something to do.
I don't know. I thought this was like a very good match. I went 3 3/4. It didn't quite get too great for me. Kyle never hits for me the way he hits for other people because I find his heat segments especially are just very like American wrestling heel for me, where like, you know, he does a move or he hits somebody and then he stops to yell at the crowd, and then he does another move and stops to yell at the crowd. And it has like, it's a lot like watching Uraka in Stardom, where she like plays to the crowd way too much.
Oh no, you didn't compare Carl Fletcher to Uraka.
I just did.
Oh no.
But I really am comparing all US heels to Uraka, because what I'm trying to say is Uraka does that US heel thing where she plays to the crowd way too much in between moves. I'm just like, can you just get on with it?
Sure, yeah. The over-emoting, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what almost all US heels do to me, and Kyle Fletcher definitely does that. You know, he did take some really cool bumps. He took the sunset flip powerbomb to the floor. He took a great bump for this counter Canadian Destroyer from Hiromu. So, you know, the match is really good. You know, it was, like I said, like 3 3/4. Like my third favorite match on the show. It just really, it never quite got to that next level for me where I would go like 4+ on it. But the other issue of it really is the fault of either wrestler. It's just, we're on 4 of these fucking pay-per-views now, and a New Japan person, Stardom person, CMLL person has never even sniffed an AEW title. They probably never will. And they've never even won an Owen tournament match when they did the Owen matches in the first round, or the New Japan guy in it every year. So the fact that I just know going in, the New Japan guy is never going to win, that really doesn't help my, sense of, disbelief or drama or whatever. So, it just doesn't, these AEW title matches with a New Japan challenger always struggle with that for me.
I mean, they're a foregone conclusion, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're a total foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
So yeah, 3 3/4, very good match. Kyle, like I said, great at bumping. His control periods just bore me. I think it's just a lot of it is just being a US wrestling heel. So
I think it is, because I think talent-wise, Kyle Fletcher's probably one of the best on the roster. I think he's really fucking good. So yeah, it's probably just if you enjoy that style, that TV style or not. Because obviously they have to cater to a TV audience. So some of those tropes you're probably never getting rid of.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't really like American wrestling. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but he's absolutely one of the best, on the roster, at least I think.
The TBS title 4-way, Mercedes Moné defeating Alex Windsor and Bozilla and Persephone in 15:31. This was fine. There was a lot of typical goofy ass 4-way spots, like the tower spots and multiple people in submissions at once. And I don't know, just all that stuff never does anything for me. Bozilla looked good though. She had a good performance here. I'm sure Tony Khan's going to want to get his hands on her as soon as possible.
But he won't be able to because she's contracted, right?
But yeah, whenever her contract runs out, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, 3-star match. I thought it was, it's fine.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Also 3 stars. This was the point at the show where, because Alex Windsor was on, that we just heard Windsor all the whole time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I will admit I maybe did one, but someone else was doing it for perhaps the rest of the show. So
It's a charming part of being in any Western wrestling audience. They love
Yes.
a good one note joke.
Yeah.
The IWGP World Heavyweight Title match: Zack Sabre Jr. defeating Nigel McGuinness in 1701. So here you go, your big card match for the IWGP World Heavyweight Title, set up with a random 4-way number one contender match, won by a retired announcer who hadn't won a match in about 15 years before that. So, yeah, this is what this was. The match was awesome though, so it made no sense that they booked the way they booked it. It doesn't really make sense that Nigel would get a title shot at all, but at least it was an awesome match. So, they also used Zach's wrong theme song again, but this time, unlike last time, because last time they did this, they used his Suzuki-gun theme instead of the original Young Punks theme, and he like roasted them his entire way down the ramp, which was really funny. Just like screaming in that voice of his that it was the wrong song.
Oh,
this time this time, I mean, you can do it, I can't do it. This time they they played the original Young Punk song instead of the new one, which is actually an improvement. So this was a good fuck up. Weirdly, they played his correct theme when he won. So I don't know that somebody figured it out after. But yeah, this was like. But the only thing in this match that annoyed me was there was a lot of arguing with Daniel Garcia and the ref at ringside for some reason. I'm just like, can we get the camera off this? Who gives a shit? These two guys having this awesome technical match, and we're watching Daniel Garcia argue with the fucking ref. It was just
I think they were trying to build up the storyline of Daniel Garcia throwing the towel in.
Yeah.
Coming out with a white towel. There was definitely like a angle alert going on, whether it was going to get some blood on him beating up Nigel after the match. They're probably just teasing that for the TV audience.
Yeah, it was a fake out because they didn't actually do the turn. But the match was awesome. They did a lot of great technical back and forth wrestling, and the way it ended with Zach getting the pin at the end of a flash pin exchange is like one of my favorite types of wrestling endings. Awesome, I love when they just go back and forth, and then one of them actually does get the pin. So
the crowd loved this match. The crowd was just going crazy during this. I don't know if it came through on TV, but this was their match in a way. So
yeah, there's a 4 1/4 star match. I thought that was awesome.
I went 3.5 on it, but maybe that's. To be honest, I go.
See, who's the real AEW fan now?
Yeah, see, I go a bit lower on your ratings just because I feel like I watch so much that I kind of have to. Because otherwise I'll have so many like 4.5, so I just sort of like moderate them down a lot.
See, 4.5 is like the first rating that I have a hard time giving out, I guess. Like
for me, it's 4.
Like 4.5. Something has to really hit like borderline match of the year contender for me to go 4.5. I don't know how many I have this year, but might as well check. But yeah, I mean, it's I have 13 to, well, I still have quite a few. Yeah, I have like 28 4.5s, I guess, or 29. So which I don't think is that. I mean, there are people on my fucking Twitter timeline who have like 105 stars. So I mean,
that's just insane. I have 34 4.5s, but
okay.
do you know how
I have
much?
less than you.
But do you know how much?
You probably watch more wrestling than I do. Yeah.
It's out of 4,000 matches.
Yeah.
This year.
I don't keep track of all my matches.
So,
but I have 20. So I have like 29 4.5s, and then for 4 1/4s, I have from 43 to. Yeah, I have like, I don't know, like 84 1/4. So I definitely give way more 4 1/4s than 4.5s, and obviously like 4 flats. I have like another 124 flats. But once you get to 4.5, it's like it has to be like a really, really, really outstanding match for me to even consider 4.5. So, then like I have like 5 5s, which to me is actually pretty high for me this year. I mean, there's been a lot of great wrestling this year. I think
there's been awesome wrestling.
Yeah, I just don't. Just wish the wrestling. So it's the most depressing I remember the wrestling scene being while having this many great matches. That's what it feels like. But
I really like this match though. I thought it was fucking awesome. So
AEW World Tag Team Title match: Brodito defeated the Hurt Syndicate and FTR in 1605. So Bandito and Brody King win the tag titles. This was like a weird match. Like it started really boring, I thought, and very heatless.
It did, yeah.
And oh my god, well, I know whenever I review these AEW reviews, it half becomes me just shitting on Western wrestling crowds. the fucking beef chants is like one of the dumbest things they ever came up with.
Well, isn't it meant to be meat? Some people around me were getting confused whether to try
some people
beef
say
or
meat and some people say beef.
Yeah, I heard both.
They're both fucking stupid. And I just one of the, like they just come up with a new dumb thing every 2 seconds. I swear to God. But yeah, then it got really good for a while, and I was really getting into it. Then all of a sudden, one of those things that has to happen in American wrestling happens. So there was a really cool exchange. Brody did like this pop up no sell at the end of this really long exchange with Lashley, which again you put aside the beef meat chance was really good, and Bandito did this awesome leaping backflip power slam to the floor. So I'm really getting to this match, and then 2 guys in New Japan tracksuits with their faces hidden jump Hurt Syndicate for some reason. And it turns out to be the Gates of Agony. All right then. Apparently this has something to do with MJF and like other storylines, but like this is again an American wrestling thing that I cannot fucking stand. When people interfere in Japanese wrestling, it at least is usually because they're trying to help their buddies win the match, or they're just trying to help their stablemate win the match. You almost never get these unrelated storyline interferences, which are like, well, we're telling this story with the Hurt Syndicate and MJF, and now the Ricochet Gates of Agony people, so they're going to attack the Hurt Syndicate for reasons that have nothing to do with the actual match you're watching to continue this story, and then it's going to interrupt the match you're watching and enjoying. That shit to me is way more annoying than the fucking House of Torture interfering in a match to help a House of Torture guy win. Like, that shit fucking pisses me off to no end. So
you mean a third party interfering?
Like a third party interfering that has nothing to do with the people in the match, just because they hate the Hurt Syndicate or they have some, they're not helping. They're not here to help FTR. They're not here to help Rodito. They're just here to advance an unrelated storyline with the Hurt Syndicate. It's like, it just feels like the way Western wrestling is US wrestling specifically, I should say, is like so overbooked and so overwrought and like so leans into the soap opera aspect that like, I don't know, it really annoys me.
I think this is a Hurt Syndicate thing. I think like the fact that, there are 3 teams in this, because it was a tournament.
Well, yeah.
It was a tournament meant to determine like the next contenders, and then they went to like a 30-minute time limit draw between FTR and Brodita, just because Hurt Syndicate don't want to take pins to certain tag teams. So then they have to build this like really intricate way to get them out of the match. I think this is like purely a Hurt Syndicate. It does happen in American wrestling, but in this specific match, like they should have just taken the pin. I don't know.
Yeah, guys I was gonna say, people interfering in other people's matches just to advance unrelated storylines, I feel like is a thing that's been happening in American wrestling for 25 years or something. Like, it's not really that or longer than that. Like, it's been a trope as long as I've been watching.
I mean, there are 4 WWE guys in this match, so I feel like it came from there.
The other problem was the finish was totally fucked up too. So Bandito is supposed to be launched by Brody's legs into a flip on Dax, the bald one. But he totally missed it. Just kind of had to like gently jump down on top of him. And then on top of that, I guess his shoulders weren't actually down or something, because Paul Turner had to stop counting and then start over. And unfortunately for him, that the same time he did that was when Cash was trying to dive in and break it up at that exact moment. Like in the exact, basically to miss it by like, a nanosecond. So since Paul Turner stopped counting, had to start counting again, that Cash had to trip over his own 2 feet basically to not break it up, which was both stupid but also very funny.
But also Bandito got off him on the pin, if I remember.
Yeah.
Correctly.
So very, very botched finish.
Yeah.
I went 3 on this, which to me even feels generous given the botches at the end and how boring it was early and the run and whatever. I mean, I really liked the middle of the match though. And like it would have been like pushing 4 stars for me without like all the shit that happened at the end and I guess how boring the start of it was. Like, there was a really good match in here. It was just surrounded by bullshit, which again, that's like American wrestling in a nutshell, I feel like. But anyway.
So I actually don't disagree. Like, the middle part was like really awesome, and I was going to go super high on it as well. I love this match alive, to be honest. Like, well, the middle part. And then I was a bit sad about the finish, and I really didn't care for the interference. I was like, why are they in New Japan hoodies as well? Like, is this some like Oh, you know who I thought it was?
They were in World Tag League.
Who's in World Tag League?
So that's why I thought they were in New Japan News. Well, at first it's probably just like a like a tease or whatever, like
Yeah.
a swerve. But like I assume the reason why they're able to they have these hoodies is because they were World Tag League Gates of Agony a couple years ago.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was that new tag team that debuted. What was the name? Ice and
Yuto Ice and
yeah, I actually thought it was those
Oscar.
guys for a second.
Yeah. Well, one of them was not tall enough to be Oscar. So I thought it was just like the War Dogs or something, but it was Gates of Agony.
But yeah, the middle portion was like one of the most fun parts of the show, to be honest. The middle part of this match.
Unified title, Kazuchika Okada defeats Swerve Strickland in 1641. No idea why the Strong Ring announcer was doing this AEW versus AEW guy match, but he was for some reason. Extremely slow-paced, boring match. The crowd just fucking died at one point. There was this charming spot where you could see Okada and Swerve calling their spot on camera right before the Rainmaker counter, I guess because the crowd was so quiet, and I don't know, for two veterans, it was weird they did that. Like, you could really see them calling the spot there. People can spare me with this Okada is back shit, because you really need to go back and watch this his actual New Japan run if you think this is him back. This was 2 3/4, dull as fuck, not a very good match at all. And Okada injured Swerve with a chair afterwards, so there you go.
I gave it 3 1/4. Yeah, this wasn't old Okada, but there has been times where he switched on, but they're very far in between. So like one of the times was the CC final with Ospreay, and literally only the last 5 minutes. That was like, okay, that's fucking old Okada. Maybe his debut against Pac, like on the pay-per-view debut.
Those would be the two.
yeah.
But I've seen people saying like, okay, he's had 2 really good matches on pay-per-view this year. This was not one of them.
No, it wasn't. It just wasn't.
One of them was Brody King, and Okada may as well have been a broomstick in that match because it was really all just Brody beating the shit out of him.
Which match was that?
That was, I think, Revolution. That match was awesome. But again, it was really all Brody just beating the shit out of him. Okada didn't do a whole lot in that match. And I also really loved their match, Okada's match with God, why am I blanking on his name? The fucking French Canadian, Speedball. I loved Okada's match with Speedball.
Sick. That was sick.
A double or nothing. But again, I thought it was like 80% Speedball. Like I thought Speedball had an amazing performance, and Okada was also there.
No, I agree with that.
This match was like Okada was stuck in neutral AEW Okada, and Swerve was, I'm injured and I'm going to get the fuck out of here soon, and I'm not in the main event anyway, so whatever. It was better than the match they had on Dynamite. That match was like really like even more boring. I don't remember that one, but
I don't even remember it now.
Yeah, that match was even more boring than this one was. But yeah, this wasn't good either. Dave Meltzer gave this 4 1/4, which is,
I mean, we don't need to talk about Meltzer ratings, do we? He gave the fucking Cody Cena match 5 stars. Don't even get started.
The cage match people gave it 7.38, which feels a lot more fair, but still definitely really high. So, the next match. Okay, so now we're into the 2 matches I really hated on this show. The women's world title, Toni Storm beating Athena in 15-16. I thought Athena's heat segment was really boring. The crowd wasn't very into it at all. They largely went silent. There was this really awkward exchange in the middle of the match where Toni was like doing these weird Mongolian chops, and Athena just kind of awkwardly crawled through her legs in the middle, and I was like, what are they doing? Just looked flat out bad to me. And then it's like, well, you know what this boring dead match needs? A Billy Stark's distraction spot, of course. Toni yells at her on the top rope and waits for Athena to cut her off like a total idiot, and then Billy pulls the apron out from under Toni's feet, and Toni stares at her for like an hour again until Athena can slowly set up a cut, like a stun gun or over the ropes. Mina does show up to chase her off, and after she grabbed the chair, and I always forget that overbooking and interference is good when it happens in American promotions. That's the thing that's good. The fucking distraction shit. The distraction shit. Honestly, I've said this over the years, over and over again. Someone pointing at a person. I hate when New Japan does it too, but they don't do it that often, thankfully. Someone just pointing at a person and going, "Hey, I know you," or "You're a person," and waiting for the actual opponent to cut them off. The dirt worst type of interference. Like, just stop looking. Don't look at Billy Stark. She can't fucking do anything anyway if the ref is looking right at you. Just fucking look at your opponent. So anyway, I don't know. That shit drives me crazy. Tony gets to check the ring. Athena submitted. I was shocked at how bad this was. I normally like both women, especially Athena. And I thought this was like, I mean, Tony is like, especially when this gimmick is very hit or miss for me. But I mean, she's in my AEW match of the year. And it's like, I don't know. 1 3/4. I thought this
Whoa.
was bad.
You
Yeah,
hated it.
I really did hate this match.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I gave it 3 1/4, but that's still on the low side for I think what type of match these two can do. I don't think they kind of achieve that. I don't know what it is about the match that I didn't really vibe with. And you are right. The crowd was probably like it was the quietest at this point, but it still wasn't like silent. They were still making noise. They were dueling chants. But out of all of the matches, this one probably had the least heat. And I think Athena can she can do a lot better, like which she showed with like Mina Shirakawa just on Friday. So yeah.
Then we have the AEW World Title match. Hangman Adam Page defeats MJF in 31-38.
All right, so it was a nice podcast. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I really don't know like where to start with this one.
Wherever you want, John, go for it. The floor's yours.
This match, I knew about one spot. I knew about the sleepy time for Bryce spot. There were like 4 or 5 other things in this match that I thought were like some of the dumbest spots I've ever seen in a wrestling match, certainly in the modern era. And the fact that they just actually packed them in all into one match, I was not on there. Like, I was not watching this angry, especially since I don't really give a fuck about AEW. I was watching this kind of like in amazement. This was like, if you're going to be bad, be breathtakingly bad. Why not? Like, fucking go for it. And that's what they did here. This was like an all-star extravaganza of total shit, is how I would describe this match. They packed so much utter bullshit into one match. It was sort of amazing. So like first of all, I didn't even think the alleged good part of this match was all that great or anything. It was fine. It was a little boring. But to start out, to really set the stage, you have to remember. So they had a segment on Dynamite before this where MJF threatened to light Mark Briscoe on fire on on national television. So he was like, I am going to commit a horrific murder. I'm dousing this man in gasoline, and I'm going to light him on fire unless you let me unexecute my contract that I already executed and give me this wacky stipulation that the world title match on Saturday or Sunday, what fucking day it was, is a title match where you can lose the title on a DQ or count out. Hangman Adam Page. Adam Page should have said, you're not going to light him on fire. Get the fuck out of here. Instead, he said, okay. So they set up a match where they specifically highlighted disqualifications and countouts as a major part of the match. That is something they chose to do going into this match. Then they do this match. There's a ton of brawling on the outside. Bryce is not counting. Like, why did you specifically stress countouts and then had a long stretch of time where you brawled on the outside and there was no countout? Okay, good start there. Suddenly Bryce starts, so they put a guy through a table. That, I don't even, they had a long debate on the flagship about whether or not, I don't honestly even give a shit about that, really. It's a little goofy, but like putting somebody through a table, not being a DQ or not, I've seen it not be a DQ plenty of time.
Yeah.
For the list of stupid stuff on this show, I don't think on this match, I mean, it doesn't really come close. But then MJF gives Page a tombstone through the table remains, slides in, and then Bryce starts counting. So I'm just like, wait, okay, so you did not count this entire time. You waited until the heel gave his opponent a borderline illegal maneuver, and you're like, well, now I'm going to count somebody out. Okay, that definitely makes sense. Then on top of that, they get back in the ring. MJF pulls the turnbuckle pad off right in front of Bryce. At least when the House and Toru Yano do it in New Japan, they fucking distract the referee first. They don't literally pull it off in front of the ref and just go ram the other guy's head into it. That is illegal. That is, in fact, an illegal maneuver to pull a turnbuckle pad off and try to throw somebody else's head into it. So, again, in a match where they're stressing, it's not even just a normal match. They have chosen to stress disqualifications, and this man is doing something illegal. Then we get like this back and forth pinfall reversal sequences with these stupid 1 counts, which feels like it's from an entirely different match. Then we get the spot. MJF pushes Page into the ref. I don't even remember what fucking movie day. He did a low blow and then a heat seeker, I think. Bryce suddenly recovers from being bumped, recovers faster than I've ever seen any referee recover before. He starts counting. As he's counting 3, he spins away from the 2 wrestlers. It's such an unnatural looking way. I don't even know why he would, like, there's no sense of momentum that would explain this. There is nothing that can explain this except Bryce choosing to move his body away from being able to see the foot on the rope. It looks so incredibly fake. He counts 2, he counts 3, and then he just dies. He collapses and takes a nap. Page is footed on the ropes. He never saw it. He's sleeping now. Then Mark Briscoe's music hits for some reason. Mid-match music running. Always cool. He starts yelling at the ring. I guess he's yelling that that Page's foot is on the ropes. Honestly, I didn't even figure that out until people told me after. I had no idea.
Yeah, I think they botched it. I think Briscoe was supposed to stop MJF from seeing the foot on the ropes or something.
I think he was supposed to tell Bryce or something. And like Bryce was supposed to acknowledge it. But instead, the camera never showed Bryce, to my knowledge, during this. Instead, all we saw is Mark Briscoe's music hits. Mark Briscoe comes out. Security immediately runs out. Security immediately takes him away. Like, what the... That was like one of the most confusing nothing run-ins during a match. Why did somebody in the back cue up his music for him to come out and then immediately be like, all right, I played his music. Mark Briscoe's out there. Now security get out there and stop him. Like, what? It doesn't make any fucking sense. So why play his music then if he's not allowed to be out there? And since when did security stop people from running in AEW matches anyway? Have you ever seen that before? Security stop a wrestler? Wrestlers run in AEW matches every fucking show I watch.
No, this part of the match made no sense to me. Watching live, I was in utter confused. I was like, what the fuck's happening?
So Bryce wakes up. He sees Page's foot on the ropes. He decides, first of all, the match should be over. He counted 3. He sees Page's foot on the ropes, decides his foot is on the ropes now, his foot must have been on the ropes always. He would have no way of knowing that because he spun away from it as he was counting 3. The fucking match is over. He counted 3. This is so stupid. This is almost as dumb as this is a real old cut. There's a 1997 WCW match where I think it's Hulk Hogan versus Roddy Piper, and Piper pins Hogan for the title, but Randy Savage puts Hogan's foot on the rope after the pin's been counted and alerts the ref to this is big heel turn during the NWO, and the ref sees the foot on the rope and goes, oh, well, if Hogan's foot was on the rope, must have always been on the rope. Restart the match. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. You didn't see his foot on the rope when you counted your pin. The match is over. You can't just say his foot's on the rope. Now, in that case, they actually did put the foot on the rope after. But in this case, there's really no fucking difference because he didn't see his fucking foot on the rope before the 3 count. So it makes no fucking sense. Then on top of that, MJF just fucking shoves Bryce right into the lariat from Page. Why not? Let's just have that not be a DQ either. I don't know. Then he grabs Bryce and low blows him again. Again, no idea why Bryce just doesn't DQ him now. Page kicks out. Then they do the Bryce special. Not once, but twice in a row. Do you know what the Bryce special is, Snazzy?
What is that?
That is when Bryce Remsburg detects a wrestler attempting to use a foreign object. And instead of just taking this foreign object and tossing it to the floor like any referee should do. And they had a New Japan ref do this recently too, during the G1, which drove me fucking crazy. Like, please don't start doing this in New Japan too. He instead of just taking the object and throwing it away, just sliding it out, he's like, excuse me, Mr. Ringside Attendant, come here. It's very important that I hand you this object and you take it from my hands and place it at ringside. And it's so important that you do this, I'm going to turn my back, conveniently allowing somebody to cheat behind me. He did that twice in the same match. I don't think I've ever seen that before. He did it once when MJF slid his CMLL belt in the ring, and Bryce grabbed it and called the ring attendant over to politely hand it to him, so MJF could then hit Page with the fucking metal contract clipboard or whatever. And then he did it a second time when MJF got his stupid ring. He turned the back for an hour, and that let Page smack MJF with the fucking contract thing. Just like, okay, so this match was like approaching like fucking war crime status at this point. Then Page hits the Deadeye in the buckshot for the pin. So I mean this, and again, I don't want anyone to think I'm trolling.
Are you going to give it a dud?
I don't want anyone to think I'm trolling. I don't want anyone to think I'm doing a bit. I mean this with absolute fucking sincerity, okay? This match, if you took every House of Torture spot that anyone has ever complained about, added them all together, it still wouldn't be half as stupid as this match. This was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. They set up a DQ countout, a match where you stress DQs or countouts, where both guys should have been counted out or disqualified about 50 fucking times. And it just, I went through the entire litany of stupid things. So yes, for a rating, I believe the rating I gave when I just tweeted out my ratings the other day was a minus symbol in front of a value so large it cannot be represented with a number. One of the worst things I've ever seen. That was this match. So,
well, I gave it 5 stars. So no, I'm just fucking with you. So I think so they completely fucked up the ref thing. That was just not good. I think the idea was Mark faced MJF a few weeks before that, and that's the way he had lost. So I think he didn't want like Hangman to lose the same way, I guess. That's the idea they were going for, but they completely fucked it up. Okay, let me give you another point of view. So I completely agree with like most of everything you said. Do you have someone that you just want to fucking win? Like, you know how Velke just has his favorites and he doesn't give a fuck who they're against? He just wants, okay, that's my wrestler, I want them to win. I kind of feel that with Adam Page, and I think a lot of AEW fans do, where you just kind of want them to beat the fuck out of MJF, who, you know, has done a lot of dog shit stuff in AEW. And I kind of agree with some of what Tim said in the Hall of Fame channel about, you know, he's got so much talent and he tends to just waste it. So there was just this, when watching live, there was this visceral feeling that I was like, it was almost primal. I was like, fuck yeah, Hangman, you know, beat the fuck out of MJF, destroy him. And, you know, it's just something you can't really snap out of. And you probably get that live watching your favorite wrestlers. So that's all I'll say from that point of view. That made me like certain parts of this match because I didn't have that analytical view on. I was just purely watching as a Hangman fan. But yeah, so that's a different view, but I can't argue with anything else you said. So there were a lot of
I mean, I like Page. He's probably one of my favorite wrestlers, and I mean, not probably. He is definitely one of my favorite wrestlers.
You could put Page in the Champions Carnival, and he would probably have some of the best matches on that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great fucking wrestler. I mean, he's an amazing wrestler, and that's why it sucks even more to see him doing the MJF bullshit fiesta. So it's not like I blamed Adam Page for this match.
No, yeah, for sure. But anyway, that's why I actually didn't hate this match live, just because it was Adam Page. I think it was like anyone else, I probably would have just skipped it. But yeah, Adam Page, I felt like made this match more enjoyable live than it would have been.
But yeah, what Tim said in the Hall of Fame channel was completely correct. I mean, anyone can be a bad wrestler. Anyone can just be bad at the technical aspects of wrestling. What makes MJF at this point, I think, like one of the worst wrestlers of all time, is that he actively drags down everything with his bullshit vision. I mean, we're going on this is like the third fucking year now of him doing absolute fucking nonsense in AEW main events. And it's like he makes this, when I first went, when I went to Japan in March and April, and I had been watching AEW weekly up to that point. And it's not like I was hating the promotion. I was like kind of enjoying it at times. But like when I stopped watching it weekly, because I'm in Japan for 2.5 weeks, I'm definitely not going to watch an American wrestling promotion while I'm there. And I got back and I was like, I didn't miss watching it. And in fact, more than anything, I was relieved not having to see an MJF segment every week. So that just became like, I had no desire to go back and watch the weekly TV. If you took MJF out of this promotion, there's a much better chance I would follow it weekly again. He drags the entire thing down for me, and he makes it unwatchable. And I could, people are going to say you could just skip his segments or whatever, but he's like such a core part of the promotion. He's not just some, mid-card actor. He's always a focus, whether he was doing that terrible feud with Jarrett, that fucking storyline with the Her Syndicate that felt like it went on forever. Now he's in the world title feud. It just always feels like he's a total focus of the promotion. And, hating one of the top acts to this degree is really one of the things that most turns me off about the promotion. Then you add the fact that it's an American wrestling promotion. I don't really like American wrestling that much. It just becomes like, it becomes very unwatchable.
Didn't Voices Wrestling put him in 30 under 30? He must be good, huh?
They sure did. They sure did. With the absolute funniest blurbs of all time.
You know who the fuck wasn't on there? Yuki Ueno. Like, how does MJF make this like that and not actually?
Natsupoi in her last year of eligibility.
Yeah, Natsupoi.
The same last year.
Like, oh my god.
The same last year of eligibility as MJF, not making that list. Everybody who voted for MJF and not for Natsupoi, because I sure as fuck voted reverse, should be required to.
It's still going on though, because like if I went to that channel, I think people were still. Oh, it was a different channel. Was it about awards? I don't know. Oh no, it was in 30.
It was under 30, yeah. Because somebody did pop up there. I think it was that shrimp biscuit guy who's always pretty funny, and he popped up and was like, "How are we feeling about MJF after Forbidden Door, everybody?" And there were a few people who were like, "Oh, I'd still vote him number in the top 5, maybe number 1 overall."
It's because they're seeing him differently to how like people like you and Tim see MJF, right? They're like just seeing his talent. I'm like, okay, well, he must be 30 under 30 because he's got so much talent. But I think you two hone in on his misuse of that talent, which I think is an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when I liked his matches. I mean, I've never liked his promos.
A good worker, right?
I've always thought his promos were horrible. It just they sound exactly the same every time to me, and they do nothing for me. There was a period where he was like leaning really into the arm bars and stuff, and like he was doing like some really solid like technical wrestling where I'm like, this guy's actually pretty good in the ring. I enjoy watching his matches.
Do you like his Iron Man match with Bryan Danielson?
I've actually never seen it, believe it or not.
Oh wow,
that's one I probably should watch, but I missed that period. I don't remember why. And
I feel like you hate him so much you probably won't like that match now.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely like colored him. But like there was a match he had with John Moxley that I remember being like, that was shockingly great. I think that might have been the one where he did that horrible fucking political gimmick leading up to it during like the COVID era, where like he was annoying me every single week during that gimmick, and then they did the actual match, and I was like, wow, the match was actually quite great. And like there was a bunch of stuff like that in those years where I was like, okay, he annoys me as a character, but his wrestling is good. And then 2023, there's that shift where he's no longer doing like technical wrestling. He's just kind of doing this goofy bullshit where like all of his stuff became like the most overbooked bullshit of all time. And that's where he goes from like, guy I don't really like that can occasionally have great matches anyway, to like war criminal. So that's where he's at this point with me. Like we're at 3 straight years now. The last MJF match I remember like really unambiguously enjoying was that match he had with Adam Cole on the Dynamite in 2023, which is funny considering they went on to have one of the worst matches of all time in the All In main event. But like that match was fucking great. That match they had on Dynamite, I think it was a 30-minute draw, and the two of them then never like everything the two of them did after that was horrible together. But like that one match was great. So, but yeah, I don't think there's any other match I can just unambiguously say I really liked. I mean, a lot of people like the Page match from earlier this year, and I thought that was like, really good. I thought that was I think I went like 3.5. I mean, I thought that was like it was definitely one of his least offensive matches the past few years, but it almost felt like, again, we were like rewarding him for finally not doing war crimes or something. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, that was like a really good match. I mean, not a really good match. That was a good match. It was, I get that looks like Misawa Kobashi next to some of the other shit he's done. But yeah, I mean,
what about his dog collar match with Punk?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never really liked the Punk feud that much. I think the match was pretty good. I'm trying to remember it, honestly. Yeah, I don't really remember it that super well, so it doesn't stand out as a mine. Like that Mox match stands out as a match I loved at the time. That the first Cole match stands out as a match I loved at the time. The dog collar match doesn't really, so I guess it probably wasn't a match that made a huge impression on me. But yeah, here's your MJF talk, I guess. I mean, just
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what to say to the people who love him. I guess I'm not the podcaster for you. I don't know. Like, they probably aren't even listening anymore. I mean, like, if you're like a huge MJF fan, I don't know why you would listen to.
I feel like
Wrestling
all of your
Omakase.
listeners are going to skip this first hour.
I don't. Some of them really like the AEW barrels.
Really?
I get DMs that are like, "Oh, you're the only person who like fucking tells it how it is," or I don't know. Yeah, because I think like there's a lack of people who are doing this in a way who don't really love AEW, but like don't do it for reasons that you would call like okay, like Fed stands will bury it for like really stupid reasons, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a lot of other people out there who are like negative on certain stuff. And I don't. So again, it's not like I hate AEW. I'm about to put over another match in a second, but yeah, I hated this match. That's for fucking sure. Yeah. So let's get over this. So we can get to DDT. Lights out steel cage match. Darby Allin, Gold Lovers, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and Will Ospreay defeated the Death Riders, Claudio, Moxley, and Gabe Kidd, and the Young Bucks in 32-25. So yeah, this match. After that AEW World Title match, it took me so long to put this show back on. Like I had to like stop watching at that point. I was like so just like okay, I did not want to watch more of this show. So finally, like 2 or 3 days later, I'm like okay, I got to get this over with sometime for the podcast. I'll be put on the steel cage match. And I really liked it. I thought this match was awesome. I really enjoyed this match. So
it was good, yeah.
Pleasant surprise. But yeah, the stuff, the gummy bears. Okay.
Oh,
I heard so
We're not doing
much about
gummy bear discourse, are we?
I heard so much about these gummy bears leading up to it. And I hadn't listened to Rich and Joe's audio at that point because I try not to listen to anyone else review shows before I watch them. I don't want like their opinions, affecting my opinions before I take my notes and stuff. So, I feel like that goes for a lot of like critics, right? You don't want to, you don't want to be repeating somebody else's critiques. You want to have your own critiques. But I saw a lot of the discourse about it on Twitter all week that people kept arguing about these fucking gummy bears. When I watched it, I was just like, that was it. It was over like 30 seconds. The joke was they were supposed to have thumbtacks, but because they're not the EVPs anymore and the staff hates them, they gave them gummy bears instead. Yeah. And I didn't think they like sold the gummy bears or anything because they did like a fucking head first move into the mat, which would fucking hurt no matter what.
They were selling the move, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think they sold the gummy bears as painful. So I don't know. There was really nothing. I had no complaint about the gummy bears. I thought it was kind of funny. I kind of liked the Young Bucks gimmick of being the EVP, the ex EVPs that the staff hates. I enjoy it. I thought that the Umbop thing was funny too, and watching Kenny dance to it was funny. I understand the critique that maybe it was too goofy for this style of match, and there was a total shift for sure when we then went to like John Moxley carving up Darby Allin's ear, but that's
what made it fucking awesome.
It was over so fast. It was just like, I don't understand how this became a talking point, especially again after the Page MJF match that had like fucking 5 war crimes in it in the fucking span of a half hour. Just like, please, how the fuck was this the talking point? I did not understand it. It was just like, okay. Yeah, so this match was awesome. I mean, there was a lot of really cool stuff in this match. There were these sweet little double Snapdragon suplexes from Kenny and Ibushi. I think Ibushi looked pretty fucking good here. I mean, he didn't have any botches. The Golden Cross double moonsault, he was a little slow on, but not like egregiously so. I'm not ready to be like Ibushi's back or anything, but like he's at least nowhere near the embarrassing state he was in.
He's not back, but he's been pretty good. Did you see his match with Okada?
Yeah, it was good. Like 3.5, 3 3/4.
Exactly. It was good.
Yeah. So I think Ibushi was good. I thought he had a good performance here. We had the there's just one moment the camera randomly zooms in on Marina Shafir outside the cage as she just screamed like "fuck you, Kenny" at the top of her lungs. That was so funny. I don't know why. Like they timed that perfect. She was like waiting for that camera. She was like, I'm preparing. I'm ready to unleash this. That was really funny. Gabe Kidd. I thought he actually had one of the weaker points of the match, doing the strike exchange with Kenny, and he was like sticking his tongue out, like making noises like a total goofball. And I'm just like, how did this guy seem so fucking cool back in like January, February? I don't really like this whole AEW run has like killed his aura or something. It's really weird. Like I don't know if he's like still really in his head about it or something, but yeah, he just doesn't translate well to AEW at all. I don't know. I thought that was like one of the weakest parts of the match.
Yeah, I haven't really been into him in AEW, to be honest. It feels like he's a cartoon version of his original character.
Yeah. I mean, and he already had like a tendency to maybe go a little too far sometimes.
Yeah, like I actually liked his New Japan. I remember seeing some discourse about his New Japan character being really off-putting to people just because he's like a roadman. It was mainly like UK people that didn't like it. I was like, well, I kind of like it. It's funny as fuck. Like I know people like that in real life. That's why it's funny to me. But
well, maybe they know people like that in real life and they hate them.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Yeah, I find those people really funny. But yeah, in AEW, it's just like. He's amped it up to I don't know if it's for the TV audience. I don't know why he's done that, but it's just not the same character.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's a cartoon version, like you said. Yeah. Some very strong stuff from Ospreay here, like just like at one point, just totally cleaning house in the ring and like just doing all his flashy moves, which really works in a match like this. So then at one point, Wheeler Yuta took like he's not in this match, by the way. Took like this Foley-esque bump off the top of the cage. Through an announce table at ringside. That was pretty gnarly. If I have one big critique, I thought all the brawling on the outside felt like they missed their peak and it dragged a bit to me. Like there was this moment where Kenny hit the one-winged angel on Mox a bit before that, where if they'd ended there, I probably would have gone like 4.5 on this. I just thought they missed their peak a little bit. So it just kind of dragged for me a bit at the end. But the finish was kind of perfect. Tana pinning Matt with the high fly flow was really cool. Nice moment for him on the retirement road.
God, when Tanahashi was trying to climb the ladder, and they were like, "No, don't do that." I don't know if you guys. Wait, I actually have no idea if that was on TV, but yeah,
I don't know if it was, but
okay, well, yeah. So he was trying to climb a ladder to do some crazy shit, and then like I think like the Young Bucks or Ospreay was just like sort of like tugging him down, like, "No, you don't want to do that," and that's when Ospreay climbed the cage to do his like moonsault off the cage.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, before that, Tanahashi was trying to do some crazy shit and they stopped him.
Yeah.
Which I thought was funny because, no knees.
Yeah. No,
he looks rough, by the way, at Rev Pro on Friday.
He's really had a hard time, you could tell. Since
there was a moment where you wouldn't see it on the stream because it was like they were doing some brawling at the stage and Tanahashi was literally just like lying flat in the ring and Shibata was like just like checking in on him and then like Shibata was just like telling him to go roll in the corner and just stay there while they do all the brawling. I was like, fuck, Tanahashi does not look good.
Yeah, I mean the G1 took a lot out of him. Yeah. But yeah, 4 1/4 star match. This was my favorite match in the show, just barely beating out Zach and Nigel. I thought this was pretty awesome. Again, for a match I would say I had no expectations. It was more just like a MJF page destroyed by will to watch American wrestling ever again. So it took me so long to get back to the show that by the time I loaded it up, I was like, all right, what other pain do you have in store for me? And they just had a pretty great brawl. So,
Yeah,
way to go, everybody. At least the show ended well.
Yeah, I went 4 1/4 as well. Really good match.
So yeah, this was a show of peaks and valleys, as it were, I would say. I mean, some stuff I really liked and some stuff I really hated. So, what are you gonna say? I mean, if somebody listening to this has not watched it yet, I would say watch the cage match, watch the Hiromu Kyle Fletcher match, and watch the Zach and Nigel match. And then also, you know what? Go ahead and watch Paige and MJF. It's at least, if you're going to be bad, at least be historically bad. And they were like historically bad. So there you go. That is your Forbidden Door review. How was any unique things about the live experience? I mean, I assume it was just a pretty normal AEW British crowd.
Yeah, it was a normal. It was a normal British crowd in general. Just a lot of singing, a lot of chants. I would say they were loudest during I don't know if it came from on TV, but they were actually loud just during the MJF match. Did you agree with that watching?
Yeah, they seem like they love their slop. I would say
Yeah,
that.
no, the crowd was going insane. Well, again, it's because of Hangman, right? Literally,
Yeah.
Hangman is the reason that match is getting that reaction. I'm not sure anyone else could have got that reaction from that type of match. No, it was just honestly a standard crowd. I enjoyed the show a lot. Yeah.
Where were you sitting, by the way?
On hard cam side. That's the fucking thing about this venue. So the thing with AEW ticket prices is they're really expensive when they first go on. So I paid £200 when they first went on sale, and then Tim hadn't bought his tickets yet. So then, literally the week of the show, we bought 2 tickets for £50 each with better views than the one I spent £200 on, because the ticket prices dropped so much in the last week. I'm like, why the fuck did I buy it in the first place? So now I'm just never going to buy a ticket until the last week. So.
I learned that lesson with AEW in America. Believe me,
It's just
because like full gear is in November in Prudential Center, and I have a friend that actually I would say loves AEW, but he watches it every week.
You're going to go see MJF live, John?
Well, okay. First of all, I'm going to Collision this Saturday, which I should have mentioned before now in AEW Arena. My friend begged me to go, basically, because he really wanted to go see them in the ECW Arena. And I was like, okay.
Holy shit.
So I am going. I'm going to see Collision this Saturday. I'm not going to be able to stay for Dean, though, because I have to get back. I have to get back to watch my shitty baseball team lose at Yankee Stadium the next day. So I'm not going to be able to stay for Dean because my train is like 11 o'clock, which I purchased before they even started announcing the Dean stuff. But yeah, I'm going to Collision this Saturday. I don't remember what we paid for it. I don't think it was that expensive. I think it was like $60 or $70 or something. But yeah, so Full Gear, I told my friend was like, oh, we got to buy our Full Gear tickets. They're on sale. And I was like, we don't have to fucking buy them now. Are you kidding? It's like, they're not going to sell at the Prudential Center, and the tickets will probably be cheaper the week of. So, I've learned that lesson with AEW over the years. The ticket prices drop a lot, as you get closer to the show. So, if I do go to Full Gear, I will decide at the last week, depending on if the main event is like MJF defending the world title against anybody, I probably will not be at Full Gear. But,
when's the last time you went live to a show, AEW show?
So I've been to every Forbidden Door. So last year's Forbidden Door was in Long Island. I don't think I went to another show after that show.
Did you enjoy them?
The first two were very good. The second one was not as good as the first one. The third one was like okay. I've also went to All Out 2023, the one in Chicago right after All In with the
that show was Omega and Takeshita match.
The Omega Takeshita, yeah, which was that was my match of the night for that show. That match was awesome. Yeah, that was a great show too. Yeah, so I think those are the only pay-per-views I've been to. I've been to the 3. I didn't go to the other Full Gears in Newark. It always ended up being a thing where like we get close to the show and I would just keep telling my friend Quinlan I don't really want to go. Yeah, I don't know. There was nothing on the card that really spoke to me. But yeah, I went to all 3 Forbidden Doors, All Out 2023. I think that might be it for pay-per-views, unless there's something I'm forgetting. Because I didn't go to All in Texas. I actually had thought about it at one point because I knew they were running Okada Omega there. I'm very happy I did not go to that show because I didn't think it was very good. But yeah, I can't think of anything else I went to. I've been to a few TV tapings. They were mostly all pretty bad, I thought. Like I went to this Collision taping in Newark during like the Punk Collision period. That was like one of my least favorite wrestling shows I've ever been to. It was really, really, really. Was he
bad. The 30-minute main event?
It was like some fucking tag match at the end, and with him and that was him during his feud with Ricky Starks. That was just really, really boring. But yeah, I went to that show. That was just really bad. I went to the Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor during the AEW Ring of Honor period. That was in Trenton. I think that was also 2023. That was the one with the Athena Willow match. That was like really amazing. So that was a really good show too.
Willow's fucking awesome. I can't believe she was on the pre-show here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I try to remember what else I went to. I went to the Collision the night before Forbidden Door 2023 in Toronto.
Are you sure you're not a super fan? This is a lot of shows.
Which is the show where Show came out from House of Torture, and no one on earth cared except me and 2 other people. I was just like, yeah,
So, because he came out unexpectedly for the Ring of Honor taping. Yeah, I've been to a lot of AEW shows. I don't know. It's pro wrestling, and I live here. I mean, I ended up going to them. And
I feel like
they
a lot. So I thought the show was fun live. I think like a lot of these shows are much better live, especially when you're with friends as well.
Yeah.
Than they are to watch alone at home, especially when you're like making notes on them and like trying to like you have to analyze them for a job. They get a lot less fun, but live, just like losing, just like not caring about it and not thinking about things, that like brain off, basically. They're a lot more fun.
Yes, I definitely agree that American wrestling is better the more you turn your brain off.
That's
definitely something I agree with. It's definitely something I agree with. But yeah, so I've been to a bunch of the shows. Like I haven't been to anything since. Oh, I've been to a bunch of the fucking what's it called? This I don't know why I didn't think of it. I've been to every Grand Slam, I think. But that one I should get a pass on because the fucking venue's like 10 minutes from my house. They might as well be running it out. They might as well, they might as well be running it outside my door. So yeah, I mean that one's very easy to go to. But anyway, it doesn't look like they're running it this year, by the way, because they would have announced it by now. So I guess the crowd last year was really, really like down, I think. Like it did look really bad in the building, so maybe that was finally it for Arthur Ashe, which is sad because like I said, it's a very convenient venue for me to get to. So is UBS Arena, but Arthur Ashe is even closer to me.
But they did Grand Slam in Australia, right, in February, and then Mexico
a little farther.
Yeah, and they're doing Australia again next year. So
yeah, but all right, there's your AEW talk. Which if there's one thing people come to Wrestling Omakase for, it's AEW discussion.
All right, let's start the podcast.
DDT, Wrestle, Peter Pan, days 1 and 2. That, of course, is the real big story, I think, from this past weekend. So day 1 happened August 30th in the Higashin Arena main arena. So I had one of those moments where I just looked like a complete idiot on the Discord when we were discussing about the show, which is not a rare thing for me. I mean, I can be quite stupid. But it's sort of DDT's fault because I'm looking at this venue, on camera, and it looks, dark. It looks like nothing I've ever seen before. And I'm looking on a map. I'm like, have I ever been? I don't think I've ever been here. And then I'm like, yeah, where is this? We're talking about the Discord. And then someone's like, oh, it's the same venue that New Japan ran the, New Year Dash 2024 in. I was like, no, it wasn't. That's Sumida City Gym. I was there. And the guy's like, well, this is just a different, for some reason, they're calling this a different name. And then I look at my pictures again, especially those like seats with glass and, in the upper deck. I'm like, oh, it is the same venue. It just looks nothing like it with this stage DDT had and with the lights out, because New Japan just went really lazy and cheap that year at New Year's Dash. It looked like just any other house show venue with the lights up. So it looked nothing like that venue, and they used a different name. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, I actually have been to this venue. But it's like it's in this very like residential area of Tokyo, I will say. Like you get off the subway and you feel like you're in a suburb all of a sudden, which is weird because it's not that far from Ryogoku. But
yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I would have preferred if they went to Korakuen Hall for both nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just watching this like in this arena, it reminded me of All Japan. I was like watching this, like, is this an All Japan show? Just like
well, they didn't have the lights up at least.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, they probably did do more fans than you can put in Korakuen, because they didn't announce a number. They never announce numbers anymore.
No,
I think they. Oh, sorry.
It was probably around.
Yeah, I thought so too. Like probably around 2000, but it looks a little more empty because it's such a big venue.
Exactly. Yeah.
So doing 2000 here just looks worse than doing like 1500 in Korakuen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Show opened with the Hinata Kasai debut match. Of course, that's Jun Kasai's son. Harashima defeated him with the Somato in 10:24. I thought this was a perfectly fine little debut match for Kasai. I thought, especially his selling here, I thought was really good. So that's the kind of thing that either a young wrestler has or they don't. They tend to have it a lot more in Japan than they do any other, definitely more than America at least. So, but yeah, the Japanese wrestlers debut and almost everywhere tend to be very good at selling, unless you're that one woman in Marigold, then you're not very good at it. The one
the one that quit, Sakamura?
The one that quit, Sakamura. Yeah, She might have been the worst seller I've ever seen in any promotion worldwide. Because people would like hit her with moves and she would like laugh. Like smile. It's like, no, you're supposed to be hurt, pretending you're in pain here, lady, not like smiling at us. But yeah, other than her, most Japanese rookies are very good at selling, and Kasai was very good at selling here. So
Yeah,
3
I thought
stars.
Yeah, I also gave it 3. I thought this was really good. So, he did an interview, and basically he tried like a bunch of different sports, like gym, gymnastics, swimming, in order to prepare for being a wrestler. But he kind of like gave up during like junior and high school because he felt he wasn't athletic enough. And then when he was in university, he just decided it was time to like chase his dream again. So he started picking up like MMA, kickboxing. He enjoyed grappling the most, and then he felt like his conditioning getting better. And he spoke to his father, and Jun Kasai, obviously, and he told him that DDT was probably a good place to start. Just you're more free, you're not restricted to a particular style. Obviously, you can do comedy, you can have high work rate matches, which DDT has had a lot of in 2025. And Hinata didn't just want to join Freedoms because he said specifically he wants to like surpass his father. He doesn't want to be like a replica of June. He wants to like be better than him. So he joined DDT August 2024 when he was in university, started training, and then Senshiro Takagi asked him to make his debut out Peter Pan, and so yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a good choice, I think, for him, because you're not gonna, if you go to Freedoms as like the fucking son of Jun Kasai, that is a lot more pressure.
You're gonna get lost in the wash, yeah.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, there was like some weird fact that they also gave where Takeshita has called Hinata like one of the 3 top Japanese people that knows a lot about US indies. Very specific claim, but yeah, apparently he loves his US indies, and like CM Punk is like one of his favorites. So there you go.
I remember he loves Joshi too, apparently, because I remember he talked
really?
about that in another. Yeah, there's another interview where he's saying his dad takes him to Stardom shows all the time, apparently.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
So Shinichiro Kawamatsu and Yuki Ishida defeated Soma Takao and Rukia when Ishida pinned Rukia with the Flame Palm in 632. Also, every time I cover DDT, I do this, but shout out to Jamie for his amazing blog that just gives you the. I wish every promotion had results like this written out, because it's the easiest and cleanest way to read them.
Yeah.
Definitely don't have to rely on auto translate for the move names, and very just DDT is the easiest promotion to cover. And again, it's because of him. So thank you, Jamie. So Soma. Okay, so for people who don't know DDT, I should set the scene here, because this is really going to come into play, because we don't always talk about it a lot on this podcast. I mean, we did the King of DDT finals a few months ago, but it's been a little while. And I watched them. This year especially, I watched them more than I talk about them on the show, I will say. So I'd like to get into the habit of covering them more. It's also just they're really hard to find people who watch, who like who watch this. Like, there's some people I know who watch DDT and like only watch DDT, and there's people like you and a few other people I know who watch DDT and lots of other stuff, but like a lot of people just who watch and cover other stuff who would be like good guests for Omakase don't also watch DDT.
Yeah.
So it can be a little hard. I mean, there's a lot of times where I put them on, like watch their smaller shows, and they're also promotion I like to just watch and enjoy without having to fucking take notes and podcast about. So like,
fair enough, yeah.
I mean, I'll watch Beer Gardens shows and just enjoy it. I'll watch there was this amazing match with I think the show was held at the Shinagawa Prince Hotel, maybe, where they had this amazing match with Hirata and Toru Owashi earlier this year.
Where he came in different gimmicks?
Yeah, where he came in different gimmicks. It's like one of my favorite matches of the year, honestly, like just from pure enjoyment. But yeah, so it's a promotion I watch more than I cover, especially this year. I lost track of it a little bit after the pandemic, like I did with a lot of Japanese promotions. But this year I've really been getting back into it and really enjoying it. And I want to cover, I'm definitely going to try to cover at least their big shows and their Korikens on this podcast more often, even if I have to do like solo audio on those episodes. Yeah. So, going to try to cover it more, because they are, like you said earlier, they're having a great year and they deserve more audio coverage. And God knows they don't get it on this network. That is for fucking sure.
No. So, I think they're my second promotion of the year behind Stardom.
I think that might have been what I voted them when we did the mid-year awards. Yeah. And I kind of think that's where I'd still have them right now. I think it's Stardom 1, DDT 2. Oh God, I don't even know who I put third.
Well, everyone put like CML or
I don't watch Lucha. Yeah. I don't like AEW, as everybody just heard. I think New Japan's having a horrible year. I mean, New Japan's having still a pretty great year from a match quality standpoint, but their booking is just horrible. Noah has the opposite problem where they have pretty good booking now, but their match quality isn't very high to me. Sendai Girls has some really good matches, but just perplexing booking. Excuse me. But yeah, Dragon Gate's been good. I've watched them and I haven't watched them enough. Yeah. It'd probably be like Dragon Gate, Noah. Oh, like a frog in my throat now. Yeah, Dragon Gate, Noah. Definitely not All Japan as we're gonna fucking talk about. Might be the worst promotion in Japan right now. I've liked things about Mari Gold, although there's things I don't like about it too. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like 1 and 2 are very high above 3, I guess, because there's no easy 3 for me. Whereas Stardom and DDT are definitely promotions I've enjoyed the most this year. Yeah. But yeah, so what? I don't remember what I was.
You were going to talk.
Oh, okay. The contracts. Yeah. So again, since we haven't covered DDT, I mean, we didn't cover anything really during the G1 and 5-star because it's so hard to keep up with anything else. But yeah, so people who don't know DDT, every year they do this gimmick, the Right to Challenge Anytime Anywhere armband. So there's 4 wrestlers who get these armbands. They can use a challenge for any title at any time. It's just like a Money in the Bank cash-in, which, you know, makes sense given that DDT has a strong like parody of American wrestling kind of thing. I think it's way better though, even just looking at it as a normal, like just not putting aside any parody aspects. It makes more sense and is more logical than the Money in the Bank cash-in for 2 big reasons. First of all, there's a time limit. I believe it's end of October, right? You have to use it. Or is it November 3rd?
Yeah.
Sorry?
I think it's for the 19th of October Korakuen is when you need to use it.
So yeah, you need to use it by October 19th. You can't just hold it for a fucking year waiting for your perfect moment. Second of all, you can lose the fucking armband in any match you're in. So if you have the armband and you get pinned in any match, or you lose the fall, pinned, submitted, whatever, in a tag match, a 6-man tag, a singles match, a three-way, anything, you lose the armband of that person. So holding the armband and waiting for your perfect moment actually becomes a humongous risk, because if you lose that armband, you know, if you lose a match while you have that armband, you lose the armband. So that makes a lot more sense, and it adds like some extra stakes to all these random undercard matches. So it's kind of fucking genius the way they've done it. And, you know, it's an example of DDT taking something from American wrestling and greatly improving upon it. So, in my opinion, anyway. So, because Money in the Bank cash-ins are pretty stupid, and they still kind of have them in AEW, but Tony Khan now says they have to give people a week's notice or something.
Because it was stupid.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So anyway, so Soma Takao in this match, he has one of the 4 armbands, and he would have lost it if he got pinned here, but he didn't. So his partner got pinned, so he keeps it.
Unfortunately.
So everybody really hates him, huh?
He's so lazy, and it's not even a gimmick.
I remember, I liked him in Damnation kind of when he was in Damnation, but I've always kind of liked Damnation. It's just I don't know, like as a babyface, yeah, he's really boring. He just doesn't do anything, right? That's kind of his thing. Like he doesn't stand out at all.
Yeah. Do you know what D-Generations is?
Yeah, that's like they're young wrestlers, right?
Yeah, they're young wrestlers. So they have like dedicated like sub-brand shows to it. And I can't remember who he was facing, but it was one of the D-Generations wrestlers, and he just didn't do anything for like 9 minutes. It's like, I don't even think it's like a gimmick. He just actually doesn't work some matches.
And it's egregious because the young wrestlers of DDT are great.
Exactly. So it was like so out of place on that show. But
yeah. Which they do such a, like, they don't get enough credit for really like constantly like replenishing the pool the way they do.
Oh, please, we need to preach about how good these DDT young wrestlers are. They're fucking amazing.
I mean, I've just seen them. I've been a Japanese wrestling fan for a very long time now, as I think most listeners know, and I've seen the way they're able to consistently do it. Because obviously in the 2010s you had the whole DNA generation, and you know they've just been able to consistently turn out like generations of guys, which is impressive for a wacky comedy promotion at the end of the day. I mean, you know, they do a really good job just finding these people. I guess a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're like one of the only promotions that recruits from the college pro wrestling scene, which again, for people who don't know what that is basic, like the closest thing Japan has to like backyard wrestling, basically. Like I think people hear college wrestling like, oh, amateur. And it's like, no, it's like, It's basically college students pretending to be pro wrestlers as goofballs. Like that's really is that basically what it is? I mean, I think that's the closest explanation. I mean, but there was a wrestling promotion, and Velky talked about this on a past episode. So Hanako got her start in one of them, and the promotion, every wrestler had a gimmick where they had their name had something to do with fellatio. So that should give you an example of what we're talking about here.
What's her name? Like
it was like Fella Risa, yeah, which is like a euphemism. Which first of all, take off Arisa Sarah's name, and second of all, a euphemism for fellatio. So there you go. That's the college wrestling scene. So yeah, I get why a lot of other Japanese wrestling promotions like we're not going to recruit off of that. Are you kidding? But as it turns out, there's some very talented people who are doing that. So I guess they should.
They also invest in their young talent a lot. Like having this sub brand, the D-Generation, like they give them their own fucking show where they just literally have like 20-minute bangers in like the main event.
Which they did in the past with DNA also. So like that's a thing they've done. They've done that twice now. So with great success. So but yeah, so Kawamatsu, he's a LDP politician, like an actual politician who wrestles in a full suit. And Hulk Hogan passed down the axe bomber to him for some reason before he died.
My God.
If people have never seen the video of that, it's so confusing because it's the two of them sitting together in what looks like a karaoke room or something. I don't know if this was in Florida or Japan or what, but it doesn't look like a karaoke room. Have you seen this?
I haven't seen that video, no.
Okay. I think they're in a karaoke. That's what it looks like. And Hogan keeps calling. He seems to have no idea who this person actually is, first of all. He doesn't seem to know he's a politician. He just seems to think he's a generic wrestler. And he keeps saying he's from Shin Nihon. So he seems to think he's giving his axe bomber to a New Japan wrestler. And I'm just like, no, you're giving your axe bomber to an actual LDP politician who is also a sumo commentator for some reason. Like, how does he have time to do all this and also be a politician? It's very weird.
Probably a bad
politician. Yeah, probably. Who also wrestles in DDT. So that's who you gave your fucking axe bomber to, Hulkster. I hope you're enjoying your time down there in hell, by the way.
Fuck Hogan.
But yeah, so on top of being a politician for a center-right party in Japan, which, you know, he may or may not have very bad views. I don't know what his views are, but he's also horrible. He does some very bad selling here. For a guy who was given the axe bomber, he does the worst axe bomber I've ever seen, possibly. It was really, really bad. This was not good. It was at least short and bad. So 2 stars.
Give it 2.25. Let's just say I'm happy I don't have to see him very often. I think it's like
he only wrestles like 8. I looked it up. It was like 8 matches a year or something, 6 matches. So he's not a guy you have to deal with very often as a DDT fan. I mean, again, being someone who does not watch every DDT show and like only like, you know, especially there's some of their smaller shows or whatever, I completely forgot about him. And I was like, when's the last time this fucker even wrestled? And I guess it might have been, actually, let me look it up. Because I feel like I've seen him. I've seen Man in Suit wrestling. But like, and I think he has a cage match profile, which is kind of fucking funny. I'm like, there's so many wrestlers who don't have cage match profiles. And like, this fucking guy has one. But yeah, let me see. What was his last match before this?
Oh, it was probably the Hiroshima Homecoming.
Yeah, the Hiroshima Homecoming, which I didn't watch. And okay, so he's only wrestled 2 matches so far this year, so even less than I said. So he went a long gap without watching. His last match was at Ultimate Party last December, which I don't know if I watched that show. That might have not been a show I saw. So there you go. That explains why he didn't look familiar to me at all, because he hasn't been on any of the 2025 shows I watched. So
shout out to the other two young wrestlers in this match, Yuki Yoshida, who, you know, likes to eat a lot of pins, but he didn't eat one here. And then Rukia just came back from injury on the 17th of August. So this was one of his first matches on a big card. Yeah.
Too bad they didn't have anything better to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Then we had a 3-way match, which so talking about these DDT comedy matches on audio is always a little challenging, like the pure comedy ones, because it's like, I feel like everybody kind of knows how they feel about these matches by now or not, right? Like either you want to watch them or you don't. I don't really care if like people hate them. For me, I usually enjoy them. I usually like DDT comedy. I don't really care if people don't like them, especially Dino. Like if you don't want to watch Dino, I totally get it. But yeah, I mean, so I don't really have a ton to say about them. But Danshoku Dino here, he beat Kazuki Hirota and Antonio Honda. He pinned Honda with the Danshoku driver in 9:19. Hirata had a armband, as will be foreshadowing. He has an armband, so he did not lose it here. Wee woo. But yeah, the comedy was all based around GM Iwabayashi, who's really fucking funny, by the way. If people don't watch DDT, he is like one of the funniest parts of the promotion. But yeah, he's the straight man basically, and he doesn't want Dino to wrestle and risk injury because he's facing Tanahashi on day 2. I think he said something like, "What are you two doing tomorrow? Nothing important. So you guys wrestle. Dino, get out on the apron. Let them have a singles match." When he tries to get in the ring, he even gives Dino an STO. I thought that was pretty funny. When Dino tried to get in the ring, I mean. But eventually, though, when Dino breaks free of this, he reveals this has all been a ruse and a test. Because, Dino basically says, "What about the fans here today? Don't they matter?" And Iwabayashi is like, "If you truly done nothing today, Dino, I would have taken away your Tanahashi match tomorrow." So it was all a test all along. So thought that was funny. But yeah, this was a enjoyable little DDT comedy match. I don't star rate these either normally. So,
Yeah. When you watch a lot of DDT shows, you get very used to Honda, Dino, and Hirata being in a match together. So this was another standard one. So,
yeah, the funniest part was the GM stuff. So
yeah, they've been feuding. Like Dino's been doing some lewd stuff in like important places, like at Harashima's homecoming. I think like the mayor was there, the mayor of Ohm. And
yeah. I saw clips on Twitter. Yeah. But like the mayor was like he was like really upset because of the mayor being there.
Yeah, exactly. So he does these things where if it's like an important place or they have an important guest, he's like, "No our stuff today," but he always does our stuff. So
I think the last Corkin I watched, he did that too, but I can't remember what it was. What the reason was. Like there was some reason why he was telling Dino not to use his ass.
Oh, probably because it was super sold out. Maybe was that?
Yeah. Because they had the pop star there. Yeah. Who there at some point during this they announced his future dates. I think I took note of it.
It's every Corkin Hall except the November one.
Yeah. So like for people who are also going to Japan on January 3rd, we're going to be in Japan January 3rd, like I know you are. And many of our listeners are that I've heard from. If you want to go to DDT, I would say plan to buy your tickets for that January 3rd show in advance because the Korikins, that guy being on the show greatly increases the chance the Korikin will sell out.
He's like a legit draw.
Yeah. Like their Korikins with him on the show have been selling out. Like you can tell, even though they don't release numbers, they've like been selling out, I believe, way in advance. So, so if you want to go to DDT January 3rd, it's a January 3rd evening slot for that Korakuen. Just try to remember the date, November 3rd, because that's apparently when it goes on sale. So November 3rd, 10 a.m. Japan time, which would be like November 2nd. Actually, it's November 2nd, 8 p.m. Eastern, because that is the very first day of daylight savings here in America. So we go back to being Eastern time goes back to being 14 hours behind Japanese time, which is great for me because then all these like 11:30 a.m. Japan start at 9:30 a.m.
Yeah. Because I think the 10:30 Korikens now start at 2:30 during that time.
Yeah.
The 11:30 starts.
Yeah.
Start at 2:30.
I was gonna say the midnight, all those midnight start in Japan start time start at 10 p.m. for me instead of 11 a.m. and then even like 2 a.m. is midnight, on and on. So it gets even. I already like ruined my sleep schedule watching way too much live Japanese wrestling over the weekends, but my sleep schedule will be slightly better during these daylight savings. But I don't know when. I've always wondered when you Europeans sleep. Sometimes, by the way, like you guys seem to watch like everything live.
Yeah, I set my alarm for 3 a.m.
Well, it's like American. Yeah, you watch I've seen you guys watch American shows live and Japanese shows live. I'm just like, when do you guys sleep?
Yeah, whenever we can.
Yeah, this is interesting. But I mean, I say this and then I don't stay up until like fucking 7 a.m. watching Stardom stuff or something. But next match was match number 4. Illusion, MJ Paul, and Haruto Sakuraba defeating Akito, Naomi Yoshimura, and Daichi Sato. Illusion pinned Akito with the Swanton Bomb in 12:21. So Sato had another one of these armbands, and he did not lose it here, as he did not get pinned. But yeah, very fun exchange, I thought, with Sakuraba and Yoshimura. they were just like beating each other's asses.
I
You
thought
know,
it was
just
awesome, yeah.
two big beefy dudes, you know, beating each other back and forth. I mean, Sakuraba is the God, what's the stuntman, right? That's his shoot work.
He's
And
part of a J-pop group, I thought, isn't it?
I thought Sakuraba was the stuntman. I could be wrong. I think
Isn't
you're thinking
it's Steam Blood, no? He's part of Steam Blood? Which is
maybe you're right. I thought he was a stuntman. That
well,
I thought
maybe
the whole
does Steam Blood do stunt stuff? I thought they were a
I don't
J-pop
know.
group.
You could be right. Let me say Haji Sakura. Oh yeah, he's okay. He's an actor, a stuntman, and a member of Steam Blood. You're right.
Ah, okay,
So
it's
there you go.
both.
Yeah. Because I remember I could have sworn the way they discovered him and got him into wrestling. He's an enormous man, by the way, like 6'6" and very muscular. Was I believe he was in a stage play with Saki Akai. I believe that's how he was discovered. So Saki Akai, who's still the retired former DDT wrestler, who's still like an office employee. She did commentary on the show, I think.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe that was the story, is that she discovered him through a stage play they were in together. So, but yeah, so he illusion pin Akito here. So Sakuraba and Yoshimura like just beat each other's asses. That was really cool. That Yoshimura got this really cool judo takedown to finally end it too. Quite fun match while it lasted. Went like 3 1/4. Pretty good little undercard 6-man here.
Yeah, I went 3 stars. What do you think of Daichi Sato? I'm trying to shield him to everyone as the future ace.
I mean, he looked good. I thought he looked good here. I mean, he didn't
do much in this match.
Yeah, he didn't do much. He has like a unique look, right? Where he's like a little he has like the matinee idol look that DDT really likes. I'm sure people have noticed. It's like, okay, DDT has always drawn a lot of women. Now they draw like Dragon Gate crowds where it's like 80% women seemingly. Like the crowds are they get a lot of young women at these shows, and when you see the makeup of the roster, it makes sense, you know.
Yeah, so I've been ranting about this in the newsletter. I don't know if I mentioned it. Like, I write for the Social Suplex Newsletter. I write for the DDT stuff. Yeah, so I've been ranting about their female audiences, and Daichi Sato is like, the screams he gets are like Korakuen Hall is like crazy. Like just loud women just screaming Daichi is crazy.
But yeah, so he's a former Heat Up guy, by the way. I don't know if people know that. So he moved, just for our listeners who are like not big DDT people, he moved from Heat Up to DDT as of this past February. So February he announced he was leaving Heat Up to join DDT in April. So that's when that happened. But yeah, so he's not a like DDT dojo guy, which is interesting. But yeah, he did move over to DDT. So a very young guy. And like I was trying to say, he has a very matinee idol look, but like with a thicker body. Like he's got like a more muscular body than you see with some of them. And, like just it's a different look. So it's it's a cool little different look for a DDT young guy. So there you go. But yeah, he's good. I definitely do like him. And I mean, there really isn't any. Like I was trying to think who of the DDT young guys like isn't good.
Yeah, they're pretty much all good, actually.
Yeah, just like I'm trying to think. I mean, like even like ones that I don't even know if they really count as young guys anymore. But like even like Apex, I was never really that into either guy, and they both look better lately. So.
Oh, Nair and Ino, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like who is the DDT young guy? I mean, they have a kind of like a ridiculous assortment of riches here when you get to like Takashi Masada and Yuya Kuroko. I mean, just tons and tons and tons and tons of young wrestlers. So, then we had another 6-man tag. So Mao, Kanan, and Kumadori defeating Yuki Ueno, Shinya Aoki, and Kazuma Sumi, when Mao pinned Sumi with the ultra big tone in 12-11. Kumadori is yet another entertainment crossover guy. So he is God, what the fuck was his thing again? Like he was out there with the other members of his band.
Omens, yeah.
Omens, thank you. There's so many of these guys now. It's hard to keep track. But yeah, he's part of this. It's like they're like a dance troupe, I guess.
They're a masked dance troupe, yeah.
Yeah.
They do some songs as well. They're a hip hop group as well.
Yeah. So he had his whole group out there with him dancing, which is cool. And I feel like he's been wrestling like quite a bit lately. I mean, I feel like I've seen him on a bunch of shows.
This is his 4th show? Yeah, it's his 4th appearance, yeah.
Okay. So more than the politician, that is for sure.
Yeah.
He does not yet have a cage match profile, though. The politician does for some reason.
Yeah. The last time he was on the Korakuen Hall on 29th of June, so 2 months ago.
Yeah. So, but yeah, this was another like pretty solid undercard tag. I actually did write down omens in my notes. I should have looked at my notes, like if I wouldn't be such a dummy. Kanan, the one notable thing was like for me at least was Kanan was wearing like these overalls for some reason when he came out. They were fucking hideous, but it was almost worth it for when he pulled down his straps like he was Jerry Lawler and then pulling down the straps in Memphis. That was fucking funny. But yeah, there's some really cool, fast-paced, flippy shit between Mao and Kazuma, including this crazy, like, it was like almost like a leaping, spitting setup for a schoolboy that I don't think I've ever really seen before. It looks
Sumi's
really
awesome.
cool.
I think Sumi is probably the most underrated like wrestler out of the young guys. He's like the perfect mid. He's like so over. I don't even know who to compare him to. Like a really over like mid carder that just always hits his spots perfectly. And he's having such a great year as well. He was in like a 6-man title match like a few weeks ago, and in the finishing stretch with him and Hideki Okatani, it was fucking amazing. Like some of the last 5 minutes, some of the best last 5 minutes I've seen on a match this year. So yeah, shout out to Sumi.
Yeah. Then we had the. Oh, was there anything else from this match? Oh yeah, Mao ended up pinning him 3.25 again. Pretty good little undercard tag.
Yeah, 3.25 as well.
Then we had the DDT Extreme title match. Earn Your Own Life. Pro Wrestling Life or Death match. I always forget how to pronounce his name. Is it just Toy?
Yeah, Toy. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he would say Toy, but yeah.
Yeah. So Toy was defending the Extreme title here. He beat Yuya Kuroko in 9:20 to make his second defense. So I have to give some explanation here of these rules. So, because it's a very, very unique rule set. For the most part, I really like the concept of this match. I think there's one flaw with how they did this, and I'll say it in a second. So both wrestlers had a starting life point value. It was based on like social media interactions. Is that correct? I think.
Yep. Yeah. So I think for every 1,000 interactions was like 1 life point or whatever.
Okay, makes sense. And I remember Toy making fun of Kuroko for not having much of a. I guess the reason why he came up with this gimmick in part was because he thinks Kuroko doesn't give enough effort on social media to like promote himself and promote DDT. Is the vibe I got.
Toy's also just been using social media a lot for this reign. So his last match with Hikaru Sato, the way that Sato was picked was he did like a poll on social media. So he's just been doing a lot of this stuff a lot.
Yeah. But he's
But he was beating Kuroko on social media as well, yeah.
Yeah. So he basically said Kuroko. I think because I saw him say after the match something like, "I didn't know you could be this engaged on social media. Now you got to do it all the time," basically. So yeah. So the starting life point value was 23 for Toy, 20 for Kuroko. So now every time there's a pin attempt, each one count. So each time the ref counts 1 or a 2 or a 3 is minus 1 life point. So if there's a 1 count kick out, it's -1. If there's a 2 count, it's -2. If there's a full 3 count pin, it's -3. And apparently it can keep going because there were a couple times he counted a full 3 count for both guys and started to count 4. It didn't actually get to the 4 though. So each 1 count is -1 point. Each submission, each time a wrestler taps out, is -1 point. Each rope break, each time a wrestler needs to use a rope break to escape a submission or end a pin, I guess, would have been -1 point. And every time a wrestler is tossed to the floor, they lose 1 point. Now, whoever loses all their life points first loses the match. So that's why they call the finish TKO. So when you lose all your life points, you lose the match. I think that's a really inventive idea, and I actually thought it worked pretty fucking well in practice and was really exciting. There was one flaw that was not the wrestler's fault at all. They should have had the fucking score on the screen so you could keep track, because they had it on the big screen in the background, but you had to basically wait for the camera to be shooting it to see the updated score. So they should have had a graphic on screen to show you the fucking score throughout the match. So that was not their fault, but they should have done that. If they ever bring this gimmick back, hopefully they do that. The only other flaw with the actual rules is, to me, when a 1 count is a -1 point, a rope break is -1 point, and being tossed from the ring is -1 point, it kind of makes no sense that a guy tapping out is just -1 point. That should have been like minus.
Thanks for selling your car to Carvana. Here's your check.
Whoa, when did I get here?
What do you mean?
I swear it was just moments ago that I accepted a great offer from Carvana online. I must have time traveled to the future.
It was just moments ago. We do same-day pickup. Here's your check for that great offer.
It is the future.
It's the present and just the convenience of Carvana. Sorry to blow your mind.
It's all good. Happens all the time.
Sell your car the convenient way to
Carvana.
Pickup times may vary and fees may apply.
3 to be equal with, a 3 count.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's like the only thing I would change if I was going to do this again. I would have done -3 for that. Just like a 3 count fall is -3 points. Submitting should have been -3 points. That's one thing I would change if they do it again. But again, it's not like it didn't like ruin the match or anything. It's just a little nitpick. There's some comedy early so Kuroku, like, he immediately tried to pin Toy. He got like these 2 1 counts and a 2 count to immediately pull ahead 2019. So he got because at that point Toy was -4 points. Then he pulled out a 1,000 yen bill and like baited him with it, which apparently is a joke about how he's addicted to gambling or something.
Yeah, he's put his points on the line against Kuroko and lost them all, and he kept on like doing double or nothing and then get set back to 0. And he did it against Sato as well, where their gimmick was they were allowed to like build up money and then like buy like bodyguards and like weapons and stuff, and he just gambled all his money and lost it. So it's like a running bit.
What is his game? Do we know what his game of choice is? Is it pachinko? Is it patchy slot?
Oh, I have no idea.
Is he a horse racing guy? Like, I don't.
Probably all of the above.
Is he going to one of those fake Japanese card rooms where like you pay the money to play fucking like poker and blackjack, but you can't actually win anything because gambling's illegal?
What was Saoriano's thing? That doesn't.
She was a pachinko addict apparently.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't actually. Well, sometimes in Japan they say pachinko and they really mean patchy slot, so I think it's kind of interchangeable for a lot of them. But yeah, she was in the pachinko parlors. Apparently, she was a pachinko addict. She talked about like how she almost like lost her apartment apparently because she was such a pachinko addict when she was trying to trying to become an actress at first before she became a wrestler. But much like I've been there, girl. So I know what it's like to be a little too into the gambling. So I'm glad she made it through it just like I made it through it. So and there's so many fucking pachinko parlors in Japan too. It's like I can't like at least when I walk down the street in New York, I don't see like casinos everywhere. It's like there's pachinko parlors everywhere in Tokyo. The temptation must be insane, but yeah, I really, like I said, I lost track trying to keep up with the point falls, and I really did need the on-screen graphic. But that was that again a minor complaint. The end of this I thought was really, really fun because Kuroku had a 2-1 lead. So even a 1 count would have won it for him. So it was really high drama. We kept going for these pins and, Toy had to keep kicking out before the ref could even count 1. But then Toy hits a swinging DDT and gets a 2 count, and the 2 count is the win because Kuroku only had 2 points left. So the 2 count was all he needed, and that got him the victory to retain the title. Super exciting, fun by the end. Kept me engaged with how unique it was, again, despite my minor complaints. So 3.5. Good match.
Yeah, I went 3. I don't think I could go more for that, but yeah.
Then we had Muscle Sakai 15th
Oh, you forgot
anniversary.
about Illusion coming out. Illusion came out after to challenge, and
yes,
that's
you're right.
That's a really fun direction. Illusion's like an amazing character. Like he just gets his character. He's just like an annoying dork, basically. Where he's become so annoying that he started to annoy Daisuke Sasuke as well. Like, so yeah, just a really good character. So that'll be a fun match.
Yeah, because he was in what was he like as a babyface? Because I didn't really see a lot of him as a babyface.
Oh, I didn't see much of that.
Okay, yeah, I didn't really see much because he's so annoying now as a heel. Since I've been really watching again this year, that I'm just like, how could he ever have been a face? It's
exactly.
Really like he's such a little shit. But then we have match number 7, the Muscle Sakai 15th anniversary of retirement match, which again, very funny concept, doing a 15th anniversary match of your own retirement match. Minoru Suzuki defeated him with the GOT style pile driver in 7:42. Again, it's DDT comedy. You probably already know if you like it or not. It was entertaining for what it was. I don't know close your fucking eyes and picture Minoru Suzuki versus Muscle Sakai. I'm sure you know what it was.
Yeah, and it's exactly that.
There was a PowerPoint before. whatever. Then we had, and again, I cannot talk about things in the Voice Wrestling Slack with any specificity. All I will say is, I praised this match, and someone whose name I will not say got very mad at me because I praised the match, and they went to watch it, and it had the puppet spot. And I honestly forgot all about the puppet spot when it happened.
This match was fucking awesome.
I loved this fucking match. So Zack Sabre Jr. and Kosei Fujita defeated Chris Brooks and Takashi Masada when Zack submitted Masada with the "I've mistakenly run to Windsor." I didn't try. Did I try to do a British voice? Kind of.
Yeah, it was close enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
1949. Thank you. 1949. He beat him with that. This fucking match ruled so much.
This was my match of the night.
It was my second favorite match of the night. It did not even occur to me not to recommend it because of the puppet. Because wasn't the puppet thing like a minute long? Like, yes, Antonio Honda brought the puppet in. He hit Zack with it. Like, people were like apparently outraged that the IWGP champion sold for a puppet. I don't know. Who gives a shit? Like, it's not like he wrestled the puppet. He got hit with an object and he fucking sold it for half a second. Then he took the puppet and he punted it in the fucking 10th row. Like, the fact that puppet spot really bothered people just blew my mind. I think some people, and again, if that person happens to listen, I'll probably feel bad if they get upset with me. But like, I think some people are just so fed up with like any goofiness in wrestling that they just can't handle it, at all.
It's like getting upset there's like different genres of like books though. Like I don't mind people not liking a match like this, but there's no right way to
I guess I should have said when I put it over, like, yes, there's some goofy spot. But like the rest of this match was not goofy at all. I mean, this was a completely serious tag match where the action was amazing, the striking was amazing. Zack did just like there was some really, really high impact striking. Zack busted out at one point this almost shockingly great lariat that might have been the best lariat I've ever seen him throw as a wrestler. And like him and Brooks like just started slapping each other in the face when each of them had the other one's young boy in an octopus hold. And then eventually just let them dropping the other one so they could focus on slapping each other even more. And then Masada got in there with Zack and fucking for people who don't know Takeshi Masada, he's fucking awesome. And he got in there with Zack, and the two of them fucking were just doing all these like really cool like reversals. And Masada got this really cool double underhook flash pin attempt that just barely got the pin, or just barely missed getting the pin. And they transitioned into that so well, like it just looks so smooth. Then Zack caught his leg when he tried for the Sankaku Gary out of the corner, right into an ankle lock, and then he took him down to the mat when he tried to kick his way out of it, and that's finally when he changed it into the "I've mistakenly run to Windsor" or whatever, and that's finally when he had to tap. I thought this was awesome. I thought it was all action and just a total banger. Puppet did not bother me. I'm sorry it did bother one of the people I tried to recommend the match to. I will say, to be fair, there was somebody else in the Voice Wrestling side who was like, that match was awesome. But that person also, so I'm not trying to hate on my fellow staffers or anything, but that person I think is also more open to DT in general, probably. But yeah, four and a quarter star match. I thought this was awesome.
I also went 4.25, which means I gave it the same rating I gave the Lights Out Steel Cage match.
I did too. Yeah.
Like, this was fucking great. By the way, I feel like this is a very Chris Brooks type of match. I don't know like how many of his matches you watch. This is like, it felt like him to a T. He also had one on Summer Sun Princess on TJPW. Emi Sakura. Like, this is just his type of match. This is what he's best at.
That match is very good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, he's just very good at this type of layout, and Zack was like the perfect foil in it. I was joking about Daichi Sato being the future ace. Masada is actually the future ace.
Yeah.
Okay, Takeshi Masada is fucking amazing.
They're taking it a little slower with him than they've done it, I've noticed. Because I do think he's earmarked for that. But like they're not giving him the super Takeshi to push. It's interesting.
They're not giving Takeshi a push. He came out on the show after. I guess we'll get to that at some point. But I popped so fucking hard. But yeah, he is amazing. Like, he can do the comedy perfectly. So you see him doing. I mean, the puppet Bun, that's his puppet. So that's his gimmick. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say enough good things about this. There was some good grappling between Chris and Zack. And I think Chris and Zach, they just beat the shit out of each other as well, like slaps, uppercuts, like everything. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. But
Oh,
yeah,
I like the finish as well, like the verbal submission. Like Masada was
Yeah.
like going for his signature kick off the turnbuckle, and then Zach just grabs his ankle. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. It was an awesome match, and afterwards, Zach challenged Brooks challenged Zach to a singles match, which is going to happen November 3rd at Ultimate Party in Ryogoku. I will say if Zach was planning to leave Japan and cash out and get an AEW check in January or something, I'm not saying he's definitely going to do that. He wouldn't be doing anything different, probably. Like, it seems like he's checking a lot of boxes lately, especially outside New Japan, in a way that's like the same kind of thing that reminded me of what Ospreay did before he left. So,
yeah, I mean, he's done his run in New Japan, right? He's got this title.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to put someone over, right?
Yeah. So. I mean, him leaving would not upset me in a vacuum the way other people have, because he's kind of done everything he can do there.
Yeah, what else can he do?
I just kind of think he's not going to do well in AEW, but he would not be an exclusive company with new people who jumped from New Japan to AEW and did not do very well. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't see. I mean, this is the man who once famously said, doing technical wrestling for Americans is like reading Shakespeare to a dog, and I'm not really sure he was wrong, to be honest. So, the KOD tag team titles: Yuki Ino and Yuki Onaya defeating Daisuke Sasaki and Hideki Okatani when Naya pinned Sasaki in 16:01. That was the second defense for Apex. Okatani was another armband haver, by the way, which I like having him with that armband. I thought was perfect for the next night, as we'll get to in a second, because I thought he was going to cash in on somebody. I didn't really think this was very good. I don't know. The Damnation nowadays, they don't always work for me. The heel interference gimmick should feel like it works better than it does in DDT. It sort of somehow feels more out of place than it does in Dragon Gate, even, or like a New Japan or Dragon Gate now, which is weird because DDT has so much wackiness. But I feel like so much of the show is like kind of happy fun time, that these guys cheating and hitting people with weapons and stuff almost feels really out of place. I don't know if that's just me, but it just feels it like there's a lot of nights where I'm just like, this is kind of a downer compared to everything else on the show. I don't know. And I guess it's kind of supposed to be, right? I mean, I get that, but I don't know if DDT still needs this. I kind of think they don't.
Well, what they're supposed to do in these big matches is, Sasaki's supposed to like tease taking his shirt off, and then he actually does, and he wrestles seriously. He's done that twice this year, and in both of those matches, Dick Togo was with him, because obviously Dick Togo is his senpai. So he's only tried hard in like those two matches, but I was expecting it here as well, because this is a big spot. But then obviously he got injured. I don't know if we were ever going to get there. But if we did get there, I think that's when this match would have picked up a notch. But we will never know because he actually got injured. I think he's got a fractured left rib injury. That's why he got pinned. So
yeah. So like,
anticlimactically.
I mean, Sasaki's a guy who's always one of my favorites when I was when like the DT 2010s. But I mean, it just didn't. This match didn't click for me, and I feel like that's happened a lot when I've watched recent shows and Damnation's involved. So yeah, 2.25. Thought it was not very good. And like you said, unfortunate sudden ending given the legitimate injury, which, like you said, was a cracked rib, I think. So
yeah,
get well soon. Get well soon, Daisuke.
He has a produce show in Cork-and-Horn, 2nd of October. So no idea how that's gonna pan out, but we'll see.
Main event. This was my match of the night, my match of the weekend for DDT, and certainly for anything I watched this weekend. Given even counting Forbidden Door and then the end of Forbidden Door, definitely fucking all Japan's we're gonna get to. Kazusada Higuchi defeats Jun Akiyama with the claw pin in 1741 to make his second defense of the KOD openweight title. This fucking match, if you want to see, it's so fucking funny again to recommend a match like this and be like, if you are one of these people that gets online now and says there's no more just hard hitting, impactful, solid wrestling where two guys go in there and beat the shit out of each other and one of them wins. Dramatic dream team. That's your promotion, because these two guys, it's just like Higuchi's done with all throughout this year. Where he's the King of DDT final, the match where he beat Brooks for the title, the semifinal match he had. I mean, there's other matches too. I mean, he's having an outstanding year, and this was another example. I mean, they go in there, they beat the fucking shit out of each other right from the opening bell. Jun Akiyama, I mean, this guy is, God knows how old now. I'm going to actually look it up. I think he's like in his 50s. 55. He's going to turn 56 next month. And he looked better in there than some much younger wrestlers. I mean, I'm sure he can't do a match like this all the time, which is why he probably came to DDT in the first place, to, take a little more easy. But which we've seen a pattern with older wrestlers doing that for a while now. But he turned the clock back here. I mean, this was a classic Jun Akiyama match. Higuchi's surviving the barrage of exploders. Akiyama keeps going for the rich clutch exploder and can't quite get it. Higuchi comes back with this really cool judo takedown. And then at one point, he just keeps hitting these lariats on Jun, but he just won't go down. Then he gets the running knee Jun gets the running knee out of nowhere, and 2 more exploders for a 2 count. Just probably the highlight of the match, honestly. And he keeps trying and finally gets the rich clutch version exploder he's been looking for. So you're like, oh my God, is he actually going to win the fucking title here? But Higuchi kicks out, instantly gets him in the brain claw on the mat, then picks him up into the brain claw slam for a 2 count, goes right back into the brain claw, and that just gets the pin, which I love that fucking finish, because it's like the slam wouldn't work. So just right back to the claw and just drove this guy down to the mat and pinned him with it, which, I don't know, just a very simple but very, very, very cool finish. One of those finish I feel like you just don't get that much nowadays. So yeah, I absolutely love this match. This felt like watching, almost like a fucking old school Noah match to me. I went 4.5 on this. I thought this was again, like I said, I don't go 4.5 very often, and I thought this isn't quite in my top 10 for match of the year, but it would be in my top 20. I mean, this was an outstanding fucking match. So that's where I was on this one.
Yeah, I guess I'm the lower person on this, but I don't actually have a reason why. So, because I did think it was awesome, I went 4 on it, but I thought it was still fucking awesome. Akiyama's been basically, ever since he challenged for it, he's been going hard on the preview tags with Higuchi. So I kind of knew they were going to have this match in them, and I was really happy that they actually pulled it off. Higuchi matches are just really fucking cool because they're so believable. They have like a sense of realism to them, and the brain claw is like the best example of that. He's been doing this in a lot of his matches this year, where he would you think he's like finished because he just took a finisher from the opponent, whatever, and he's just gonna get pinned, and he just like a fucking hand from the grave, he just fucking clamps onto the opponent's head and he breaks the pin just with his brain claw. It's the coolest fucking thing in wrestling right now. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. I mean, it is the way he gets it off of like pins, especially, is such a cool spot. I mean, it's one of my favorite spots in all of wrestling.
No, he did it here, right? To break out the pin off the third exploder, right?
Yeah,
It was like the wrist clutch exploder suplex, and he just fucking grabs Akiyama's head. It's awesome.
So just, I mean, again, no bullshit. Watch. If you want no bullshit, you want no interference. No fucking refs taking naps after 2 counts, after 3 counts. None of that bullshit. No one ringing bells in the middle of matches. DDT is your place, apparently, because this match was fucking awesome. I mean, really, I don't know. I think that's a little overblown sometimes, because it's not like there's not tons and tons of clean matches, even in New Japan. AEW can depend on the show. There's some shows where they do like a lot of interference. But really, there's this match, as far as like KOD title match with no bullshit. I mean, this is it. This is just an old school, awesome, hard hitting pure match. So.
Most of the KOD openweight championships, at least matches, don't have any bullshit. I mean, Damnation Tier is like the only heel faction. They haven't really been anywhere near the KOD until last time was Chris Brooks at Ultimate Party last year. That match was rough. But yeah, every single one since then, like Chris Brooks' defended, has been fucking sick. Like, his match against Shuji Ishikawa, his match against Takanashi was awesome. So Brooks had a sick run, and Higuchi is as well. Yeah, all the matches have been good. All the tight ones. Yeah,
so good night one. There were there's 2 matches I think are must watch, which were the ones we said, the title match and the tag with Zach and the Brooks. The rest of it is mostly skippable, but mostly enjoyable. I mean, again, the only thing I didn't like really was the semi-main, the tag title match. I think if I was going to recommend another match besides those two to a non-DDT fan, who has an open mind specifically, I would say watch the Extreme title match. I think it's a very cool little gimmick they came up with, and I enjoyed that greatly. So,
just to tie in on the main event storyline, just I think if anyone cares, like part of it is because 4 years ago Higuchi challenged Akiyama and then lost, and the whole storyline that they built up to was like he was unable to get that loss out of his head. That's why like afterwards when he beat him, you're like, I don't know if you saw, but Higuchi was fucking beaming. He was so happy. Like you normally don't see Higuchi that happy before, so he was just happy that the monkey was off his back, that he finally beat Akiyama, his senpai. So
there you go. Day number 2 was Wrestle Peter Pan 2025 for August 31st from Cork and Hall. Again, they don't announce numbers, but this looked completely packed to me. I mean,
I mean, this,
looked really...
well, it didn't have stand. I didn't see a lot of people in the balcony though, so probably like 1.5.
I thought I saw.
No, there are a few.
Yeah. So when you see anyone in the balcony, though, usually that means they must have stolen all the seats, probably.
It's over 1.5.
Yeah. I mean, like the fact that they stopped giving crowd attendances and now seem to be doing really good crowds.
Why?
Kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe it's another DDT joke. I have no idea.
Well, it's kind of weird because they're doing cost cuttings almost, because they run a lot of UNO Park like shows, like the Big Garden there, and I don't know why. Yeah, so there seems to be weirdly cost cutting, but also selling out every Korakuen. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Noah did the same thing where they've stopped running so many bigger venues, but they're selling out Korakuen every single month.
Exactly.
So. Yeah. This show I will say, okay. There is an incredible moment we're going to get to. One of my favorite moments as a wrestling fan, period. Other than that, I don't think the show is that great, really. I mean, I thought night 1 was way better. But the atmosphere here was better. The show ended with, there wasn't anything on the show, like from a match quality standpoint, as good as the top 2 matches in night 1. But as we're going to get to, the show has an incredible ending. Like one of the coolest moments I've ever seen as a wrestling fan. So let's get into it. The show opens with the D-Generations special 8-man tag. Illusion, Yuya Kuroku, Munitatsu Nakamura, and Kazuma Sumi defeating Toy, Daichi Sato, Rukia, and Hinata Kasai. So Sato tapped out to Kuroku with a jumping armbar in 6:36. That meant Yuya Kuroku won his right to challenge anytime, anywhere armband. So he now takes that title shot away, just like we talked about earlier. So he can cash in whatever he wants. So he has one of the 4 at this point title shots. The disappointing thing here, we've just spent all this time talking about how great these young guys are, and they are. And they got 6.5 minutes for an 8-man tag.
I was so sad.
Boo.
I
should have gotten like 15 minutes minimum. 15 minutes.
They would have tore the house down with that much. But also, Masada wasn't in this match, and he's obviously one of the standouts of D-Generations. So there were a few alarm bells where I was like, okay, this isn't going to be as good as I want it to be. But yeah.
I went 3 stars still. It was fine.
What was it like? Yeah, 3 as well. Yeah.
Match number 2. This was ended up being the 3,000 yen match. Jun Akiyama, Super Sasango Machine, and Akito defeated Kanan, Kazuki Hirata, and Antonio Honda with Kimi Hiro when Akiyama pinned Honda with a blockbuster in 9:17. So again, Hirata still has his right to challenge bracelet. Again, foreshadowing. Also, Kimi Hiro introducing his theme song and then rapping to it was pretty fucking funny. So Kimi Hiro, again, am I over-explaining DDT? I don't know. But he's like the manager of the Strange Love Connection, Mao and Kanan. He's like a rapper in real life, right? That's his whole thing.
Yeah, I think so.
And I don't know. Like to me, it's like okay, he's the Oscar to Men on the Mission. Like
I'm so surprised he's stuck around so long, to be honest. I didn't realize it was like a whole thing.
Yeah, like he's not a wrestler. He's just a guy who comes out with them and raps. He did do some spots later, as we'll get to. But yeah, but just him and Hirata was like the musical collaboration of the century here. But yeah, so basically the joke here was the GM Inubayashi. He said he could tell everybody's tired from their matches yesterday, especially June, who wrestled in the main. So he offered the winners of this match 1,000 yen to motivate them. That's like, again, if you don't know Japanese currency, that's $10. Not literally, but when that doesn't move them, he increases it to 3,000 yen, which is apparently his entire monthly allowance. Yeah. Sir, are you okay?
That's hard work.
You're living on $30 a month? I know Japan is not very expensive, but like Jesus, that's still something.
Well, the yen is down, so,
That is true. But yeah, that got everyone except Akiyama really into it too, which was funny. June was like, I don't give a shit about 3,000 yen, but everyone else was like 3,000 yen. So, but yeah, fucking GM Inubayashi was I guess the reincarnation of Kip Allen Frey. Remember, I don't know how much you know your WCW history, when he randomly was like, he decided he was gonna, the way to motivate his employees in the early 90s was to suddenly offer best match bonuses. And it resulted in like some of the, like Kevin Nash trying incredibly hard on a wrestling show, for instance, like the hardest you'll ever see him try in a match because he's trying to get this best match bonus. But yeah, the welcome back, Kip Allen Frey. I don't even know if he's dead, but I guess GM Inubayashi is the reincarnation of him. But yeah, June pinned Honda. Pretty whatever match here, 2.5. No wristband changed hands, but they do all get 1,000 yen each. So good for them. They probably went. I'm guessing that went straight to either highballs or a pachinko machine, probably.
Oh, you forgot the best part. Akiyama's impervious to Gon the Little Fox. Honda's Fox attack, and then he just pinned Honda. Well, he also was very happy with the 3,000 yen. I don't know if you saw him smile. He was ecstatic.
Yeah, it was funny because he didn't give a shit at the start of the match.
Yeah, when he won it, he was like, didn't he dance or something? He jumped off.
Yeah. Now suddenly he really thought it was important. After that match, we had Shinshiro Takagi coming out to call Hinata Kasai into the ring, and he basically booked himself in a singles match at Ryogoku on November 3rd against him in the opener. I'm so sad, by the way, that show, they moved that show back to November.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if we could have, because again, you're coming on the same trip. I think you're coming almost the same dates as me, right? Or something?
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to go to the 3rd of January because I got a plan, so I won't be able to see DDT over the trip, which is super sad.
That does suck. Are you staying late enough to go to the 2 Stardom Corkers at the end too, or no?
No, I'm going to Osaka on like the 5th, so because
I'm
going with my wife, so I sort of have to compromise. So I'm like, okay, let me do the Sicko Tokyo, 10 Korakuen halls, and then we'll spend 10 days in Kansai region. So
that's exactly what I did my last time I went for Wrestle Kingdom season with Nicole, which I didn't go to that many shows. This year Nicole's not coming. So now it's like, I'm sitting here like, that's right, I'm going to go to fucking 18 wrestling shows, baby. Let's fucking go. And I think last time I went to like 6 or something, probably, or 7, maybe. Yeah. And even that she was not happy about. But this time it's like,
I'm next year, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm going to go to a shitload. But yeah, which is because I'm also planning to come back the same time the following year, which I'm already talking about. But Nicole probably will come. And I also am going to be visiting with some friends of mine who just bought a house in Niigata, which is really cool. Yeah. So I'm going to have a lot less time to go to wrestling. So I'm going to still go to Dream Queendom and still go to Wrestle Kingdom and hopefully at least a few other things. But yeah, this is going to be like my big sicko wrestle. Yeah. This is like the sicko Wrestle Kingdom trip, like the one chance to go to like 18 wrestling shows again. Because I did a trip like that in 2017 when Nicole didn't come, when I went to like a shit ton of wrestling shows, but including like the G1 finals and semifinals, and Peter Pan too. So
it can't be a true sicko holiday if you're not going to go to Ice Ribbon. You can't go to All Japan.
I really want it. I honestly think I'm just going to go to both. I'm just going to go to. I'm just going to go to Ice Ribbon because Ice Ribbon's Korakuen starts at 11:30 a.m. They haven't announced the start time yet for All Japan, but if it starts at 2 again, like it did the last 2 years, the All Japan Korakuen the Ice Ribbon Korakuen will be over either like 2 or 2:30 probably, and then it's 40 minutes there. So at worst, I miss like the first hour, and like I still get there for like the big matches basically. So I'll probably just buy like a cheap seat to All Japan and then go, because I'm not going to see all the show anyway, but just go and like, just catch at least like the main events and stuff. And plus, Yoyogi's such a cool venue, and it's like your only. Have you ever been to Yoyogi or no?
No, I haven't. No.
It's like a really, really, really cool venue because like it has like this big like. I don't know, it's like this big round bowl basically, and like the upper levels look really, really sick, especially when you're like sitting down on the floor like I was last time. But yeah, this time I guess I'll just sit in the upper levels because I'm not going to buy a ringside seat to a show if I get there an hour late. But yeah, because I really do want to go to Ice Ribbon too, because like that's, I have that whole thing where I want to see as many Japanese wrestling promotions as possible, and they're one of the only ones I haven't seen yet. So I'm knocking off great on this trip for the first time. I already have my ticket for the December 30th. I'm knocking off. Let me say, I have the whole fucking schedule. There's a few other ones I'm knocking off for the first time for sure already, based on what's already announced. So I'm definitely knocking off Great. Marigold, that's another one. And then now probably Ice Ribbon. I think that might be it for ones I'm definitely going to. I could go to a couple other ones I've never been to before. Like I would. There's a Gambare show on the 27th when I land. The problem with that is I land at 5 a.m. So I'm happy I did that because I did that on purpose because I'm like, okay, Nicole did not want me to leave before Christmas, which fair enough. So and on top of that, the flight was really cheap to go on the 26th anyway. So I'm leaving like December 26th at like 12:30 a.m. or something. And then it lands in Japan the 27th on Saturday. But I'm like, there's probably going to be an early Korakuen show on that Saturday because it's a fucking Saturday before New Year's. So I don't want to miss whatever it is. And then it turned out to be Marigold, where I'm like, okay, well, I really do want to see Marigold live for the first time. So I am going to go to that. And I'm hoping I have enough energy still at 11:30 to go to that show. Like, at least that should be more doable than like 6:30 p.m., you know? By the time I get to 6:30 p.m., I think I'll be
fucking
dead.
crashing,
Yeah. So I'm probably not going to Gambare, but, you know, we'll see. Okay, so now we did this thing where I went on a tangent. I don't know where the fuck we were.
We were Chris Brooks tag, I think.
Yeah. Well, how did we get on this topic is also the other question. There's something. Oh, okay. So I think it was me saying, I wish Ultimate Party was still the 28th, because that would have been so sick to go to Ultimate Party on the 28th and then the Dream Kingdom on the 29th and Ryogoku. But what are you going to do? They moved it back to November, and I at least will go to the the Korakuen on the 3rd, which I'm really excited for.
Oh, we're talking about the Hinata match, right? With
So Hinata. So that's going to be.
What he said?
What is
how he replied to Takagi? He was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to lose to a guy who gets out of breath doing his entrance." And Takagi was like, "Yeah, fair enough."
He had a like legitimate like medical issue, right? I can't remember what it was, but
is it angina? Did I just make up that word?
I think that's it. I think it's angina.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, chest pain. Yeah, and he had angina.
So he's returning after quite a while now to face Kasai. That will be the opener.
I think his last proper match was against Dino at Peter Pan last year in July.
Yeah. So his first match in over a year, if that's, I have no reason to doubt you. But yeah, that will be the opener of the November 3rd show. So we have 3 official matches. We have that match. We have Zack versus Brooks, as we got on the show yesterday, plus Konosuke Takeshita and Kaisei Takechi. I don't know. Takechi?
Yeah,
Takechi, I think. Yeah, who's the big pop star that's helping them pack it in when he appears. He's from what the hell's the name of his band again?
Rampage.
All these goddamn bands. Rampage, yes. Yeah. So he's from this J-pop group called boys band, basically called Rampage. And so the 2 of them will team up to take on X and Double X. So we don't know their opponents yet, but we'll see. Then we had on this show the special 3-way tag match. Chris Brooks and Takeshi Masada defeated Hideki Okatani and MJ Paul, and Naomi Yoshimura and Yuki Ishida, when Masada pinned Ishida with the Masada no Chikara Kobu Muki Muki in 1859.
Yeah, cage match sometimes just does things. Yeah, it was 6 minutes 15.
Oh, that was actually that was the site I spent all that time praising. Sorry, Jamie, you wrote down the wrong time for this match.
Oh, because it was wrong on cage match as well.
Oh, it's wrong on cage match. Okay, because I was like, I don't remember this match being that long. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But a random 3-way tag went 19 minutes.
No, yeah.
Anyway,
on Super it was 6 minutes, and that sounded more right. I was like, was it 18? I was questioning it as well.
Yeah. So Okatani, by the way, has a bracelet, which I mentioned will come into play. I did not come into play when I thought it might. And that was the last bracelet on the line here, because the 4th one is held by Soma, who wasn't on the show. So, but yeah, another bracelet did not change hands because he did not get pinned here. This was Paulie was Paul or MJ Paul, still Mad Paulie in my mind. He was replacing Daisuke Sasaki here, who got injured at the end of yesterday's tag title match we talked about. This was all right. This is like 2 3/4. I just thought it was kind of whatever.
Yep, 2 3/4. But mainly, I just want Brooks and Masada to actually go on a tag team run. I think that'd be super cool. Assuming Masada loses to Suzuki, which we'll come on to later. But yeah, them going on a tag run would be cool.
Then they did the video where they revealed Kaisei Takechi's upcoming dates, which again is all Korakuens plus the Ryogoku show. So it's September 28th, October 19th, December 21st, and January 3rd Korakuens, plus the November 3rd Ultimate Party Ryogoku show, where he's again teaming with Takeshita. So
yeah, so he's missing the November Korakuen because they do have one then as well.
The crowd squealed for that, as you might imagine. So
yeah.
the many women in the crowd who love their idols, I guess. But not that I'm hating. I mean, that's totally cool. But I mean, I've always talked about the way that like it just there doesn't seem to be any fucking stigma at all about women going to wrestling shows in Japan is so cool. It's
awesome.
Because like in America, I feel like I don't know if it's just they're creeped out by how bad the male fans are in America, which same is what I would say to that.
It's pretty true.
But yeah, it's like you do not see that many women at shows. I mean, I've heard there actually have been more women at WWE lately. I've seen people say that. I don't know how true that is. Obviously, I would never.
I think that's a work. Yeah,
I would never in a million years go to WWE shows. I have no idea.
No.
It sure doesn't look like there's very many of them when I go to AEW.
I think Rhea Ripley is a pretty good like female draw, but like in the demos, but I don't think it's actually translating.
Yeah. So it's not. I don't think it's like a thing for women to do in America, whereas in Japan, I mean, you watch the DDT shows. And it's 80% women, it feels like. And you watch New Japan shows. Like I feel like the ratio of women to men has gone up even in New Japan to maybe like 55-45 or something. Certainly among young fans. I think there's a lot of old men that go to New Japan still. But when I'm in New Japan crowds, I feel like there's a ton more young women than young men. I think it's something I've noticed.
But Takechi's like really good as well.
Yeah.
he's like one of those like idol celebrities that just got wrestling. Like he's super athletic. Then he's actually a good wrestler.
So we'll see him. Well, unfortunately, you won't see him. I'll see him live on January 3rd at Korakuen. But I mean, the only thing I'm worried about is Stardom sometimes runs a January 3rd show. But like, even if they do that again this coming year, I think I can skip it for DDT because that show's usually not that big.
No, didn't they have like Athena and Taya Mello on this year's one?
Yeah, it wasn't that big, and like. On top of that, I'm going to see them 3 times anyway, so it's like
I don't even remember the card apart from that. Like,
I don't think the one really great match I had was the Chi-Chi Aya Sakura.
Oh, that match was sick. Yeah,
the Chi-Chi Aya Sakura Sendai Ghost.
But they just beat the crap out of each other. Yeah,
and it had some tag match with like maybe was it Yumika Hoda or something? I don't know. There was some old Joshi wrestler on the show. I don't remember who it was.
Wasn't it Unagi?
Unagi, oh yeah, there was the Unagi match where if she lost, she had to like really leave Stardom, and then she came back like 2 months later for Tam's retirement anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that show wasn't horrible or anything; it was pretty good.
No, it wasn't.
But like it did not feel vital either. So even if they do something like that again, which they might not even do it though, because last year their January Korakuens. The New Year's Stars Korakuens were nowhere near that early in the month. So they might think they don't need that when they're already have like to do Ryogoku on the 29th, some like semi-major Tokyo show on the 3rd, and then also Korakuen on the 10th and 11th might be kind of overkill. I think last year those Korakuens were like the following weekend,
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see. We won't know their full January schedule for a while. We just know, like, I was very happy they announced those Korakuens so early that before I bought my flight, and I was able to do that because otherwise I would have been pissed if I'd already purchased my flight to fly back on the 6th or 7th and been like, I could have fucking stayed 4 more days and seen, because I could still leave on the 11th because the fucking show is 11:30 a.m. on the 11th, and I got a 7:45 p.m. flight back. So the idea that I could see 2 more Stardom Korakuens, 2 more Stardom shows and Stardom Korakuens, like by staying an extra 4 days, that was pretty much a no-brainer, much to my partner's chagrin.
Yeah, I know some friends thinking if they can rebook to try and stay for those days.
I don't blame. Yeah, and like front row for Stardom Korakuens is like not that expensive, even on weekends, like 20,000 yen or something. So, which I have and I have the fan club account now, so I should be able to get it. So should be great. Match number 4, the KOD tag team titles. Yuki Ino and Yukio Naya defeated Harashima and Shinya Aoki. Naya pinned Harashima with the world's best backdrop in 11:37 for his 3rd defense. I don't know about this one. So watching the show live in the channel on the Discord, it felt like everyone loved this match way more than I did. I didn't dislike it. I thought it was fine. But yeah, I was like gentleman's 3 on it. I
went 3 1/4.
Yeah, so it seems like we're about on the same level there. I just, there was I thought it was a little slow, a little sloppy, a little awkward early, but then when it picked up, it did pick up, and there was some really hard striking between Harashima and Naya. So there was some good stuff here. It just didn't, and it was not that long either. So being kind of boring early is more of a demerit when you only went 11.5 minutes anyway. But 3 stars. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't like a match I would not like tell anybody they have to see it.
No, I saw some talk about best wrestlers over 50 in one of the channels. I was like, no one's gonna mention Harashima, and he's fucking awesome. I think he's 50 now, maybe 51. Yeah, he is still very, very, very good.
Well,
his match with Higuchi was awesome.
He's been underrated his entire career. So
yeah,
why would it change? Why would it change?
Yeah, true. But yeah, no, he was very good in this match. And
afterward,
So I was just gonna say, Aoki's he's a really good like straight man in these matches.
Yeah.
Like he's fit into DDT like a glove. So
after we got Tori and Kuroku coming out to challenge, which that fucking popped the Discord, it sure as fuck did, and it sure as fuck popped me as well, because these two, I mean, they had a great match together the night before we talked about, and now they're going to challenge together the tag titles. That I'm looking forward to. That's going to happen September 23rd in Osaka, so definitely made a note to I guess they're going to use Kuroku's bracelet too, by the way, his armband or whatever.
I think he was saying backstage that he wasn't, and he would still get the title shot. So like they just challenged without using it, but we'll see.
I see. Okay.
Maybe some shenanigans.
I think Naya in the ring said you better still have that armband. I think.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I mean, that wasn't even something I looked up about the translation of. That was just me catching it with my 3rd grade level Japanese. So I could be wrong, but I think that's what he said.
Oh, you picked that up live?
Yeah, I know a little Japanese. I don't know.
Wow, that's impressive. I only know the alphabets and nothing else.
I mean, there are like promos because my Japanese is so shaky. There will be promos where I'm following it pretty well, and then there's like one thing that fucking throws me and I can't get it back. Yeah. So it's just kind of how it is with me with Japanese. Like I've gotten better at listening lately. I mean, I've really been practicing listening, but like these audio podcasts I've been using, but like, I don't know, I said audio podcast, of course, podcast. Right? But yeah, I should have like learning podcast, but yeah, like, so I've been getting better at that. Whereas my reading has always been far ahead of my listening, because I did a lot of like studying with kanji and wani-kani and stuff. But yeah, it's like I'll feel confident, be like, oh, I'm really getting this. And then all of a sudden they'll say something that I don't get at all. And then it just throws me and I just can't hear anything else. So yeah, I'm a very bad speaker too. Like, I mean, my English pronunciation is horrible enough, let alone my Japanese. Yeah. So I get very, very nervous when I'm trying to speak in Japanese to Japanese people, but they always, they fucking like lose their shit for it when you do it. I'm sure part of it is very performative, but like they appreciate that, like the average Japanese person you come across in Japan, if you speak like a low Japanese to them, they act like you're the greatest thing to ever exist. So yeah, it really seems to like I've seen them, a lot of them say too, like in like these articles I've read about like what Japanese people don't like about the current wave of tourists, because obviously they get more tourism than ever.
Yeah,
a lot of them have complained. They're like, if they want to come here and they want to visit, they should at least learn a little bit of Japanese, like basic phrases and stuff. So they do seem to appreciate it when you do that on like multiple levels. So
I've just been using Duolingo to try and I fully learned the alphabet, well, the hiragana and katakana alphabets, and yeah, it's just I need to start picking up kanji now and learning some phrases basically.
Yeah,
some kanji, some important kanji. I mean,
there's some really easy ones that will get you through anything, which is sumimasen, gomen nasai, ego o hanashimasu ka. Am I saying that wrong? is what I'm talking about speaking badly. Ego o, I think it's hanashimasu. Ego o hanashimasu. Basically, do you speak English? But yeah, there's a, or a great one actually is wakarimasen, which is like, I don't understand, because sometimes you'll speak a little bit of Japanese and they'll be like, this person knows Japanese perfectly, and just start talking to you,
just
and
spamming,
like tons, just start spouting at you. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know that. I don't know what you're saying. So yeah, wakarimasen comes in handy. But yeah, I mean, they do appreciate it if you try a little bit at least. They really, apparently, a lot of Japanese people really hate it that like people assume they can all speak English. And I think that's gotten around because they do learn it for like a year or two in like high school. But I feel like some Americans or other like foreigners take that way too far, where it's like, what the fuck? Like, I took fucking French in high school too. I don't fucking remember any. Like, I don't remember any of it. So like, what the fuck? I mean, you're expecting a 45-year-old Japanese man working somewhere to know English because he took it in high school 27 years ago. Doesn't mean doesn't mean he's gonna know.
And if you have to speak English, you use like katakana, right? Like you just try to use letters that they might recognize.
Well, so that is like the most awkward thing. I've talked about this before, other people, about speaking Japanese. So there are a lot of loan words in Japanese, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you say you can say the exact same word that is a loan word in Japanese. The easy example, because this happened to my girlfriend over and over and over again during Japan, she loves screwdrivers. That's one of her alcoholic drinks of choice. She just orders that all the time. If she says screwdriver, no idea what she's saying. They have no idea. They have no clue. So I then have to be like screwdriver, which is like how it's said in katakana. And they're like, oh yeah, screwdriver.
Yes.
Yeah, but to me as an American, that almost sounds like I'm like mockingly saying it in an Asian way or something.
But you're not.
So it feels fucking awkward, but you're not. You're just saying it in their alphabet, in the way they write it out in katakana. Even for loan words, you have to say it in the, at least sort of like the way they say it, and then they'll get it. If you just say it in English, a lot of times they won't get it. So
yeah, I saw Queen Aminata's vlog. She was talking to Mina Shirakawa, and she was just like asking her to say avocado because obviously they don't have like vu, like, so they have to like, it has to be boo, right?
Yeah, it's like avocado probably.
Yeah, exactly. But you're not mocking them if you like you want avocado, it's not mocking them.
Yeah.
That's just how they say it.
Yeah. So I remember like it just kind of feels like it, I think, to a lot of Americans, but you have to like get past it and be like, not just Americans, probably just Western people in general. So you have to just get past that and just be like, yes, you have to say things the katakana way, even if you're using a loan word. You can't just say it the English way. So
But what's our running time? Have we gone off topic too much?
You listen to this podcast. This is every year.
Well, didn't we have All Japan, Noah, and Start?
Well, these are the longest topics, I think, because All Japan is like 5 matches.
Oh yeah, and also fuck All Japan.
Yeah, and the Stardom, the Stardom thing, they haven't even released the full card. I was hoping
there's only 4 matches.
Yeah. So, and the Noah thing, I guess we can go a little.
All right. We're almost at the best part of the show.
So the KOD tag titles, that's what I was on. I, again, do not know how we got on this topic. So yeah, Tori and Kuroku are gonna use Kuroku's, or maybe not use Kuroku's right to challenge base, but they're gonna challenge September 23rd. Match number 5, DDT Universal title. And I feel like people listening to must have this like, when are we going to get to the fireworks factory aspect of it at this point with the thing at the end of the show?
We're building up.
We're getting there. We're getting like almost 3 hours in. We're finally going to get to that. Match number 5, DDT Universal title. Minoru Suzuki defeated Mao with the Got Style pile driver in 1750. That was his 4th defense. There was like, I don't know, I thought this was very good by the end. Like, there was not that much going on early, I thought, and maybe that dragged it down a little bit. But like, once Suzuki started being a complete dickhead on the outside, like beating up Kimihiro and fucking the non-wrestler rapper dude taking fucking forearms to the face, that's when it really picked up to me. And then like Kimihiro got some revenge too. He was like choking Suzuki with his tie, and he helped Kanan like hold him in place for a running Mao kick on the outside. There was this really great forearm exchange back in the ring. They were just beating each other's asses. But yeah, so somewhat surprisingly, Suzuki did get the gotch, and he did get the sleeper, and then he hit the gotch for the pin to retain. his fourth defense here. And I think a lot of people thought Mao was going to end up with this belt back, but it did not happen. Mao did lose here, which is probably kind of a relief because he didn't need this. He doesn't need this belt.
I kind of figured he was losing because he doesn't need the belt.
Okay.
I thought this would just be like a filler defense. No, but a lot of people definitely did think he was winning just
Yeah.
because it's Mao. Are there still like Suzuki doubters in 2025? I don't know if that's still a thing because he's been awesome in this DDT run. He's been so good.
Yeah, I really loved. Did you watch that match he had with Meiko Satomura and Sendai Girls this year?
I fucking loved it, and I saw that people hated it, and I was like, am I the only one that liked this match?
I was in the building for that. In the Shinjuku Face because that was during my trip in April this year. Yes, I'm a jerk off taking 2 trips in 1 year, so please don't hate on me.
I won't judge.
But I actually have friends who go like 3 times a year, so it could be worse. Yeah. Like people like. If you're a weeb with disposable income and you just have nothing else to do with your life, I mean, this guy goes to both Komi Cats. He's not even a wrestling fan. He goes to both Komi Cats, and then he also I think just went in like almost the exact same time I went, like maybe a week later, to like go look at Davenports or something because he's a big Kantai Collection fan. So he's like just looking like, oh yeah, that's where my waifu's from, this Navalport, because it's like, do you know what Kantai Collection is or no? Probably, no. I should say it anyway for people to listen. It's this weird Japanese mobile game where they take Japanese battleships and like reimagine them as anime girls. So, because they'll turn anything into anime girls in Japan. They turn horses into them. They'll turn.
That's a Labubu, right?
No, no, that's
is that not Labubu? I thought that was horse.
No, Labubus are those fucking ugly stuffed animals.
Oh, my bad.
The horse girl game is Uma something. See, I'm not a fan of this either, so I don't remember the name. It's like I think it's Umu Musume, which would make sense because Musume is like girl, I think. But yeah, it's Uma. Believe it's Uma Musume. I guess I could. Aramuth is somewhere like yelling at his fucking phone.
I'm sorry, I'm
because he loves that game. But yeah, Uma Musume is literally horse girls, so that's why. Yeah. Anyway, so I don't know why we ended up on.
Oh, because we're talking about Michael.
All time tangent episode.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so my friend who goes to see the Kantai Collection naval spots is still worse than me going twice in 1 year. That was the point. But yeah, I was at that match with Minoru Suzuki and Meiko Satomura, and that match was fucking incredible live. I just loved every single second of it. Yes. Yeah, it was like one of my favorite matches the entire trip, honestly. So
good.
But yeah, I think Suzuki's having a good year. I mean, he's having he's having a good year in this DDT run, that is for sure.
Did you watch his match with Ueno when he won the title?
I
think it was at Judgment maybe in March.
Yes, I think I saw it.
Also fucking awesome, and his match with Aoki as well was also very fucking good.
This was 3 3/4, by the way. I thought this one was very good as well.
Yeah. No, I went 3.5. His match with Aoki I think was even better because during the build, like he like let himself get choked out. Like he just passed out during like a Korakuen tag preview, and then he woke up. He was like, "What the fuck's happening?" He just started beating up seconds around.
That was funny.
It was like a grandpa who just like they thought they were like Vietnam War still. That's what it was like.
Double main event number 1, dramatic dream match. Hiroshi Tanahashi defeated Danshoku Dino with a crab hold in 1629. I think what I would say for this match, I'm not going to recommend anyone watch it if they don't want to, because the Dino thing is its own complicated thing. Even some people who otherwise like DDT comedy or are anti-DDT don't like Dino, and I totally get why. It's never a debate I'm going to have with anybody if they don't want to watch, simulated sexual assault, basically. I mean, it's not. I totally get why that's not cool for people. To me, it's such a cartoon that it doesn't like offend me or whatever, where there probably is a way for that would have been offensive. It's like, it's weird fan service for like squealing Japanese women to giggle about this fucking man, like touching these usually much hotter men. And, it is what it is. I'm not defending it. I'm not saying it's really cool or whatever thing. But yeah, it's very, I'm not gonna say that from that perspective. You have to like it or you have to watch it. I think if you like Dino, this was a really cool Dino match. He looked legit emotional about this. He was fucking crying basically. Like he was really, really. You could tell how fucking excited he was for this match. He did the Tana in a snap pose when he came out too. That was so cool. And the match starts. We get this enormous Dino chant to start. This crowd is so happy. Dino still has to leave the ring because he's still too emotional. He gets a whole bunch of DDT guys to slap him ringside to keep him fired up.
That was so cute.
And Tana keeps trying to get the crowd to start a Tanahashi chant, but they just keep responding with super loud Dino chants. That was so fucking funny.
Awesome. Yeah.
Dino goes to the Danshoku Nightmare pretty early, but Tana escapes and he gets booed for not letting Dino stay on his face. That was so funny. Dino busts out the Rainbow Maker, which was very fitting, of course, against Tana. Which people don't know what that is. It's just the Rainmaker Rainmaker spin set up into a kiss. Dino got the Danshoku driver, but Tana kicked out of it. He went up top and hit a moonsault, but he hit his legs more than anything, unfortunately, but that got a 2 count. Tana kissed Dino, and he countered Dino with the same offense as you often see in these big Dino matches. Dino still had fight left in him, so Tana then pulled down his trunks to reveal those tiny under trunks, the thong under trunks of his own. And Tana put him in the classic New Japan move, the Boston Crab, and that finally got Dino to tap. I don't know if I can star rate this. I mean, I don't. What the fuck? It was 4 stars. Don't fucking at me. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
I went 3 3/4.
I enjoyed the fuck out of this. I'm going to fucking give it 4 stars. I don't care. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it for what the fuck it was. First of all, I thought it felt more special than almost the entire New Japan retirement run had so far, which is fucking funny. The only matches where the crowd was this hot for Tana's retirement run so far and that felt this special were probably the Goto title match at the anniversary show and maybe the match for Evil at Wrestle Kingdom where he would have had to retire early if he lost. Everything else in this retirement run so far, like, I don't think anything else really like comes close to this, honestly. Like, it's a lot of matches with Tana going through the motions with people, and here he seemed excited. I mean, he seemed more excited to do this than he's been to do a lot of stuff in this retirement run. So that's, I don't know. I mean, people can disagree with me if they want. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, there's a few things to this. Okay, the first thing is the thing I like about Dino is like when he's normalizing being gay, you know, like when he does his entrance and, you know, men put their hands up and he kisses them. That stuff I find kind of like heartwarming, like just making that more acceptable, right? So that's the part I really like. Obviously, the simulated sexual assault, as you put it, I kind of completely agree with you on all that. And I was actually kind of at first. I
want to be clear. I don't sit here clutching my pearls about it. It doesn't bother me, but I get why it bothers other people. So
also, not me exactly. But I mean, I watch DDT. So it doesn't bother me, but I understand why someone would not like it. But I was surprised.
I get why people don't like it totally. But
exactly.
It's not something that's ever bothered me.
Yeah. But the volunteering like men to get kissed and stuff, that stuff's awesome. I think. I mean, objectively, like, you know, normalizing being gay, that's cool as fuck. But I was kind of surprised he pulled out like that sort of stuff, like when he was like humping Tanahashi. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, this is pure fan service. Because if you go back, actually, you'll know about this more than me probably, because I wasn't really following New Japan. But I think so. DDT fans like have a feud with Tanahashi, right? Because he made some comments about the promotion.
Yeah,
like, during the 2010.
That's why it was really funny when him and Harashi were just hanging out backstage at the end of the show.
Yeah.
So yeah, he like kind of like basically called Harashi like an indie geek, I think is the whole story. And like
and then Takeshita, like in Chicago, right, used the Sumato to put Tanahashi away, which is Harashima's finisher. And so Dino like going to town on Tanahashi is exactly what the DDT fans there wanted to see. This was, in a way, their sort of like revenge for all of that. And the reason why Tanahashi did it is because so they had a joint show on 9th of June, I think, between DDT and New Japan. It was the 2-hour long Toriano and, you know, Super Sasadango machine match. And in backstage comments, like Tanahashi spoke about how bad he felt about those comments, and like he wanted to repay this as much as possible before his retirement. That's what this match was, and that's why Tanahashi let Dino do that to him, and that's why Dino did it, and that's why the fans went fucking crazy. So you can definitely not like it, and you don't have to watch it, but that was the reason that segment took place. So yeah,
Tanahashi again, and he looked more like relaxed here than he has in forever, because he's not the president of this company, and this company's not a president of a struggling company right now. So yeah, I don't know. He just looked like he was having a really good time.
Fucking and then in Dragon Gate he gives Yuki Yoshioka his fucking finisher.
Yeah, you get the feeling he doesn't really like New Japan right now.
Yeah, but the last link between these two is that they were going to university together, just like 1 year apart, Dino and Tanahashi, in like the same region. I think Tanahashi was in Kyoto and Dino was in Osaka, and Dino knew of Tanahashi, but they went down different paths. And then this was their first ever interaction.
I knew the college part. I didn't. So Tana was Kyoto and Dino was Osaka.
Yeah, and Dino knew of Tanahashi in the year above as well.
How fucking perfect is that? That's like the elegant Tanahashi representing Kyoto, and like the crass Dino representing Osaka. Exactly. That's like Kyoto, Osaka in a nutshell. Because the whole stereotype is like Kyoto looks down on Osaka, and Osaka's like, you Kyoto snobs. So it's like
that's exactly how it played out with like New Japan and DDT, and then it all came. I don't know. This was fucking awesome for me.
Yeah. I mean, I just decided on the air to give it 4 stars, so I clearly agree.
Yes.
The next match, not the final match, as it turned out, the KOD Openweight title, Yuki Ueno defeats Kazusada Higuchi with the WR in 2042. So Yuki Ueno becomes the 86th KOD Openweight champion, Higuchi failing in V3. So yeah, this match, they did a really good job, I thought, getting the crowd into it. Because early on, the crowd did not really give a fuck. And I just think, unfortunately, the crowd was so, for all the reasons we just talked about, the crowd was so into the Tanahashi-Dino match, it took them a while to get into this match. And eventually they did get them. So that's a credit to both guys. It hurt a little bit, probably the early part, where it felt a little slow and meandering a lot of the way. And I didn't think it was close to the match the night before. But when they got going, they really got going. I mean, the end of the match was just really, really, really cool. Where Ueno, Higuchi's basically just beating the fuck out of him. He, he keeps he hit this enormous sit-out powerbomb for a 2 count. Ueno kept going back to these hard slaps. But after Higuchi then just starts body slamming him repeatedly, that, again, the way he does simple moves so well, he just hits this body slam. Very simple body slam. And Ueno keeps getting up to try to hit him and seems to be out of energy with nothing behind his strikes. And Higuchi just hits 2 more simple body slams and gets a 2 count. It's very, again, simple but super effective and super cool looking wrestling. Ueno gets this sudden burst of energy just when it looks like he's dead. He flips his way out of the claw slam, hits an enormous drop kick, but he runs right into an even more enormous lariat from Higuchi. That was just before the 20-minute call. Higuchi's facial expressions, which are always great, were even more awesome than usual here. He just keeps beating Ueno down with lariat after lariat. He's just killing him with these standing lariats. But Ueno then he finally goes to the wall one too many times, Higuchi does, and Ueno catches his arm and hits his wacky move for the pin, the WR, and that gets the title. I went 4 stars flat on it. The finish, I didn't love the finish because the way it felt like he just kind of hit the one move. Like, I love the part where he caught the arm. Like, it was like, felt like Higuchi finally went to the well one too many times, like I said. But it being like such a one-shot pin, I would have much preferred, because of the amount of damage Higuchi had been giving out and how little he had taken at that point, I would have much preferred if Higuchi had kicked out of the WR and then Ueno had to hit another one to pin him. That would have worked a little better for me, I think.
I was very high on this match.
Okay.
I think this was my match of both nights, actually. I went 4 1/4 as well. The same as the tag match, TMDK. Okay. So there was some history here because they faced each other in the King of DDT semifinals a few months before, and that was only a 12-minute match. Like, that was a much quicker one. But like, what made Ueno lose that match was, Higuchi's chops, like his power. And so early on, Ueno was working over Higuchi's hand, right? And he kept on doing it. later on, when Higuchi tried to keep chopping Ueno didn't chop him back like you do in chop battles. He actually worked his hand. He responded by hitting his hand because he wanted to, weaken that brain claw slam, and his chops as well. As you notice, like every time Higuchi chopped Ueno, it would actually get weaker and weaker, and Ueno started to eat them. And that's actually what beat him in the match before. And it's also what beat him against Suzuki. Like, Suzuki chopped the fucking shit out of Ueno. So you could see Ueno being really smart in this match and actually think about, how am I actually going to beat Higuchi, who beat me in 12 minutes before? And that's what allowed him, like, in my head, to somersault out of that, like, brain claw hold later on. And then he, like, gave the Okada-style dropkick. I don't know. I love this match. The story they told, I thought, was really good. It tied back into previous stories. Ueno was really smart and not an idiot. And I just thought Higuchi just got caught out, really. So I didn't mind that finish. If he did more, that's fine. But he was kind of stunned. Like, oh shit, my brain claw isn't like actually landing. He never once tried to like submit him with it or like actually perform the slam. He never got the chance to do that. And because his hand was like fucked up, he actually had to resort to power moves. That's why he did the body slam. That's why he did the lariats, like using his forearm instead of his hand. And then, when you said he body slammed him twice, that's why, because he didn't have his hand to use. So yeah, I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I only won a quarter star less than you did, so I still really liked it. But it was just I just liked the title match the night before better, I guess. So there you go. 4-star match here, and definitely a great main event. But then, okay. I love Higuchi, as I think has been clear on this podcast so far. So when Ueno won this, I was quite disappointed. I was like, it's kind of a downer of an ending to Peter Pan. Oh, well. Kazuki Hirata. He appears suddenly in the aisleway with his bracelet. And the crowd they didn't play his music or anything. So the crowd just sort of sees him there. They take a little bit to all notice him there. And then they're all like, oh my God. And then an enormous Hirata chant starts. As he walks to the ring looking incredibly unsure of himself. So to give a little personal background, because again, we don't always talk about DDT that much on this show, so I feel like it's worth mentioning. I love Kazuki Hirata. He is a guy who, he's one of my, I don't even say one of, I think he's just my favorite comedy wrestler ever. I can't think of one I like better. His facial expressions are fucking amazing. The way he sells being like a quote unquote bad, weak pro wrestler is fucking amazing. He has perfect comedic timing. I love the Tokyo Go song, both the real one and his cover. I was actually in the building for the show where he debuted his cover in Shinjuku Face at the DT Beer Garden show in summer 2017. So, or was it 20? It was either 2016 or 2017, I think. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter really. But, or could have even been 2019. Because I'm just going through my trips. But I think it was 2017. I don't know. Whenever DT Universe launched. Because the whole thing was DT Universe, they used to mute a lot more theme songs. They really don't mute anything nowadays. And they muted his song, and that became a storyline. Because obviously his whole thing is dancing, and you can't have a guy whose whole thing is dancing and have the song muted all the time. So, that became like a storyline that lasted for a while until he debuted this theme song. And it's one of those moments I'll never forget being in the building for, because like they build it up. They're like, okay, now we're going to hear at this new theme song for the first time ever. And the picture on the screen in Shinjuku Face cuts to the shot of him in a recording studio, and he starts singing and like really passionately in the mic. And I think everybody was expecting him to be really bad, just like he's a bad wrestler, right? That's the whole gimmick. And he was fucking great. So the joke became that and instead of being a bad singer, he was actually a great singer. And everybody was laughing so fucking hard as he's like belting out this song and just doing this great cover of Tokyo Go. And he comes out like, how about it? I'm pretty great, aren't I? And then he gets to the ring, and of course, Toru Iwashi and Sho Takagi are both like slapping around, telling him not to get an ego about this. But yeah, just an amazing moment to be there live for. So he's just always been one of my favorites. Just a guy I really love. And he comes out here with this right to challenge bracelet. And everything here is pitch perfect. He's selling it like he's so fucking scared to do this. Because when he won this bracelet, the way DDT set this up, again, DDT for a fucking joke promotion, quote unquote, who's doing parodies of like American and Japanese wrestling tropes. The way they set this up, first of all, Hirata and Ueno were the last two guys left in the battle royal where Ueno won this title shot at the beer garden show. So Hirata had spent the entire match trying to hide, and then basically tried to sneak up on Hirata at the end, and Hirata ended up beating him and just sending him out. And the crowd was like so into it, then like, Hirata's gonna do it, and then Ueno just sends him out. So that was just a great moment, and that was fucking foreshadowing in hindsight. So Hirata, when he won the bracelet, he even said something like he wasn't sure he wanted this because he was so scared it would make him a target. And he's like acting nervous the entire time. He's like going back and forth, like, should I do it? Should I not do it? Finally, he's like, I'm gonna do it. And the crowd goes fucking crazy. He hands over the bracelet, and Ueno immediately fucking kills him with a lariat. And the bell rang. I was so fucking sure he was gonna count three. Didn't you think so? I was
obviously
1,000% sure he's going to count three. He counts one, and Hirata kicks out at one. He throws some strikes at Ueno. One of the forms actually did get him to sell, but then he bounces up the ropes and tries a lariat and does absolutely nothing. Like his arm just fucking collides with him, and Ueno just stands there. It was perfect. But then he gets an inside cradle, and that gets a super close 2 count. The crowd's like, oh my God. But then Ueno hits this big spinning powerbomb. And the moment Hirata kicks out, Ueno gets the Boston Crab, basically transitions into it perfectly. And again, you're like, all right, it's over. It was fun, but he's not going to do anything. But then Hirata makes the ropes, which again, the crowd couldn't believe. Ueno hits this huge running knee and then a fucking frog splash. Somehow Hirata kicks out again. And this was an amazing 2.99999. Like a really, really, really close kick out. The crowd is still chanting for him. And then somehow it fucking happens. Hirata gets an inside cradle. It's a fucking great inside cradle too. Like the way he kind of rolled with the momentum, and like you could see Ueno like trying to get out and not able to get out, basically. And that gets the pin and the KOD title. And I watched this so many fucking times. I have to say already. I've seen this like 4 or 5 times already. And there's this one woman in the front row who like covers her hands to her mouth. And like, which I just did too, which is not good for podcasting, but she covers her hands to her mouth and she fucking like looks like she cannot believe what she just witnessed and looks like she's about to start crying. And it's just, it was incredible. And you can see people in the crowd just like reacting in all sorts of different ways. Just one of those moments you'll fucking never forget, basically. The moment Kazuki Hirata won the title.
Let's fucking go.
Do you want to say anything about the actual title one before I get into all the post-match? Because I've just been talking a while, so.
Well, I guess the other funny part was when he was coming out and like ahhing about executing his contract. He said that he tried to like burn it at like Kanda Myojin Shrine, but then he decided against it. So he just wanted to give it away to Ueno. So he was just going to execute and get rid of it because he didn't want it anymore. Like he didn't think he was actually going to beat Ueno. He just wanted to get rid of it because of the burden, and he tried to burn it, but he couldn't. So yeah,
there you go. So yeah, Ueno shook his hand afterwards, and then he squeezed his hand so hard that Hirata immediately tapped out, which was so fucking funny. And there's the post-match of this post-match is one of the coolest things I've ever done. So Hirata walks to the back. The credit song they always play at the end of big shows, which is Into the Light, which is an amazing song, by the way. It starts playing. We see Hirata walking through the entire building. He walks past every wrestler. All the wrestlers have their own little reactions. You can even see Damnation in the background in one of the locker rooms, even though they don't acknowledge him. There's the puppets there. He's like, oh, Bun-Bun-chan. And, Dino is back there groping poor Katsuya Takamura.
Murashima.
Murashima, thank you. Katsuya Murashima, the young lion who Tanahashi had brought with him and then also offered to Dino in the post-match, which we forgot to mention, which was very
weird,
yeah. He sees Tanahashi standing there with Hirashima, which for all the reasons we mentioned was kind of funny. He sees Higuchi, who just lost the title also, and Higuchi's face again was so great where he's like, oh, it's okay. Like he's just such a great, he's like selling it as like the cool tough guy, basically. He's like, it's fine, man, and they shake hands, and Hirata looks like very sad about, very like intimidated that he's gonna kill him, but he doesn't do anything. And then he sees Ueno again. Ueno slaps him once on the chest and still clearly frustrated, which I love that Ueno looked mad the entire time, even though the post-match photo, which, he should not be. He's the one guy who should not be happy here. And he wasn't. So that was good. And then he rounds a corner and he sees somebody. We can't see what it is yet. He's like, who is that? And the camera pans away and it's his fucking best frenemy for all these years, Toru Owashi. And Owashi turns. Owashi's, for those who don't know, he's semi-retired at this point. He doesn't appear very often.
He's meant to be dead in storyline.
Oh yeah, that's true. When did he die again? I forgot all about that.
I don't remember, but I think backstage Hirata joked that he thought it was Obon because he saw Owashi. So.
I totally forgot that he was dead. Wow. Yeah. But yeah, so Owashi, so the camera pans backward, and Owashi turns the camera and gives one of those looks where he's given these looks to the camera so many years where he's just like, can you believe this shit? And he looks back at Hirata. And Hirata's like, Owashi-san! And he's like, I believe what he said was basically translated to, because I spent so long trying to, because no one I saw on Twitter translated this, so I spent so long trying to hear it and then put through what it could be. But I think what he basically said translates to, you shouldn't sneak up on people like that, which, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then Owashi walks over, slaps him in the face, and then shakes his hand and says, up, uwe, up. And you're just like, really? And he's like, yes, up. They go back out to the ring. Everyone's in the ring. Almost all the fans are still there too. And they all pose together. Even Tanahashi's there. And they do this big group photo. No, Damnation's not there. Everybody else is there. And they do this big group photo. And everybody looks so happy again, except Ueno. And it's just this incredible moment for Kazuki Hirata. And he gets, they take the big group photo. And then Harashima gives him the glasses. He does the fucking dance. Tokyo Go starts playing again. Everybody's clapping and cheering. Tanahashi looks like he's having the time of his fucking life in the ring too, which Mao is pointing at him look at him go. But I thought was really funny because Tanahashi was kind of doing the fist pumps. He wasn't dancing, but he was into it. But Mao was clearly very amused by this. But yeah, they do all the dancing. Everybody leaves, and I swear to God, they must have done this on purpose. Because the entire time, the first time I watched this, I'm thinking, there's 3 more contracts.
We all thought he was getting passed on.
Is he actually going to escape this show without one of the contracts? And brilliantly, one of the contracts was on Okatani, who's a Damnation member and a heel. So if anyone was going to ruin Hirata's big moment, that would have been it. So they had Hirata linger out there by himself. Everybody else left. And Hirata danced back out and was dancing with the crowd. I'm like, oh my God, Okatani's going to come out and kill him now. And I'm thinking it's really going to happen. And then he just leaves. It didn't happen. So they had to have done that on purpose. I'm 100% convinced. They knew that tension was going to be there when you're watching it the first time. And they made it go so long on purpose, especially leaving him out there by himself on purpose. So you thought he was going to get cast down again. But no, he actually escaped the day as the 87th KOD Openweight champion. I'll never forget the end of this show. It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. I think it's hard for me to recommend it to somebody because I think if you don't have any context, if you're not a DDT fan, you have no emotional connection to Hirata, it's probably not going to mean anything to you, really. It probably still looks pretty cool, but it's not going to mean anything to you like it meant to me watching this. And I thought this was so fucking cool. It's not like this is unprecedented. There have been comedy guys who have held the KOD title before, really true comedy guys. It's been a long time though. I went looking through the title reigns to make sure. I was pretty sure this was the last one. Do you remember the last one before I reveal it?
Takanashi?
So would you count him as a pure comedy guy? I don't think I would.
No, but I just saw people mention it.
Okay, so the last one to me is Don Shokudino's 2 very brief reigns in August and September of 2018. Because he had the title, he had the title for 14 days and 28 days when it went from Irie to Dino to Meiko Satomura to Dino to Daisuke Sasaki. So I think that was the last one. There were other Dino reigns too earlier. I think there was maybe only one, but there was another Dino reign. Takagi's had it. I'm trying to think who else. The comedy guy that's had. I mean, it's not that common though. I mean, for the most part, they usually do keep the title separate. So this is, I think this is clearly Hirata's 37. He's been doing this a while now. I think this is a gold watch reign, and everybody looks so happy for him. I'm sure he's not going to hold it very long, but
it doesn't even matter for this
moment. It doesn't even matter. This is he's almost another example of one of those guys where the moment is about winning the title, and
Absolutely,
he's even though there's obviously even more traditional examples of that, but he's still a good example of that, where the moment is all about him winning the title, and it's not about him, having a big title reign or whatever. So yeah, incredible.
He's not going to main event Sumo Hall, so he's losing before November.
Yeah. So incredible match. I mean, he could. I mean, Dino main event Sumo Hall.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess.
I would expect probably not, but you never know.
Yeah. No, I mean, this I kind of like. Maybe I'm gonna get pitchforks for this. I kind of liken this to Stardom's ending of All Star Grand Queendom, like when Tam and Saya were. So like it's a similar ending that just makes you feel so fucking happy. It's like an ending of like a circle of storylines, right? I don't know. It was just awesome.
Yeah. But that was DDT. Very enjoyable 2 shows, and I definitely enjoyed the hell out of both shows. I mean, like I said, the best matches were, if you're looking again for pure match recs on night 2, for the Gen Pop fan, not DDT fan, I would say the main event is like the only must-watch match, and then Suzuki versus Mao is also up there. So I'd say both those matches. Yeah.
Forgot to mention, did you see how confused Hirata looked the whole time? And like, and was, when he won it, he looked at it, and then he was like, "Oh shit, I actually won it."
That was great too. He drops it back. He's like scared now. He's like, "Oh no, what have I done?"
Yeah, and then Yueno like had to like whisper in his ear. We don't know what he said, but he whispered in his ear something, and then he picked it up and put it on him.
Yeah.
And then later in the photo where Tanahashi's like doing his cool pose, and Hirata's like, "I can't believe this is happening." And he's like shell shocked in the image.
Yeah.
And the last funny part.
I mean, the first thing he said in his post match speech was, "Eh."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then backstage, he spoke actually about the hardship that he went through. Like, he got injured right after his debut. He was on the shelf for long portions of his career before it like clicked with the Tokyo dancing gimmick. The interviewer reminded him that the champion would main Sumo Hall, and then Hirata like instantly replied that he has to do everything in his power to avoid that. That it would be a puking, sobbing, living nightmare for me to main event Sumo Hall. But he said that he's a pro wrestler, so he'll do his best to defend against anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said I don't feel any stronger either, which I thought was funny.
Yeah. He said that he would still run away from scary things. Like he's still the same old Kazuki Hirata. Yeah, amazing.
All right, so that's DDT. Again, having a very good year, 2 very good shows. Let's go to a promotion not having a very good year, which is all Japan Pro Wrestling. And this was the Oudou tournament that we covered on. I started covering actually without anybody else on the last show. And this show, we're going to talk about just the tournament matches on the next 2 shows, because really the rest of the undercards was nothing. I mean, I didn't even watch most of them. I watched the 6-man title match, which was nothing you need to watch, believe me. But yeah, night 1.
6-man title match?
I like Hagojugun. They're kind of funny, but that was still pretty horrible. I mean, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, I skipped those.
I can't recommend it. So yeah, this was August 30th, this past Saturday at Kunbiki Messe Large Exhibition Hall in Shimane. They claimed 450 people, and I saw Cage Match gave it the claimed tag because they didn't have no fucking 450 people in that building. Right? That building looked pretty sparse. So our first of 2 first round matches in the World Road Tournament on this show, which remember is a single elimination tournament. Odyssey defeats Hideki Suzuki in 13-23 with the Journey's End. This was an incredibly slow and boring match. If you told me anything happened in the first 5 minutes, especially, I could not just like. If you asked me, put a gun in my head and said, "John, describe the first 5 matches describe the first 5 minutes of this match in any detail at all. Give me one spot." I'd be like, I can't help you. There's nothing. There's nothing I took a note about, and I don't recall anything because they just did nothing. Why the fuck does Hideki Suzuki keep because he's clearly the connection here through NXT. So he brings these guys in, and then he has the absolute worst shit, low effort matches with them. Because I mean, he did the same shit with Zion in the Champion Carnival.
This was the same first 5 minutes as well. I know you said you don't remember, but he did the same thing where he like goes out of the ring and he just like stares at him for like 2 minutes,
like,
and then slowly gets back in. He did the same thing with Zion.
Zion, he had the entire match. I mean, they didn't touch each other until the end. If you know you can't do anything with these guys, can you stop fucking bringing them into All Japan, buddy? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Hideki kicked out of a power slam. Odyssey hit a black hole slam for the pin after going woo. This match sucked to an almost unfathomable degree. Yeah. The only thing on this entire show we're going to talk about that could almost give MJF versus Hangman Page a run for its money. This is a 1/4 star, 1/4 star, which people who listen to this show know I never give ratings that low, especially for like usually Japanese wrestling. This was fucking horrifically bad. A 1/4 star.
I went 1.5 on that. Yeah. That means terrible.
Anytime you can bring a accused domestic abuser who also sucks into your company, you got to do it. So who can blame them? The main event, Davey Boy Smith Jr. defeating Shotaro Ashino in 2007 with a backdrop hold.
One thing, sorry. Odyssey also challenged Suzuki for the tag belts backstage, so presumably with Zion. So that's going to be a thing.
Suzuki has the tag belts? I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, he won them with Kengo Mashima, I think. Right? Yeah.
Okay. They won them off of Kento and Yuma during the show I didn't see during the G1, I think. Okay,
that show is All Japan's best show of the year. It was actually really good.
I gotta go back and watch it then.
Yeah, I love that show.
But yeah, Odyssey. The main event, Dave Smith Jr. beat Shotaro Ashino in 2007 with a backdrop hold. Very boring. Very, very boring. Lots of slow mat wrestling. The nicest thing I can say is Davey Boy sold his knee pretty well. But yeah, it's just so fucking slow. And
shoulder barges. I don't know.
It was just nothing. Two stars. Not just the most passable a bad match can be, basically. Just very boring.
I think the only note I have is Ashino's tapped out DBS twice with ankle locks this year. So that's why Ashino was like working over the same ankle. But then DBS overcame it. But you see,
our
he did
hero.
Like the half. Yeah, our hero, but with the half bridge because of his injured ankle. Good job, great sell, DBS. You're amazing, awesome.
His gimmick is so bizarre to me. The whole "I love Zen Nippon" thing.
I was like,
when he first started it, I was like, okay, he's setting up for a heel turn, and now it's just no, he just loves Zen Nippon apparently.
Why does he just seems like a fucking like overexcited toddler? I don't understand it.
He is. I mean, look, he is the most Asian white man, as he's told us before on Twitter. So, I guess he's just leaning into that for the gimmick, kind of. I mean, look, I don't hate. I'm not trying to like hate on the guy for. It would be very hypocritical for me to hate on the guy for being a weeb. But like, I don't know if you need to quite like Kenny Omega's a weeb too, and he didn't feel the need to fucking make it his whole persona. So. Yeah. Ryoki Honda defeated Kuma Arashi. Oh, now I'm on the next show. Sorry. So yeah, both those matches suck. Don't watch them. August 31st, Kobe Sambo Hall, in front of 615 people. We wrap up the first round, the last 3 matches. Ryoki Honda versus Kuma Arashi. He beat Kuma Arashi in 15:04. This would be your highlight of the 2 shows by far. It was nice.
You didn't like Jun and Ren. Interesting.
No.
Okay.
Well, I guess you did, so you can tell. You'll be able to tell it. But yeah, it was just nice to watch a Oudou tournament match with some actual life to it after the previous 2. Like this wasn't great or anything, but like I may have even overrated it because I just sat through those last 2 matches before this. There was this cool little, well, not just before this, but cool little senton from Kuma to Honda off the apron. Led to a countout tease, but Honda made it back in before 9. And so I was like, why 9? I was like, oh yeah, that's right. It's 20 it's 10 in All Japan instead of 20. Totally forgot about that. But yeah, somebody else said in the Discord too, I feel like they just don't do very many countout teases in All Japan. That's why I always forget.
I didn't even notice, to be honest.
Yeah, it's 10 instead of 20 in All Japan. But yeah, very fun stretch here. Stretch run, I thought, before Honda pinned him clean with the running powerbomb. A nice little 3.25 star match. Again, looked like an all-time classic compared to what we got on Saturday and what we will get in the next match too.
Yeah, I gave this 3. I thought this was I thought it was good. The link here was Honda. He was coming up through Wrestle 1 before the pandemic, and Kumarashi was like his senpai. So Honda was like using this match to like repay his thanks. And Kumarashi, like wrestling seriously, is pretty good. I remember his match with Ashino in the Champions Carnival. I mean, that match stands out to me. So yeah, this was good.
I always forget Honda was a Wrestle 1 guy. It's interesting
Yeah.
because Kuma I always remember, and like Ashino I always remember, but I always forget Honda was a Wrestle 1 guy.
Yeah.
Match number 5 on this show, the second tournament match. Zion defeated Hokuto Omori in 9:18 with a diving headbutt. The best thing I can say about this match is this crowd thought Takashi screaming at ringside as he interfered to be the funniest thing they've ever seen in their lives. I mean, they were laughing so hard at this, and I get it to a degree. Takashi is amusing, but like when the highlight of the match is funny comedy wrestler screams a lot while he interferes, that's not good. Takashi just kept making more funny faces, but before the 2 Havoc members, the other 2 guys, Ashido and fucking Odyssey, took him out at ringside. Zion then for some reason watched him do it for like an hour like an idiot, and that little Omori it was a long time, and that little Omori like low blow him from behind, but Zion sold the low blow. Does this man like not have a penis? Like, how do you sell a low blow?
Okay. There's a story for that. Well, okay. So I translated the backstage comment. It was I can't believe. So Hokuto apparently said that Zion had a Samoan dick, I quote, and that's why he was so strong. He then proceeded to say that he would smash Zion's Samoan dick the next time they fought.
Okay,
that's what Hokuto said. So
I guess like this, he's really taking the Samoans have hard heads thing literally. I guess.
Yeah.
Exactly. A second low blow kick that was hit by Omori, and Zion did sell that one a little bit. Hokuto rolled him up for a 2 count. Zion then pinned him with a diving headbutt not long after that. This fucking sucked. 3/4 of a star, so a half star better than the last fucking Havoc match in this tournament, but still fucking horrible.
Yeah, this was.
And again, I love Hokuto Omori usually. I have a lot all the time in the world of Hokuto Omori. One of those wrestlers I like, even though he's not like a work rate guy or anything. But Jesus Christ, Zion, I don't know. This was really, really bad. I thought Zion was improving, but he's in singles matches, he still looks horrific. So,
and he's main event in the next show. So
yeah, golly gee, can't wait. Main event of this show was Ren Ayabe defeating Jun Saito in exactly 20 minutes with the Death Roulette. I don't know. This didn't do anything for me. I thought it was very boring.
Yeah, like is a strong word. It's just. All of Jun's matches are kind of boring, no?
Yeah.
Like, the only match of his I've liked was his defense against Hideki. I thought that was awesome. But everything else has just been good to, pretty good.
I didn't think this was horrible.
No, I went 3 1/4. I just put 3 1/4. I just thought you hated it.
I went 2 1/4. So I thought it was like a below average match. It had a very boring start. I just didn't think much was happening, and the crowd didn't care at all. The crowd was like, "Can we get the rodeo clown back out here? We like laughing at CyberCon." Like, that was the only thing that was over in these 3 matches. It felt like.
I like Ren after he left Alpida. Like he seems to be like getting they hit each other pretty hard in this match. Like, I thought there was some like good like loud strikes at least. Wasn't there a fucking shoot headbutt? Did I make that up?
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know, it just didn't connect with me. There was this one like big boot exchange they did that felt like it went on for hours to me.
Oh, yeah,
I was like, okay, I get it. You're booting each other. Can we fucking move on? And the crowd again was barely making any noise. It was just 2 guys booting each other in the face repeatedly to dead silence. I don't know, just, the end of it when the crowd finally did get into it down the stretch was nice. The work was better. I think that's when that headbutt you mentioned happened. And that's what kept it from being like really bad to me, was the stretch one was good. Ayabe pinned him with a spinning Falcon Arrow. The crowd did pop big for the upset. I just thought it was so boring for most of this match. And that's why
that's all June matches. So.
Yeah. So that's why I went 2 1/4. So yeah, not a good week of All Japan. Nothing worth your time here in these first round matches, the Oudou tournament. Really there were 2 out of 3 that I liked on the first show. The Doi against God, who the fuck did he face?
Sekimoto.
Thank you. Doi against Sekimoto, and the other match that was Naoya Nomura against Yuma Aoyagi. Those are both really good. Yeah. Kento Miyahara, I thought they were both pretty great actually. Kento versus Kengo was weirdly kind of bad, I thought.
I went
So,
4 on Yuma and Naya. I thought it was fucking awesome.
that's what I said. Well, that's 4 stars for that one. That's what
Oh yeah,
that's the
yeah,
exact
yeah.
same rating I gave it. I'm saying I thought Kento versus Kengo was kind of bad.
No, I just went 3 on that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought there were some good moments, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
hate
can't get into any Kento matches where he's like selling a limb for like 20 minutes. I just can't be bothered.
So the first round, basically out of 8 matches, I'd say I would really recommend 2 of them. So those are the 2 out of, which is not a good percentage. So yeah, the rest of them range from like pretty good in one case to a bunch of horrible shit. So not a good first round of the Oudou tournament, that is for sure. Upcoming All Japan Oudou tournament shows. There's 3 shows left in this, which we will cover. September 3rd at Shinkiba has the first 2 quarterfinals. That's Ryuki Honda versus Davey Boy Smith Jr. and Ren Ayabe versus Zion. If you hear a scream of terror, that's because Ayabe and Zion are main eventing. So best of luck to them with all of that. Then September 6th in Utsunomiya, the home of the Judo sisters, of course. We have Kento Miyahara and Naoya Nomura and Daisuke Sekimoto versus Odyssey. Sekimoto trying to get something out of Odyssey. That's going to be something else. We don't know the card order for that yet, but I would be shocked if anything besides Kento and Nomura remains. So
that could be really good.
Yeah. Then we have a 9-day long gap, weirdly, before the semis and finals on the 15th at Korakuen, which is the Ayabe Zion winner against the Honda DBS winner and the Kento Nomura winner against the Sekimoto Odyssey winner. The All Asia tag titles are also on the line on that show. The junior team of Musashi and Seki Yoshioka challenging the Aoyagi brothers.
The juniors have been really good on the undercard. I've enjoyed the matches at least with Atsuki and Hayato. Hayato is just fucking blasting people with chops now. It's really cool. Yeah,
it is cool. But yeah, so that's your All Japan update. Hope the next few rounds are better. Hope they get Zion and fucking Odyssey the fuck out of this tournament as soon as possible. So
Yuma Enzai is back on 23rd of September. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, what show is that? Osaka?
I actually, is it Osaka? Yeah,
I don't know. That's what I was asking. It is Osaka.
Wait, let me check. I've got it here.
Okay,
it's a live show at least. But yeah, I mean, him going again. I want him to face Nomura. That would be very good.
Yeah.
It is. No, it's not. It's Tachikawa?
Why the fuck is he returning in Tachikawa?
What? It is Tachikawa. Yeah, he's returning Tachikawa.
He's returning in Tachi. Why the fuck would he just return on the fucking 15th at Korakuen?
Is it like, is there some connection to Tachikawa that I'm not aware of?
I don't. There has to be something.
He's
from
Gunma,
Tokyo Arena, so. Tachikawa. He's from Guma. That's true. I don't know. Maybe he loves Tachikawa.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Well, anyway.
There you go. There's your All Japan update. That sure was good this weekend. All right. Let's very quickly wrap this thing up with a couple quick previews since we're. I thought for a second we had an episode that might not go 4 hours finally, but we found a way. No matter the guest, no matter the topics, I can always find a way to go 4 hours.
Just an Omakase special.
It's an Omakase special. Weekly 4-hour podcast. The Stardom the World show that is taking place this coming Saturday on September 6th at the Yokohama Budokan. Last time I looked at the ticket sales, they looked pretty good. Let me see what the update is on that, actually. We only have 4 matches confirmed, so it'll be a quick preview here. We don't have the full card. I was hoping they were going to release it by the time we recorded here on Monday night, but they have not yet done so. The ticket sales, they look pretty good. VIP is few, front row sold out. VIP is few left. Arena A is few left. Third floor stand front rows sold out. And then Arena S is also a few left, along with Arena A and VIP. And then Arena B and stand are the normal available, and third floor stand normal availability. So yeah, I wouldn't call this like a great advance or anything probably, but there's always a guesswork involved too with Japanese ticket sales. But I've definitely seen worse. So we'll see how this show does. It's not a big show on paper, I will say. Like, it's the 4 confirmed matches here are definitely not the biggest matches they could run. It feels like they're holding back quite a bit. But
they also ran the building super recently, right?
for
the 5-star. Yeah,
the 5-star
the semis or whatever.
Yeah, it was like the
finals,
last. No, it was like the second to last block show. Weirdly, the last block show was like in fucking Hamamatsu or something, I think. But yeah, the show so far we have Natsuko Tora against Mayumi Ozaki. So that was the match that's coming about because Tora and Hate invaded Oz Academy recently. I assume Muraka still has Shiori's Oz title too, right?
Last I saw, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see where that's going. Maybe they'll be facing each other on this show in some kind of tag or something to continue that. But we'll see.
I feel like there's some angle with Momo coming up, but I don't know what.
Yeah. I was hoping to see who Momo was wrestling on this show, but I mean,
Momo
she's going to be.
She uses her finisher, Ozaki's finisher. No one's able to explain the connection there, but yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what Momo. We have to see what Momo's going to do before we, if we're going to go. Yeah. Are we building? The big question to me is like, are we building to Saya versus Momo at Dream Queendom? Are they going to do it at the end of October at the Halloween special show they're running at Oudou Gym? Is the Momo thing where she says she's not leaving Hate and may not challenge the red belt not really a fake out and she's going to go for the IWGP against Sari or something? I feel like I think people would be really upset by that, so I don't know if they'll do that. We'll see. But yeah, we have to see what happens with Momo. But yeah, Tora versus Ozaki, I'm sure they're going to brawl over the building. I'm sure that kind of match. I'm not really expecting like the kind of bangers that Tora had during the 5-star at times. But, I'm sure the crowd will be into it, I'm sure. Any thoughts on that match?
Oh, I mean, Ozaki's still really fucking good, so yeah, I'm expecting a really good match. I just think there's going to be because like now they're mentioning Oz Academy like out of nowhere and like Saori's other character. I feel like there's something cooking there. Okada's cooking, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, like so when she randomly brought that up, on the before that even happened. So then I was like, what the fuck are they doing? And then they kind of they basically, what's the word I'm looking for? They basically like, I guess we're kind of saying like these universes are the same now, basically. Like they were setting it up. They were setting it up to be canon because she said something like, I've always thought of the Oz Shiori being separate from the Stardom Shiori, but I don't think that matters anymore. Because I mean, I guess her character in Oz is still a heel, but like, she's not with the Sekigun anymore. So
no, well, she got kicked out of Ozaki Gun, I think, at the end of last year or something.
Yeah, now she's like Phantom Limit is her unit. So then we have the IWGP Women's Title, Sari defending against Suzu Suzuki. This would be her second attempted defense here. She just made one August 23rd at the final show against Konami. I would assume she's going to retain. I don't really see any reason why she would lose here.
100%.
But yeah, this should be really good. Then we have the Wonder of Stardom title match. Again, the flaw with this is I don't really think any of these wrestlers have a chance in hell winning these titles, unfortunately. Or fortunately in one case. But Starlight Kid is defending against Tomoka Inaba here. So yeah, they won the Wonder of Stardom title on the line. I want to look up what it is for. They should really put that on their fucking site like every other promotion does. Starlight Kid is attempting.
I'm gonna guess 6.
It must be something like that, right?
5.
She's had this fucking belt for so long. Yeah, you got it exactly right. V6. Tempting V6 here. Yeah, I mean, Kid and Tora, they had a great match in the 5-star, and Kid is. I think she needs to get, if not Wrestler of the Year buzz, because she's not really their top star, I think she has to get Most Outstanding Wrestler buzz at this point. Because she took when you combine the Wonder belt, the white belt reign she's had all year, plus the 5-star she had, which she was, again, one of the best wrestlers of the tournament. I mean, she's put together one of the best resumes of anybody in wrestling, I think.
She's in my top 4, I think, just looking at my list.
Yeah,
like Sari. So I actually count volume a lot into these lists. So like that's how like people like Takeshita like come up really high. Just because he hasn't really had high highs, but his volume is like super consistent. So like I've got like Sari, Takeshita, Azumi, and Starlight Kid.
Yeah, I mean I really care more about peaking than volume personally, but I try to weigh them both. I think if I was going to do my top 5 right now, I want to think about this because otherwise I will leave somebody out that I want to. I put Shiori first because she has one of my 5-star matches and then like 2 4 3/4, which is probably the best of anybody. So I put Sayori 1, and she's just been consistently great. But then she's losing. She didn't have the 5-star, so that's going to cost her a little bit. She needs to get a few more great matches in to stay at the absolute top spot. But I think I still have to put her first. Yeah, I think I do Sayori 1, Starlight Kid 2, Desperado 3. Maybe Azumi 4 after the 5 stars he had, and the maybe I don't know. Sari 4, Azumi 5, probably those two.
Yeah, Azumi has been
Azumi and
amazing
Sari
this year.
Yeah, I mean, Azumi again. She had one of the best 5 stars, and then she also had that amazing match with Bozilla right before the 5-star.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a ton of people in the 5-star I think put themselves in the mix because, like, Natsuko had an amazing 5-star, Sayori had an amazing 5-star, Rina had an amazing 5-star. Rina has that match with that match with Starlight Kid earlier in the year for the title, the Wonder title too. Poi and Sayori had the great tag matches they did.
It's kind of ridiculous how many Stardom wrestlers are in my top 15.
Yeah, I think they've been the best work rate promotion this year for me.
Even Tam had a sick first 4 months. By the way,
yeah,
she was on a tear.
She can't do it for the whole year. But yeah, I mean that match with Sayori that I was in the building for at Cork in April. Oh, that match. Was
the artists match with
the artist match. Yeah,
New Genesis.
Which you got to give credit to Sayori and Poi for those two because they had a couple little great artist matches.
Anyway, Stardom good, yeah.
Yeah, Stardom good. Shocking. Listeners of this podcast especially never get that every week.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have a lot of contenders. The only New Japan contenders to me, like I said, Desperado, I think he's had one of the best years in wrestling. I guess Goto for his title reign, but I think his title reign is not quite good enough, and they didn't do the G1.
They just didn't have volume for me, so that's why they're not high up on my list.
Taichi,
Zach has been awesome.
Zach has been awesome. Taichi had an awesome G1 and did some other awesome stuff earlier in the year. But I don't think any of these people. Gabe had the awesome first few months before he fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
So I just don't put any of these people in my top 5, but they're the main New Japan contenders. I don't really see a Noah contender. I don't see an All Japan contender. DDT.
Can I shout out Miyu Watanabe?
Yeah, I need to watch for Tokyo Church. I still got to watch the final. I was gonna say Higuchi from DDT. Maybe Minoru Suzuki if I want to be really spicy. I feel like people are gonna like it. But Higuchi from DDT is another one.
Higuchi's my top DDT one.
Yeah. See, I think Higuchi makes my top 10. I don't really have anyone from AEW, but I don't watch their TV past April, so I can't really speak to it. I don't watch Lucha, so I can't speak to it from CMLL. But yeah, I think those are my big contenders. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good top 5. I think that's what we could say with Starlight Kid 1. I mean, Sayori 1, Starlight Kid 2, Desperado 3, then Sari 4th, Azumi 5, and those two especially, I feel like I go either way on. But
if you're going for peaks, then that's a solid top 5.
Yeah.
So Suri just didn't have a lot of volume for me, but yeah,
like Azumi's end to that tournament too, especially. I'm just like, oh my God.
Azumi has volume and peak,
yeah.
So does Starlight Kid though. She's got a lot of really good matches.
Yeah. That's right. So I honestly, by the end of the year, wouldn't surprise me if I end up just putting Starlight Kid 1, depending on how things go with her Wonder matches, and this one should again be really, really good. If the match they had in the 5 stars ain't to go by.
Yeah.
The World of Stardom title match: Saya Kamatani versus B Priestley. Hopefully, it's better than their 5-star match. I will say that first of all.
She's full time now, right?
She is full time now. She's signing a contract apparently.
So I feel like it's just one of those welcome to the company matches, and then she'll go back to mid card. So I'm not that bothered by it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm sitting here ranting and raving about it. It's just not. I would rather see another title match, I guess. But
I mean, same. Yeah.
I guess we'll see. I mean, maybe they'll surprise me. I'm not gonna totally write off the possibility. But
what was Priestley's best match? I'm trying to think.
She had
5-star.
I can actually look it up what I gave her. She had 3 1/4 for me, I think, and I think that was your highest rated.
I'm still scrolling, so I don't think I gave her 3 1/4. Oh, it was a 3-star with May.
No, okay. So I gave her 3 with May also, and 3 with Lady C. Those have been my favorite matches from the blocks. I think I gave her match with who the fuck beat her in the quarterfinals?
Rena?
No, yeah, Rita. So I think I gave that 3 1/4.
I gave that 3 as well. Yeah.
So that would have been my favorite match of hers from the tournament. Yeah.
Well, 3-star Priestley. There you go.
Yeah. Maybe she can get to 3.5 this time.
Yeah, I doubt it, but yeah.
So yeah, there's your start of the world preview because we have no other matches announced for the show far. I assume nothing else is going to be that big either.
Just tags,
yeah.
I guess.
So because they have stuff booked already for the Korakuen next Wednesday, which I don't have to preview now because that's happening after our next podcast. But yeah, they already have a few title matches for that. The Artists, I think, they're finally rebooking that Artist title match that was supposed to happen before Rena got concussed at the New Blood show. The Yurihime is getting her future title shot. There's a CMLL Japan Women's title, the very prestigious CMLL Japan Women's title defense, and finally a high speed title defense. It's Koguma getting the CMLL title defense against
what?
against whatever the fuck her name is. I don't
Silhouette?
Black Silhouette, thank you. And May Sierra is defending the high speed against Yuna finally. So will she finally lose that belt? I think it's possible.
I'm so uninterested in that belt, but May is so awesome. So
yeah, I mean, I feel like the 2 out of 3 falls 10-minute shit will be rough for anyone else.
Yeah, but she's just one of the best in the world, right? Can we just say that? Like,
she's like one of the. I've always said I don't think she has enough charisma to headline.
Sure, yeah,
for
sure, yeah.
But like actual in ring work, yes, she's like. There's no one else who could do the shit she does. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So yeah, there you go. There's your Stardom talk, which we, much later than usual and shorter than usual. They haven't had any shows, so
There's no puppets in Stardom. Just fucking watch Stardom. Why are people watching Stardom? But it's literally the best promotion in the world.
Do you know how often I spend trying to get people to watch that promotion?
Yeah, but they're just cute little,
I don't want to watch the girl promotion where they wear the pretty colors. Okay.
And then show them.
I don't know whose voice I gave there, but I don't know who that was supposed to be. That's just supposed to be everybody. That's all of you. That's how all you sound, or you won't watch Stardom because you're fucking idol wrestlers. Okay.
Yeah, you saw how excited we got about DDT. Stardom is actually by far my favorite promotion. It is the best booked promotion in the entire world. It's amazing.
Snazzy, have you considered that girls have cooties?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Noah, wrap this up with the N1 victory,
right.
which kicks off next week. You thought you were free.
I did, yeah.
It's only like fucking 3 a.m. over there, I said.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, 3:30.
We did talk about Brits not sleeping. I'll do this really quickly. N1 victory starts next week. We're going to cover it throughout on this podcast, just like we covered the G1. And I feel like this is like tourneycast now. I just cover every tournament. We did the G1, we did the 5-star, we're doing the Oudou, we're going to do the N1 victory. I can't cover literally every Japanese wrestling tournament because I'd fucking lose my mind completely. But we are going to cover the N1 victory. Block A is Kenta, Kaito Kiyomiya, Manabu Soya, Oka Sasaki, Kazuyuki Fujita, Tetsuya Endo, Masa Kitamiya, and Daga. Block B is Galliano, Naomichi Marufuji, Kano, Daiki Inaba, Jack Morris, Harutoki, Ricky Knight Jr., and Ozawa. It's the standard, I guess you would say old school Japanese block format where it's just whoever wins the block wins the block. So most points wins the block. The 2 block winners go to the final on the September 23rd at Korakuen. And, there's no playoffs or anything like the G1 and the 5-star do now. It's a very neat and tidy tournament. I mean, it starts on September 8th. So it starts exactly a week from today as we're recording this at Korakuen Hall with 8 tournament matches. And the Korakuen has some really big ones. It has Kenta versus Kaito Kiyomiya. Actually, I guess it has one big one because I don't really see any other big matches. I guess Marufuji Ozawa is supposed to be the other big one, but that's I'm not very interested in that match. But yeah, you get Kenta versus Kaito there. You also get the Hiromu versus Yohei GHC Junior title match on that show finally. So we'll see if Hiromu wins the GHC Junior belt. I kind of think he will just because there's this random match with Taiji Ishimori on Destruction in Kobe where I'm like, that would be perfect to make a GHC Junior title match if they could get past the politics of it.
Yeah, Yohei's meant to be losing for a while now. I always think his next match is a loss, so this would be the time to do it probably.
But yeah, so that's the first show, and then after that, there basically at least 2 people always have off. usually in one block, sometimes both blocks. So it's either like 6 matches or 7 matches in the tournament. I'm not going to go over the whole schedule. This podcast is long enough already. But basically, it goes through until the block final night, which is at Light Cube Utsunomiya on Sunday the 21st. And then we get the Korakuen finals just on September 23rd. So like I said, neat and tidy tournament, not very long. It'll be over in like 3 weeks of coverage time, thankfully, not like 6 like the G1 and the 5-star. I would say for my hype level for this, it's pretty low, though. I mean, there's just not a lot in Noah in there. I mean, when I look at this roster, I'm just like, eh. And that kind of is just the Noah heavyweight roster. It's a lot of eh. I mean, like Block A is a little more exciting than Block B, where I'd say Block A, the only people who are kind of drags are Manabu Soya, who's Manabu Soya. I mean, he's your funny dad who yells a lot, but he's not going to have a lot of good matches or anything. Yeah. Oka Sasaki is just not turned into anything yet, so I don't really care about him either. And Daga is Daga. I mean, he's fine now, but he's not going to have great matches or anything. The other 5 are all pretty good. I mean, you get Kenta in there, who's on the run of his life again as GHC heavyweight champion. Kaito can always have great matches, no matter how they book him. Kazuki Fujita is just, he's Ironhead. He can always do something great on any given night. Tetsuya Endo is great. And Masa Kitamiya looks completely recharged by this heel turn. So we'll see how that goes. But the A block has a little more I'm looking forward to. The B block has the B block is dire. I mean, it's Kano and Ozawa. I mean, it's like 2 people, basically. But I don't know. How do you feel about these blocks? A block definitely looks better than B, I think.
A block is definitely better than B. I'm not really excited for the N1 as a whole. I'm excited to see what they do with Kenta, Kaito, Ozawa, and Keno. I want to see where they're gonna put the title and how they're gonna book this, and who comes out of the blocks. Because moving the title from Ozawa was really ballsy. So I want to see what their plan was, if anything. Because they got a Sumo Hall show 2 days before King of Pro Wrestling, New Japan's one, that they are trying to go for New Japan's attendance, because they saw that they had a lot of success in Korakuen Hall. They are I feel like they're trying to do something ambitious, and I feel like it was building towards this tournament. So I want to see how it plays out. The individual matches, whatever. You said, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I was just gonna say what you said. The people you pointed out are, only the ones to be excited for. The rest is whatever.
So the last night, again, since it's the old format where you can kind of guess who's going to have the chance to move on based on the last night.
Yeah.
The key matches in Utsunomiya, to me, the A block is just going to come down to Kenta and Tetsuya Endo, probably. I mean, Kaito being up against Daga, I think might give away that he's not going to move on.
Oh, maybe Kenta's just winning then.
Yeah, it could be. I kind of think
it could be Kitamiya as well.
He's facing Fujita. I guess that could be a match that moves somebody on. I can see being Endo. Endo.
That actually is what made him turn heel as well. It was another loss to Fujita, and I think he's never beaten him or something. And the fact they put that on the last night, he could be getting a push.
Yeah, he could beat Fujita and go to the final. I feel like Endo would be a good guy to lose in the final if you want to do that.
Yeah.
B block. It's not quite as obvious to me. You have Galliano versus Kano. That could be a win and move on. Marufuji versus Ricky Knight. I doubt it. Morris versus Ozawa definitely could be a win and move on. I mean, it's the first meeting between these two Team 2000 X members, I think. And, they, or at least maybe not since he was a young lion or something, or a young boy.
Well, since Jack Morris got kicked out of the faction a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot he got kicked out.
He got kicked out by Ozawa.
Thank you for catching me up.
Yeah. That's why they booked this. Yeah.
I saw that, and then I was probably like, "Oh yeah."
I don't know why, because I just assumed he was maybe this is his last tournament before going to WWE or something. I don't know.
Maybe. So yeah, then it's not a meeting between 2 Team 2000. I'm sure I saw that on Twitter and just totally forgot. But there you go. Daiki Inaba and Harutoki, obviously it's going to be nothing. But yeah, so given that extra information you just gave me, it's going to come down to Ozawa and Jack Morris. Yeah, so that's what they're setting up. So maybe I could see an Ozawa Endo final. I think Ozawa's going to be in the final. I mean, that's pretty. Why would you not have him in the final?
He has to be.
So surely. It'll be Ozawa. So you can see Ozawa Endo, Ozawa Kenta, Ozawa Kitamiya would be interesting, I guess. And Ozawa Kaito again, sure, I guess. But yeah, I think gun to my head, I think it's Endo. Because I think Kiyomiya they've done so many times. I think it's going to be. I think they'll do Ozawa. And Ozawa Endo, remember, they weirdly didn't do it as a title match. They changed it to that 3-way with Takashi Sugera. Why is he not in this form? Is he injured or something?
No, I don't know. He's the tag team champion. I don't know why he's not in it. I didn't realize until now.
I just thought of that too. I was like, wait a second. He was in the 3-way Takashi Sugera. Where the fuck's Takashi Sugera?
No, he's just chilling, I guess. He'll just be on the undercard.
There you go. So there you go. That is your quick and dirty N1 victory preview, and we will cover that throughout the next few weeks. So next week, I guess to quickly talk about next week's episode, I'm going to be on with a very special guest, actually. Someone I have not done a podcast with in a very long time. A former co-host of Open the Voice Gate. Milo and I are going to talk, get a podcast I used to host with Milo and Case of Michael Spears a very, very long time ago. Cool. So Milo and I are going to reunite to talk about the Stardom of the World show on September 6th, the Noah N1 Victory Night 1, September 8th, the All Japan Oudou show on September 3rd, and the Dragon Gate September 4th Korakuen. So that is what we're going to talk about next week on I guess actually September 3rd and September 6th. Why did I write down?
Do they watch All Japan, or you're going to make them watch
No. He actually does watch All Japan.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, All Japan's big. The promotion I think he watches the least out of what we're talking about is Stardom. But he said he didn't have any problem talking about it. So like he was like, I know I should watch it more, that kind of thing.
That's what everyone says. They need to
cool to be reunited with Milo after all this time. I was happy when he said yes to that. So that'll be a real blast from the past. So that'll be next week. In the meantime, folks, first of all, you already plugged a bunch of stuff, but plug it again for people who made it all the way to the end of another marathon 4-hour Omakase.
Yes. So I guess it's kind of like a different network, so I don't know the etiquette, but yeah. Social Suplex.
No. You plug it. I don't even think there's a rival. It's not like that fucking shit that Voice Wrestling used to have with that fucking Wrestling with word site where we had like a weird rivalry. I don't think we have a rivalry.
Yeah, and I feel like we have the same goals anyway, which is like to make more people watch like niche wrestling, Japanese wrestling, and stuff like that. So yeah, Social Suplex Newsletter. There's like a huge Asia section every so often. Writing a newsletter is really difficult, so sometimes it might not be regular, but yeah, literally any promotion you can think of in Asia, we try to cover. I watch every Ice Ribbon Dojo show, mainly because I like it, but also we cover it. So yeah, that's it.
So I'm assuming you're picking Ice Ribbon over All Japan.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I actually like Ice Ribbon though. So yeah, I'm one of those sickos.
Also, unless Snazzy got through this emergency podcast and was like, "I'm never doing this again," he's supposed to be back on in 2 weeks. So if you enjoyed hearing Snazzy, you'll hear Snazzy again.
I am, yes.
So there you go.
What's that again? That's
So it's N1 Victory, 3 nights
New Japan.
Your favorite promotion, New Japan, the 2
Korakuens. Can't wait.
The Stardom Korakuen and the Mari Gold Dream Star final.
Awesome.
Yeah. So Noah, New Japan, Stardom, and Mari Gold. I mean, there's going to be like nothing to talk about. One of those New Japan Korakuens. We'll get through that in like 5 fucking minutes, probably.
Let's hope so.
The other New Japan Korakuen that Shinichi champion won, that one actually could be cool.
That's got the 8-man tag main event, right?
Yeah, like the Generation Clash, which looks really cool. They should just hand the book to them, apparently, because that fucking show sold out. It's going to be so funny. The other Korakuen's going to do like 300 people or something. It feels not that bad, but like,
is it like a produce show or what's this?
Yeah, it's a Shinichi champion. So that's like their New Japan's variety show.
Oh, okay.
So like the staff of that is basically booking the card. I don't think there's any matches announced yet besides just that 8-man. But yeah, that's the gimmick is they get to book whatever they want, and that's why you get like that weird 8-man that crosses faction lines, basically. So
that should be fun.
Yeah. All right, folks. So you can follow us on. Yeah, see you in a couple of weeks. So, folks, you can follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase or Wrestling Would Not Fit, and we will see you. Oh, and follow me on Blue Sky if you want at Just One MB. If you want to hear me complain even more on the Blue Jays get their fucking asses kicked this weekend. And there you go. And we'll see you next time.
Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Collins, and I am the host of the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, a show right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. On the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, we take a deep look at individual issues and stories that are going on in the wrestling world. Each episode is about a different topic, and we take a thorough and educated look at things ranging from current booking trends to breakdowns on individual performers and angles to investigations into different fan cultures across the industry. In addition, we keep a close eye on the wrestling media, and as a professional journalist, I bring a unique perspective to how current issues in wrestling are being covered and discussed through the wrestling media. We have a revolving series of guests from across wrestling punditry joining us on each episode, and we hope that you make the choice to give us a listen on wherever you get your podcast from.